Hello, 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 everybody. Good morning, good evening, whatever the day may be for you. Welcome back on into the CCT here into an elimination day for the Swiss stage. As EU19 is well underway. It's already round number 3, and we are meeting our first contestants for exiting out here for EU19. On the casting desk, of course, is going to be myself, Atro, joined in by the illustrious B-Dog. How you doing, Brennan?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. What a lovely intro. Yeah, it should
Hmm.
be a good day. It's such a shame that we have to already say goodbye to some of these teams, and we'll have a look at the schedule, and you can see the caliber of teams that we're potentially losing. I mean,
Yeah.
Sashi or Parivision, and then BC Game or Fireflux. I mean, I can't quite frankly believe that. To be honest, the fact that we've got finalists and even winners of previous CCTs in Parivision, now being one best of 3 away from being eliminated.
Yeah, and it's also crazy to think that we get this stacked of a Swiss stage already because of the RS system, because of everything that's been going on. But Parivision, how did they find themselves 0-2, right? Sashi are hitting a really dead low ground right now. They've lost like 6 best of 3s in a row. We understand that they're in a bit of a dump right now. They don't feel great. But for Parivision, like, what just happened, right? It was that Navi Junior game that really took them down to 13-0, and then I got the pleasure of casting the Partisan game as well, which definitely went the distance, right? It took us into one overtime affair, and then Partisan somehow managing to Super Saiyan up in the last 2 maps and completely reverse sweep. But away from that, Parivision are still looking good. I got to cast their Aurora game as well, which was a fast 2-0. They completely decimated Aurora. And BC game as well, they did manage to beat them 2-1. I did get the pleasure of seeing what Sashi were doing up against Z10 as well. And let me tell you, Brandon, it was not really that convincing. I mean, it was. And you might take a look on down to the scoreline and you say, okay, 13-11, 13-10, they kept it close, right? Well, in that 13-11, at the very least, it was very back and forth. There was a lot of momentum, and Sashi just kind of lost it out of nowhere. Lucky and Zyphon were trying to keep it alive, but I don't know, just Cabby and Iceberg weren't on the server, and this is a good kind of roller coaster to jump into the roster here for Sashi. There's going to be a couple of question marks on a couple of these players, and I'm seeing Oltex out here on the roster. I hope we get to see him on the server as well, but we don't really have any information if he's going to be playing or if Nico's continuing to stand in.
There we go. It's literally just come through on our little information Discord.
Oh,
Sashi will play over standing minus Altex plus Nico in
yeah.
brackets, the Danish one. Just unbelievable.
Just to make sure.
Look, I'm gonna make some enemies right now, in
Okay.
what I'm gonna say. And sorry, but I'm just gonna say how it is. Sashi have been playing like a dead team in the past like week and a half, and they're now
Yeah.
bringing in Nico, and they're playing without Altex. Whether that's a temporary thing, whether that's a permanent solution, we'll have to wait and see. Yes, you spoke about the result against Z10. Z10 have been in some of the worst form in the last like 18 months this year, and having 13-10, 13-11 means nothing, to be honest. And the fact that they could have tried to force a third map and couldn't, it's more damning on Sashi than it is on Z10. They just haven't been looking good when I've been watching them, and it's a shame because I really want this team to do well. I really like the core of Lucky, Iceberg, Cabby, and I do like Altex Zyphon. It's a shame that Altex isn't playing right now. We've got Nico, but Nico has been out of action a fair bit. He's should be a dependable pair of hands. He's got experience playing with these players before. He's got experience working with Hundem before, so it should be okay, but it just isn't. And then you're going up against Parivision, which yes had a little bit of a blip against Navi Junior. Has been really consistent before that though. I think Ted tweeted it was something like 18 out of 21 BO3s, and then they started
Yeah.
losing after he tweeted that. But it was remarkable levels of consistency really for Parivision, and when you take a look at that roster, it's not difficult to see why, because you've got new guys blending in with some experience. Belchinok is playing out of his mind recently. James has been unbelievable, and then you've got Kicker, Anota, Travis that are performing at a very high floor, which raises the overall ceiling of what this team can become. And I don't actually expect them to have any problems this morning against Sashi.
I don't expect them to have any problems either. It's very interesting the way you kind of put Parivision in the limelight here, because that's your experience with them and that's what
Yeah.
the kind of rating tells you as well. But if you take a look on down to their previous best of threes, at least for the past week and a half, I have been on the complete opposite end. I think Kickert has been doing an incredible job as an IGL, just keeping these guys alive on an individual front as well. Whenever anyone was underperforming, he was the one actually bringing them forwards and forcing them to perform. A lot of timeouts made by Dastin as well to consistently call out whatever Kickert and Jim were trying to butt heads on, and having their like slow round versus aggressive round sort of play styles. James has been looking really good on the op, and he has been having a lot of impact, but you can't really override any days where Nota has been having just a standout performance wherever the rest of the team wasn't able to perform. Nota was pulling through like 30 bombs. Travis as well has been so consistent. I was talking about him yesterday, the fact that he, as a mainly support player, because that's the role he just fell on really when he's got these big names right behind him, he's been playing so well when it comes down to just managing to find a little bit of space on the map, managing to set up his teammates really well. And even yesterday, he pulled through an incredible performance to just keep his rating alive and just send Parivision to the stratosphere up against that Aurora game. So I am really looking forward to like Parivision continuing to climb, because that's what they're doing right now. That's exactly what Trav was mentioning as well in that 18 maps out of 21-1. Is the fact that they keep on climbing, they keep on rising right now, and we're gonna get to see the map veto out here to see if they'll have something favorable to go into this best of 3 as well. Because again, for Sashi, a lot of question marks. For Parivision, just looking up into the world right now. So we know who the underdog is, we know who the favorite is. The only thing that can change that a little bit might be the map veto.
It's tough again, because Sashi just have to take this in a direction that is going to suit them compared to Parivision, but all of Parivision's obviously stats are really good on every single map, and Dust 2 is the obvious punish for Parivision to pick against Sashi. Sashi feel like they need to go Ancient. The perma of Parivision being Nuke is such a pain in the arse in this veto for Sashi, because that's their best map by far. So you got Train as the decider. Look, if it gets to a third map, these are all still really good maps for Parivision. These are the maps that I've seen them win previous CCTs on. And to go back to your point about Travis, I completely agree. I think he is one of the most underrated players, not only in Parivision, but just in Tier 2 in general. I really don't think he gets enough credit, and I'm just a really big fan of this Parivision team. I want to be a fan of this Sashi lineup, but the results and the way that they've been playing recently, it's just leaving me a bit uninspired.
I fully agree. I think with the tenure that Travis has, he should definitely be looked into a little bit more. But right now, he's having a great spot in Parivision. Don't move him from here, please. At least for a couple of extra months until we get to see Parivision maybe try to break into the top 25. Sashi, on the other hand, you say you like the core of Cabby, Iceberg, and Lucky. I don't hate it either, but I feel like it just doesn't have that firepower that they need. Lucky always tries, but Cabby and Iceberg are way more macro oriented than they are micro oriented, and I feel like they are a core and they are a team, and then whoever else is joining up on the team, like Zyphon and Nico or Zyphon and Oltex, they're always kind of expected to be the firepower. And if either Zyphon or Oltex / Nico doesn't perform on the day, the entirety of Sashi don't perform that day, and it's just not a fun time, especially being sent to Dust 2 as the first map here. It's going to be a clear show if one of the two out here, either Zyphon or Nico, don't really perform. I completely believe that the entirety of Sashi might just crumble.
Yeah, and to be honest, that's what it's felt like for a while, where you've got good maps out of Zyphon, but in actual fact, the impact he's having in terms of his kills aren't really relevant. And Lucky, you want Lucky to have a really good performance. You expect if Lucky is playing well, then Sashi are going to win maps, but he's going up against James, which is just a really frustrating AWPer to play against. And also, unfortunately for Sashi, this is James probably in the best form a tier 2 AWPer is also in my opinion. So you're going to have a really tough time to deal with this, and especially with the first map being Dust 2, there's a real chance that they could get blown out on this map, and if that happens, then the rest of the series feels a little bit bleak.
It does, doesn't it? And I mean, You feel like Ancient might be a saving grace out here for Sashi at some point once they get there. If they have a decent performance on Dust, they don't even have to win it. They just have to push Parivision up there far ahead enough. But even if they do that, and even if they have a really good Ancient when it comes down to the second map, onto Train, it's going to feel like such a coin flip whether or not they're going to be able to actually stay above water or get absolutely drowned out by Parivision. So yeah, this is definitely going to be a tough affair for Sashi. It is going to be worthy of an elimination game as well. And if Parivision lose this one, I will be really damn surprised. Because again, they're up against the wall. They've ran into a really tough matchup with Navi Jr., who are currently just running away with the 19 series here, managing to beat out a lot of teams. They just 2-0'd Spirit Academy as well yesterday. And then you've got Sashi, who've just been running into a wall head first time and time again and have lost 6 best-of-3s in a row. So we kind of expect to see who's going to get taken out here. But again, it would be a really tough loss for Parivision, especially when CCT is nearing its end out here.
If Parivision lose this best-of-3, then I mean, I just will not understand Counter-Strike. Like everything is pointing towards Sashi losing here. The fact that they've not been getting the results, the fact that they're now playing with a stand-in, the fact that the veto is not going in their favour, the fact that Parivision shouldn't even be in 0-2, the fact that you've got all of these facts. Like it shouldn't. Like,
Yeah.
it should not go that way. But hey, if they prove us wrong, that'd be awesome, and maybe that could be the start of something. If you take down a previous winner of CCT to keep your dream alive and to cut out Parivision's chance of staying in the Swiss stage, then full credit to you. And maybe that can be the catalyst that drives this team forward and can maybe revive it. But right now, it looks just incredibly unlikely.
It looks bleak, doesn't it? And hell, not even ex-CCT winners. You're trying to take down 2 ex-major winners, right?
Exactly.
So, good luck, have fun. Definitely not going to be easy. The only silver lining that I can see out here is the fact that Parivision have still been playing those very slow rounds. I've seen them lose at least 3 yesterday because of that timer, when they could have won them very easily. Nice. So, that's the only silver lining that Sashi might have if they do decide to be quite passive on their CT side, just knowing that Parivision are going to thin down that clock, and maybe on their T side try to deathball a little bit. That's seemed to have taken Parivision by surprise 1 or 2 rounds. They've definitely done their homework against them, I hope. But apparently we do have a couple of issues when it comes down to setting up the lobby. So Brandon, we're going to be jumping ourselves into a little bit of a break. And after that, we're going to be going straight up into Dust 2, straight with the first map to see who is going to be able to take the first one away from this best of 3. And here we are, the break not too long, thankfully, out here. Parivision and Sashi gonna go head-to-head on this too. Parivision's map pick, we talked about all the possibilities, we talked about all the potentials. We think this should be easy for Parivision, and I think they think that as well. Lots of thinking going on right here this morning, but We are going to be starting things off with the CT side for Sashi, T side for Paravision to be expected. And here we go, Brandon. Off to a new morning.
Yeah, I think that's such an interesting point you just raised. And it's also about Paravision not getting complacent in this, because Sashi are still a good team, and they will know how to punish you. But for right now, it's mid-door smoke. It's a molly to get a little bit of space deep long, and then you've got... Sorry, over towards mid, and then you've got players scaling towards lower tunnels. It's a lot of map control gained early by 2 pieces of U2, and then you've still got this mid to B smoke and the flashes for J.
Yeah, but it's going to be up to Zyphon to take down the first, and Nota gets sideswept by Zyphon on the rundown here. Gets back up to the boxes in front of double doors, and a full flash. Actually, Belchanok just twirling around like a ballerina, still stays alive. Entry to the bomb site made, but still 2 here to deny this. Nico with the dualies gets a little bit of a cover away from Lucky, and he's still on the bomb site. Finally denied, took way too long. 2v3 and the bomb still not down. Kicker running out of bullets. It is going to be the taps away from Kicker to fall, and Belchanok on 37 HP is left towards the back of the bomb site. Needs to somehow get out with this one. 30 seconds. He does have the time, does have the USP, but no one's going to peek into him because they don't need to. Again, Sashi, they do know how to punish this. They do know how to play this. A tap on the bomb. He's actually going to stick it. At least the extra cash is made for this round, and Belchanok still does have a feasible chance, especially with that flash in his hand. But he's got to throw it out. He's steering the move, and he doesn't connect the insta-headshot. Now still plays with the USP, needs for another. Connects out to Cabby, sees the dualies, and it's Nico to run him down. Got too close for comfort, but it is Sashi managing to retake on the B-bomb site.
Yeah, I tell you what, Sashi do play that really well, because you got the counter flash after Zyphon gets the opening kill, and yes, he doesn't find anything further, but Nico reacts off the back of it, and he goes in towards tunnels, and he gets rid of Travis, and then he gets all that space for Sashi, and then that also baits in Lucky. Lucky's able to get that kill, and you're wasting so much time for the A rotates to come over as well. Yeah, it does get incredibly close because you've got Belchanok and his individual firepower just being insanely good, but the setup, the fundamentals there for Sashi was spot on.
And we never said that Sashi don't have fundamentals. They are great when it comes to that, right? Their macro is always something to look forward to, especially as one of the better Danish teams out here onto the tier 2 scene. And, I mean, yeah, we'll still keep on looking forward to that. We do get to see a force buy out of Paravision, of course. The bomb went down. So that is something that Belchanok also gets to do into that 1v2, which is very important to his teammates. Because now, if Paravision managed to take away this round, they denied the pistol round conversion, and Sashi will still not be in too happy of a spot.
Ooh. Now that's cool.
Yeah. There you go. Don't
Really
get to
cool.
see that every day. Beautiful.
Oh, I'm a big fan of that. And that's such an easy lineup. Lucky's now tuning in with Zyphon just to get rid of Short. And again, look, you lose the players out long, you react to take map control in the same vein. Much better out of Sashi. Oh, although Kicker has just deleted Cabby. Lucky's found Jane, which is great, but his teammates are incredibly low. This can still get a little bit turbulent. There's no smoke for this cross, though, so it feels like a firing line. There's that high HP. Kicker would need the ace, but Zyphon will deny it. Sashi just about go back to back.
So they played that retake really nicely, Sashi. They didn't even lose the bomb site, but they did manage to actually take down Short in the buddy system. And the way they played that 5v4 was that they had 2 players in CT playing together, 2 players in Short playing together. They peeking all at the same time. It's just Kicker going insane here, right? He manages to delete Cabby, as you mentioned, and then still go for more. It was really low HP on the last remaining players too, so Kicker could have just had the ace here. But apparently Zyphon just decides to take the fight to him and does win out the duel. If he hadn't, realistically, there's a big world in which Kicker just gets away with an ace there. But now because they don't, it's going to be Paravision sending out attack pause, deciding what they want to do. And this has also been another thing that Paravision have been doing in the last couple of days. They've been going for a lot of unnecessary force buys, like time and time again. So I'm glad we don't get to see that here. I hope I haven't jinxed it in the last 10 seconds.
Really? That really surprises me, to be honest, because you don't normally associate that sort of level of mismanagement of economy with a Jane team. Like, I would.
With the kicker IGL and
Yeah,
with Jame being
exactly.
second calling, yeah, you don't expect it. But that's what's been happening in the past 2 days. That's why I was like very surprised by it.
Oh wow.
Well, truth be told, they were getting force bought into, like, it was just a force buy war 2 days in a row that they just matched up and somehow managed to win. So
Oh,
I guess
okay.
that's why they did it. But still, like, they were actively forcing up as well and being like, okay, you're forcing against us, I'm forcing against you. We're just playing pistols for 10 rounds.
Great. That sounds like one of the halves of all time.
Oh, it was, and it didn't happen only once. Don't you worry.
They want a bomb plant here. That would be absolutely ideal for this T side. You know, I really don't hate running the similar vein of what they did in the pistol to try and get them here, because you're taking away space. You're seeing how much map control you can really get. And you're trying to force this mistake out of Sashi. The issue is that Sashi isn't giving you any mistakes whatsoever. Nico now slides into a close corner. He's still got this jump spot out of Cabby, who is not only jump spot in tunnels, also jump spot in middle. And Lucky can just swing quickly in towards mid. But the smoke's still up. Now Cabby swings, he sees one guy. Okay, and Belchnott's killed Nico. Uh-oh, we're in B.
They are in B. I was just about to say you're leaving yourself quite open if you're deciding to go for the mid take, but it still works out perfectly. If you skid into bomb side, that might get scary, but still an AK and an A1S now on Jame and Travis should be more than enough to deny this. They're all coming in through mid. Up to double doors, they're already here, and limited util to retake. The double flash might be perfect, but Lucky needs to hit them, and have seen one on the box. Is going to be Iceberg on the MP9 missing. Looking for the player on the site is going to fall, and this is a round for Jame Belchnock to take. Oh my lord, Parry Vision managed to somehow win a full pistol.
How did that go so wrong? Like, I know you've got the swing out of Cabby, and he wasn't ready for the players to be that close, just from the angle he was jiggling, but Nico just dies. I don't know how Nico dies, because he's tucked in the corner. He must have been hard cleared, or he must have jiggled tunnels. One or the other, but those are two 1v1s given over in a crucial round that you should not be affording. This is really nice from Jame, holding this lower line, because you know they're on a force buy. They might be trying to get aggressive with the SMGs, with the rifles, so you can punish that and get further info. That allows Nota to take space in towards B early.
Okay. And now is the time to shine for that scout. Cabby needs to find something in this round if Sashi want to make it competitive. Because, yeah, sure, the Deagles can do a lot, but I'm surprised in a force buy we don't get to see a single 5-7 out of Sashi. It's been so busted. For $500, you can do so much with it, especially up into somewhere like longer tunnels. They're still opting in for the hand cannons, and they haven't gotten any info yet. Sashi, not playing particularly together either. This is a straight-up default, so it's going to be up to the individuals to try to deny this. Otherwise, Paravision can just stroll through.
Yeah, this is you forced against us and we're able to hit some bangers. So now we forced up against you. And the lucky Deagle is lying in wait on default. Zyphon is here as well. It's going to be quite tricky if there's no util, but there is. Of course there is. It's Parry Vision. That molly doesn't land quite on sight, but it doesn't matter. Belchnock still gives it a good go. There's that Deagle out of Zyphon, finding 2 kills immediately. Do not count them out just yet.
2 bullets, 2 kills. That's incredible out of the hand cannon. Nico out into CT. Wants to push out as well. 20 seconds. And look at who's just found another. It's Iceberg. Good for another. Jame looks on into zero in to the ramp player. But you're forgetting that Nico's still on CT. And Jame is the last man standing on 19 HP. The force buy might have just worked. Jame goes for another. 5 seconds to plant. And you've got to go for it. 4. He can't plant it. No way. Sashi just take that round. Do they take Jame, though? No, they don't. Okay.
No. And Cabby doesn't get the AWP, which is the only, I guess, positive thing out of that situation for Parry Vision, but Jame doesn't get it either. I mean, that is just amazing from Zyphon. And then they think they've killed everyone, and then Nico just strolls up the ramp on a great timing to deny that bomb. It's actually such a shame, because if they plant it anywhere that isn't in that one spot, he probably gets the bomb off. And it's a completely different story. But instead, Nico denies it. Sashi They force Parivision back. We've got a game. We've got a game here. This is going to be good. This is going to be fun.
Yes, we do. Jay misses a shot, uncharacteristic, but there it is. Nico allowed to get that smoke off and still stay alive. Sashi, sure, they won the last round, but it's not really like their buy is perfect. They have a single defuse kit out there on Cabby. Thank God they at least have one. I was yelling at Parivision yesterday as well. They were selling. They were selling their defuse kit to buy an incendiary. Iceberg. Oh, he's close. In Longhouse, he surely finds one here, right? He doesn't even get one.
That was nice. The little jiggle with the Tech 9, just giving him a little bit of shoulder, and it just committed Iceberg into the fight, and he got the M4 behind him.
Nice. Okay, so that's an extra gun that the T side gets to pick up here. No more Tech 9, SMG in full force. 1 HP on Belchanok.
Look at Nico. Nico's pushed all of B, so now you know it has to be this A play, and he can maybe get a quick rotate on towards short. But also, just the fact that you can now flash around the corner. There are 3 players trying to take this fight, because Parivision have no idea that Sashi are aware that this is going to be an A play. Jane will find Zyphon. Cabby needs to try and hold on towards short. Try and buy time for Nico, but maybe you don't need Nico whatsoever. Awesome round, and again, that's all from that push out of Nico getting that info.
And here's what I was scared of. Nota wasn't having a great game yesterday at all. He was getting carried by the rest of his teammates. Now he's 0-5, and Travis isn't pulling through either. It's been 6 rounds. I realize that there's not been that much time to even find these frags. But the fact that right now you haven't managed to find anything is going to indicate you're going to have a very slow start. Your cash is not going to be looking great, and the rest of your team has got to pull through for you. As the ones that have got to carry you a little bit. So through the early game you still should be fine, but in case Travis and Nota don't come back up to the show to stay alive, then things are gonna look tough. And Travis, he at least gets one out out of that 1v3.
Bro. Let's be real, he was not aiming at Zyphon, really. He was just going, oh, there's one down mid, there's one down short, bang, bang. Oh, yeah.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it,
Okay,
sweetheart.
I won't. Okay.
They don't have a flash here. Oh, or that is something picked up from the ground. That's a smoke down to CT.
Someone will 1-dig lucky. You can already see it coming.
Oh, well. We're on the right trajectory there. The observer is already sending us to the short players, and it's going to be Iceberg taking down one, spamming away onto Ninja, and he still gets the second. Wow. Okay. The 1Ds, see, they're not connecting randomly anymore. It's the USPs that take them down. Iceberg takes down 4.
That's good. Good for the trajectory of this game. So it's actually a 5-1 up. We've now seen... Yeah, like, come on. Like... Parivision, we've seen Jame. This is now the 3rd time I think we're going to see Jame on an AWP. It needs to start finding some impact.
Yeah, that is a good point. So far, James has been picking up the rifle a lot of the time. Not really because he wanted to, because he had to. Elchinok peeking on in here. The smoke doesn't really allow him to find anything. Parivision playing a bit of a slower round. I like this, but look down mid. It's already going to be a push through from Cabby, and he's going to look for something, search for it, and find Kickert. And he even gets away with it. That's just a free kill. Oh, the boost here as well. Sasha are playing so coordinated. It's really nice to see.
Oh, do they know? I don't think they do.
Don't think so.
I like that Nota though. It's just like, okay, gotta take some space. Walking towards mid. There's a weird world where if no one looks from Sashi's POV into mid, okay, Zyphon's coming over, that Nota could have just had a mega time in. It looks like we are ending B. It looks like Nico and Zyphon are about to be tested again, but Sashi are accounting for this by not only having this re-smoke, but Iceberg's now pushing in towards long. He'll get the jump on it, and then Cabby and Lucky can start rotating over. You have to worry about short, but yeah, Iceberg's now cleared all of this.
Yeah, but Nota's already pushed, and truth be told, this is the only place where Parivision actually got the bomb down, so they're going to try it again. Nico again. It's a great attempt at the shutdown, but Belchanok just wanders through that smoke with a flash right behind him, and he entries up onto the bomb site, plants it away, and that's how Parivision find their second round here. See, once they know there is a little bit of a chink in the armor there, a little bit of pressure where they can just press it down on the wound, Paravision are going to do exactly that, and they manage to get back to that B-bomb site.
It was just a really good timing, because they went, as soon as you pointed it out, as soon as Nota, what are you doing, James? As soon as Nota went around the corner, they were like, okay, no resistance in mid, go, and they just went immediately. And as soon as you don't see anything in towards middle, you haven't got anyone directly holding that, the B players aren't actually looking in towards mid, you got to be thinking long or short would have been pushing that onto us, so you got to go now. And that's exactly what they did. They made the most of the fact that they did have that time in, because it could have easily gone sour if it was, what, 5 seconds the difference?
Yeah.
So great work from Paravision.
Now you gotta wonder who's keeping track of all these times. It's gotta be Kickert, but in an ideal world, it's Kickert and Jame kind of not really overstepping each other on the TeamSpeak, but kind of helping each other out, so... The way that the team structure has been looking out here for Paravision, they've been working really well together. Let's just hope that they're hearing each other loud and clear, and the others maybe get a little voice in the TeamSpeak as well. Because when you've got two experienced IGLs working together and trying to second call, main call, you don't know how cluttered the TeamSpeak actually gets. Either way, that's not one of the main focuses you need to have out here for Paravision. What you do need to look forward to is how they'll entry up into this round again. Because this is a full buy round for Sashi. One which they don't really want to lose, because the economy is not going to be great if they do. And it's Nico on an AUG. How long has it been since you've seen an AUG in play now?
I think I saw one last week, actually, but I don't know why.
Oh, okay.
But outside of that, because I don't want to just muck up your point, because it's true. Apart from that one, that unfortunate one interaction about like a year, if not more.
Fair enough.
It's been a while. There we go. It's been a while, bro.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, bar my like 15k Premier games, I don't really see it that much, so...
Oh, they're now faking mid to B, so they're now faking the exact same round, except they're going to go out short.
Yeah, but this time you don't have that flash to go in towards B, so you're getting the players up in mid. Nico denies it, and it's up to Cabby to do the same. Jame moves on over towards long, knows that he's got a kill there. Belchinok looks towards CT, and he just one-stab Xiphon away. That's how they win out this round. 5 seconds, they get the bomb down. Okay, it gets very close, and it's a very risky and aggressive round from Paravision. That was on the shoulders of Nota and Jame, and it's still not over. 2v2 on the retake now. Nico and Cabby still got a chance at this.
Oh, look at Nota. Oh, okay, he shot. If he hadn't have shot there, that would have been so much better. And the flashbang... Oh, they're being punished.
Oh, yeah.
You gotta play this a little bit more sensibly now, chaps. And they are. Contact being taken by Nota, then Jame can swing immediately if things go a little bit sour. You're right, that relied so much on... I mean, Jame punishing Iceberg's fine, because Iceberg's been known to push, so that doesn't actually give away that round. But Nota going just all the way up short with the bomb, completely by himself, no utility, had to kill Lucky, and does. That is such an intricate round. And I think that highlights how good the comms are for Paravision, because there was so much going on in a small time window. Nota starts pushing short with 14 seconds left, and they're able to make it work.
Yeah, and I think there's still more to break down in that round, especially since we have a pistol here.
Yeah.
It's the fact that Belchinok gets that one tap. If he doesn't, CT is not cleared, they can't really do that push, because you got to see Jame and Nota still peeking their heads into CT, is the fact that it's Jame and Nota, right? Specifically Jame. He takes that fight, and any other tier 2, tier 3 player would have continued shooting there, would have continued trying to take that fight. Jame just goes back, repositions, and goes for the second attempt, right? So it's just that tiny bit of a difference that you get to see out of players like Jame, like even Nota, because he did the same thing. So you get who he's being guided by. But it is overall a very risky but rewarding round here for Paravision.
I would love to do like a stat check, and maybe when I've got enough time, I will, just to see over like a sample size of We could probably do like 500 maps at this point.
Okay.
Who has like the least deaths? And I would wager a lot of money it probably is Jane. Just he always seems to be like... I mean, this is now 9 rounds and he's died 5 times. But sometimes I look and it's like 18 rounds of play and he's died like 8 times. Like, how have you done this? The score is like 8-8. You've died 8 times. Like,
I can double up on that. Yesterday and the day before that, in the Partisan game, he was barely dying. But in the game against Aurora, he was like 13-2 by round number like 12. I'm pretty sure. So, but that was him and Kicker. Kicker definitely dies way more, but I would wager a lot of money on James as well in that statistics.
Cool. You see that? And then they landed in the middle of the doorway, and now James got no idea whether they've crossed or not.
I think he did see the leg of the second, just didn't shoot for it. Or it might just be the X-ray kind of messing with my eyesight.
No, actually, I think you're right. It's a bit of a risky fight to take. So that's why they're worried about short right now, whether Lucky had started there with the AWP. In fact, he doesn't even have an AWP. Nico's got the AUG again.
Yeah.
Travis has just drops his lurk smoke, trying to be a nuisance. And you can see that Belchnok is really considering the fact that Iceberg will push. He will go into long doors at some point. It's just figuring out when. And because Paravision have been conditioning this mid to B utility so much, whether they've been going up into finishing into B or not is a different matter, but they've at least been crossing in towards the mid doors. Zyphon's now been boosted. And that's a really committed angle, because if they never go mid to B in this round, he's useless.
He might be, but again, because this is Paravision, all that utility that Lucky just sends out here, it's going to be waited out. So Paravision are just going to be waiting it to go, and then they're going to be going for the straight up execute. And now they're faking mid again. The flash comes through, and Travis actually fully goes for it, so they actually sell the fake. Again, it comes down to the timer, 30 seconds, and there's so much trust on Nota to be able to enter here. Lucky still into the bomb site. He jumps down CT and isn't seen by Zyphon. Travis is going to be the first one to fall. He drops on down to check the Gandalf player too, but it is going to be Lucky finding another. Belchnok, the only one who can connect, and James is the last man standing. 15 seconds, and where's the bomb? It's down in short. 10 seconds, and James can still plant this. This is still doable. This is James after all, so can we get some James time, baby? He has no information though. He's hearing them in short. He's peeking the first. He's missed the shot. Looking for the second. He does connect it. Brings out the sidearm and now needs to fight the AUG. It's good timing. And James saves it. Oh my goodness. James, 4 HP and a dream. And does this man ever disappoint?
Does he ever die? No. That's actually just so funny that point comes back. But I tell you what, that was unreal from James. You got to give a lot of credit to Belchnok. Belchnok has traded out Zyphon after Zyphon's got rid of 2 elements that CT contingent. That's a really cool round out of Paravision where you've double smoked mid. You've then got Travis walking through the smoke going in towards CT. You've got Nota dropping immediately to try and take all of the flak. Nice work from Lucky to get not only James but a dink on towards Belchnok. But it's again, an intricate round that requires these trades. And you get it out of Belchnok, and he's able to one-tap the ramp player. This round is not going to plan for Paravision. They've still got the player advantage, sure, but they do need to be a little bit careful. They have lost a round like this before, and now they're just throwing guns away.
I'm just hoping...
Really smart.
I'm just hoping someone gets to actually overwatch those guns and doesn't allow a single rifle to go through. I hope Travis just stays back. Because they can definitely get through the bomb site even if it is a 2v2, and they haven't done that. Nico gets away with an AK here. So Cabby can just buy time, and Nico runs away to save. Why do you take the fight now, Nico? It's a 1v3. The bomb's gonna go down. Nico still gets one. He's having big dreams, but now because of that, I guess it is the penultimate round of the first half. But still, like, an AK would have been nice. They wouldn't have said no to that. Either way. Remember, Brandon, it was 5-1 at some point for Sashi.
Yeah, I was literally just about to say that. Like, this has been an unbelievable recovery from Paravision because, yeah, you're right. This is 5-1. This is also one eco round coming in for both teams. Nearly a second one here for Sashi, who will now go all in, obviously, as the last round of play enters the equation. Will Lucky have an AWP?
Yeah, I think he already bought one. Yeah, there you go. And he managed to do well with it. In the time we're seeing the replays, Iceberg falls and Nota does as well. Yeah. Oh, look at Kabi. He does this again. He's done it half of the full buys they've had. Surely gonna be checked for, right? He is, but Kicker doesn't win. Instead, it's James. Takes him down 3v3. Now you gotta wonder, where are Parry Vision going?
This is a nice little risk out of Nico. So he's grouping up with Zyphon. They might push top mid now with that contact. Oh, this is weird because Travis is gonna find B for free. Lucky's gonna come over. Oh, scope on the doors in time. Brilliant coverage from Lucky.
And it's James again.
Now James. It is James again. But this one's completely different. This is him not having the bomb down. He's got no true information. And Nico should just kill him.
Yeah.
So a great round of just dynamic pieces there from Sashi. Lucky providing a lot of coverage. And you can see how that round just formulates because of the good movements from the C2s.
And it was kind of to be expected that Iceberg calls something like this out eventually after so many complicated rounds from Parry Vision where they're just winding down that timer. Surely they have to be lurking somewhere. If not tunnels, if not lowers, then certainly mid or longhouse. So they had like 2 out of 4 positions already cleared out. So staying dynamic and pushing up together with Zyphon and Nico there. Also 2 players have played together before, so you know they can link up quite easily, not really needing too much information to be given out. It's a great overall crunch down that they do, and they clear out everything, they manage to win. Also those random kills, you know, those skirmishes like the one on Belchenok and along with the AWP just makes the round so much easier for Sashi. And now we turn from 5-1 in favor of Sashi, 6-5, Parry Vision bring it back at 6-6 on the split. So it kind of feels like we played for nothing that entire first half, because now we're dead even. And we're going into the second half with Parry Vision CT side.
I think you're a lot more happy with that if you're Parry Vision than Sashi.
Oh, yeah.
Although, to be honest with you, if you're Sashi, you got to be thinking, this is okay. We're looking pretty competitive here, considering that this is a really bad map for us. It's a really good map for Parry Vision. I think now we might see the golfing class a little bit. I've been a little bit uninspired with Sashi's T rounds, and although actually looking at the stats, Parry Vision are way better on T side than CT. So,
yeah. But for Sashi, it's not like their T side is horrible, right? Horrendous, is it? I'm checking right now.
It's not great.
It's better than the CT side though.
Yeah, well, like 1% or something.
2%, still there.
Okay,
you know,
okay.
not nothing.
Yeah, go on then. They're winning the series.
Of course. They're bringing it back. Just you wait. Maybe, again, maybe they just take it back to the simple days. Maybe they just deathball into bomb sites. It's Dust 2 after all. If you have the utility set up well by 2 players, you can just press W a lot of the time.
You got to play to your strengths here. Your first strength is that Zyphon's really good at finding opening kills. Second strength for Sashi is that Lucky's having a really good game. So just make sure that the AWP is prioritized and you let him go wherever you feel like he's going to get kills. Here's the pistol. Contact taken out long by Travis. He's like, oh, I don't want any of this. And he just gets out of dodge.
Okay. Well, at least a little bit of information gained. They still don't know where the bomb is, though. Travis moving back to new box. He is into the bomb site. He's going to peek this. Execution squad? No, I think he's got a little bit of info. Here comes the smoke. Jane comes in to help. Kicker in from CT. Suddenly doesn't die. He does have the defuse kit and 2 flashes. Doesn't want to fall. Jane aggressively peeking into that one, but he kind of has to. Needs to gauge out whether or not the bomb is going to go down any second. And now they hear it. Belchenok doesn't go up to the elevator. Not yet. Now he gets into the cubby. And he won't be used as a stool. Instead, the flash is perfect. Kickers knows how to throw these. And Belchenok, look at how precise he is. The tapping on that USP takes down 3. And a post-plant situation that does still have a defuse kit should be won out by Parry Vision. Oh, Kugli out there. Kicker going for it. And a 1v3. The second defuse is going to stick as Kicker falls. And Jame picks up the defuse. Hello? You got to move in faster. You're running out of time. Jame, where's the bomb? You got to find Iceberg. And you gotta find the bomb. There it is. Gets very close, but James does manage to secure the bomb and secure the defuse.
Those flashbangs to set up Belchinok were unbelievably good, because it's almost like he's frozen everyone in time and he's just clicking at decoys, because he's alive there for what I would say at least 5 seconds. He's able to get 2 kills and 180 and get another kill, and the players are still blind. He's got 18 to his name. He's got parry vision, a necessary pistol. Of course, Sashi are going to force into this, but my goodness me, that was insane. The utility, I've never seen anything like it. That was amazing.
That was Alex CV levels of util coming through from Kicker, you have to say. Belchinok as well, the fact he does all of that in a single magazine, and Zyphon, here's those entry frags you were talking about. Oh, with the back turned away as well, Kicker is going to find himself his graveyard, and it's a 3v5, Sashi. This is what happens, Parry Vision, when you just decide to play a little bit more forward. You give a chance for something like that to happen.
That entry was sublime on Belchinok, and from there, Kicker's just knowing that he's in danger. This is a cool way to play this, though. Oh, it's brilliant. James found 2 on the off angle. You've still got Nota in at short. There's a player in pit, although not for long. James has found another trade. Cabby,
he's dead. Last
player standing, is whiffed on the dig. Pulls out the scout. James is just about being neutralized. Needs the headshot, does Cabby. With 35 seconds and the bomb in his control. Nota, you don't need to be swinging. You don't need to give a chance.
He's fighting a scout.
Yeah, you need to chill. There's now swapped to the M4. Cabby now lets him know, I've got the rifle. Nota can still play this one passively. He has to go all the way up the ramp here, Cabby, to grab this bomb. Nota in the open. Cabby dinks him, but can't get the kill. That gets way more stressful than it ever needed to.
That is a butt-clenching moment, the moment Nota gets dinked, because imagine he just goes in for the half investment thinking that there is a possibility these guys could save, right? So, very lucky there. And the fact that Nota just takes a fight up against the scout is also just mad behavior.
It's the fact that he takes the fight against the scout about 8 times.
Yeah. And he still wins it. He doesn't die, so I guess... Yeah.
What a round out game. That angle was so good.
Oh, yeah. He gets away with 2 there as well. Like, sure, you get a 1 and done, you move positions, you try to stay alive.
He got 3 there, 3,
yeah.
You got Zyphon as well.
So here's the carry force, right? Belchinok and James. They've got more kills than the entirety of the enemy team combined, I'm pretty sure. No, okay, that's over-exaggerating a little bit. But still, more than their own teammates combined.
It sounded cool, we can give it to you.
It's close.
And that would have been an unreal stat if that was true. How many kills
I mean, it's not far.
To get it there?
I'll do the math while we see the round.
No, give them the kills. There you go. They got 2 more.
Okay. So 25, 34. They've got like 50 kills. Okay, Sashi.
No, they're okay. So well, Belchinok and James are on 36.
Yeah, but if you add Nota to the mix and he gets another like 3k like this, then you know, still getting there.
They'll add another player into it. It doesn't sound that impressive.
Fair. Okay, we'll just wait for Belchinok and James to keep on getting like aces, and they'll do it at some point.
It's not 50 actually. It's there's 28 on 3 of them. 35. It's 50 exactly, actually.
Yeah. Nota keeps it going though. If we add him to the tally, we might just get it. Finds another opening down long, and Travis really backs him up. Travis has been playing really well with the SMGs as of lately. Because he's just finding these timings where he's allowed to sneak his way in and just find these either multi-frags or one-and-done kills where he trades out people.
Can Iceberg see James here?
No, but James can see him.
Of course he can.
Surely. No. Wait, yeah. Plot armor for the James boy.
I need to watch James demos, honestly. Like the amount of stuff this guy gets away with.
Oh.
Do you call that a good find out of Nico?
I would call that a lucky find. And there you go, Parry Vision up to double digits. CT side so far, unrelenting. It's been flawless. Scary, but flawless.
Yeah, that's true actually. 4 rounds in a row. The bomb only went down in the pistol round as well, which has created this horrible little effect for Sashi where you can buy, but it's going to feel horrible every single time you do so. And no AWP for Lucky in the entire half. We said that was one of the win conditions.
That was one of the win conditions, and James just shoots it down. Okay. Even a scout is not going to get the pass by. And I was just about to say before we get to see this round, the fact that Sashi haven't gone B once these past 4 rounds. And they haven't even attempted it. They haven't even thought about it. Great nades. Oh, Nico eats them for breakfast. Parry Vision line it up on a silver platter. And right now, James just needs 1 extra kill to basically secure the round, really. On someone other than Nico. Speaking of Nico, if he dies here to a random grenade, they lose all of their utility for this round.
Also, he would have died without seeing anyone.
Yeah.
Which would be horrible. Great util set out a kicker, just jumping to see the cross, drops the molly, then drops the smoke on it, which is just buying even more time. He has been really loud about his rotate to mid to B.
James still watching though.
That's also because they're going to quickly flank through the mid doors. They're going to send 2 players, Kicker and Nota. You're right, James is still watching and he's securing. That was a collateral. And now he's hoping for even more. And in comes the quick flank as well. You might be ready for 1, but I don't think you're ready for 2. Cabby is considering it, however. It's all about Nota's timing, and Belchnok's been removed as well. Nota's down. This is looking much better for Sashi. 2 versus 3. Remember, 2 players are still low. James, on this angle, has got to be careful, but flicks down onto Iceberg. That is sickening. That nade's going to deal with Zyphon. And suddenly, Parry Vision are back in control. It relies on Cabby, who occupies this short space, but not for long. It's James once more. It's the quad. And that is just disgusting.
How do you do that? Cabby was playing like a madman too. He checked back into short twice. He was aware. He was hyperactive. We got to see him check back left and right. Turret mode activated. And still, James goes away and finds that flick onto Iceberg. I need to see it again. After the collateral, that almost lands him a double kill. Shuts down the entirety of the round. Iceberg plays it well, right? He drops down at the timing of the smoke. He doesn't even get hurt. And he just moves around it, hoping he can catch off the offer. We don't even get to see it, but it was an insane flick out of James. And a quad kill nonetheless as well. 23 and 8, by the way. That death stat is keeping alive.
It's quite redundant saying if he's alive, they've got a good chance to win. Because
he's always going to be alive.
Yeah, that flick down was so fast that the replay just couldn't catch it. It was too quick.
Lightning quick. Does lightning strike twice though again?
Probably. It struck 23 times.
Sure. He's a monster. And the fact that Belchnok is right there behind him, you know. Like you have one player having a standoff performance, you're like, okay, sure. You can rely on that. Having 2 of your players reaching almost 20 kills in 18 rounds. Yeah. And still a flawless city side. Like, Sashi are just not breaking through this defense.
This is a cool move here for Sashi. They're going to try something a little bit quicker here. So they're just going to go mid to B. They're just going to burst. So now Belchnok and Nota are in a spot of bother.
Spam through the smoke, and Kicker still gets away with 1.
Oh, no,
Belchnok and Nota come back together. And you think, right? Again, the macro is well thought out by Sashi, but you come down on the individuals with a sprinkling of luck, and suddenly Parry Vision are up to map point once more.
They played that really well because what they did differently compared to Sashi in that exact same scenario is you notice how Belchnok and Nota, they dedicated themselves to 1 and they trusted that the tunnel smoke would be obviously disrespected but a little bit later. So Nota is holding a deep line to cover for Belchnok's swing in towards window. So Belchanok can swing on the right side and look at that angle. Nota is holding deep to punish anyone that is trying to kill and scale on that right side of mid to B. And whenever you go mid to B, you always path up that right side, because it means the players that are looking at A can't see you on the top, and also it's harder for the window player if they're peeking to keep track of you. So brilliant little micro there from Belchanok and Nota. In fact, Nota's the one that gets the close player, and Belchanok gets the far player. I don't even know. That it was set up. It was set up to be the other way around.
They
but
still
they're
work
still
it
covering
out.
all bases. Yeah.
That's great about Paravision too. When they're in days like this, when they're feeling so good, when they're communicating so effectively, it doesn't even matter what position you're holding for, because you're always going to be peeled for. It's like a game of chess. You know, before you move a piece, you always got to make sure that that piece is safe, and that's kind of what Paravision are always doing. Belchanok also, I think, hit Nico so hard from tunnels that he's just crashed. So we got to wait out a little bit here. But yeah, it's still... I see these rounds and I'm thinking, I would love to hear like the actual comms from Paravision. Worse off for us is the fact they're probably in Russian, so we won't understand a thing. But it would still be cool to listen to like who's talking first, who's having more time there actually speaking out, who's not getting enough, you know, because right now I don't feel like anyone's not getting enough. Maybe Travis and Nota kind of staying a little bit quiet. But still. Or is like Belchanok sort of the silent killer? He doesn't say, he says like 3 words in the entire game and he just pulls off like 21 kills. Locked in.
I imagine the comms from Belchanok will probably be like, mid, dead. B, dead. I'm pushing.
I'm gonna entry.
Dead.
Entering short. Okay, there's no one short, there's no one mid, there's no one CT. Okay, well, there's no one. Okay. Are we seeing the last round here, Brandon? Is it a flawless CT side to send us into Ancient?
Yes.
Okay. Well, with that lineup, yeah, okay. Oh, to the smoke, they all get taken down, neutered out there on the long. Low HP on Cabby and Iceberg, they try to push out of it, but right now they're playing up the buddy system. Paravision taking no shots at losing this round. They want to keep it clean, they want to keep it fast. And with the way that things are going, there's still nades onto both Jame and Belchanok here. Imagine the Kobe if they find 2. There's one dunk.
Oh, wow. They need a clean kill on any of these players, and the long smoke's missed. So, this just gets worse and worse and worse again.
There are 2 more smokes. I really hope they send them out.
They're boosted over this, look. James going to see over the top of it.
Oh my god, he sees him. He kills him. This is already like bullying at this point for the CT side.
Oh,
I mean, Sashua, another one. Lucky, better pray to get lucky. 1v4, and James is on the pistol. he's having fun with this at this point. He's waiting on the timer. There's no flashes remaining, so it's not like he's waiting for something. 20 seconds. Lucky can't even afford to get to the bomb site. Sees Belchanok, tries to tap him out, finds one. Jame, of course it's Jame. 26 and 8 to close it. That is Dust 2. That's a flawless CT side, and that's Paravision continuing with their streak and their good feelings out here entirely for these past couple of days. They're looking amazing, and I can't wait to see what they do on Ancient now.
Yeah, they're probably going to roll Sashi on Ancient, is the unfortunate reality. That was looking pretty competitive. Remember, that was Sashi 5-1 up. And then after that, they got 1 round in 13. So, not ideal, but that is the reality of the situation. Paravision, we don't expect them to be in 0-2. This is why. 13-6 Dust 2. And as you said, Ancient coming up next. That's going to be a tricky one for Sashu. Have to see if they can bounce back. Can they do it? We'll find out after this break.
And after a short break of 10 minutes, we are back here with the second map of the best of 3. We took a look on down to see a flawless CT side out of Paravision, a god-tier performance from Jame and Belchnok, and now we're up into Ancient. We're up to see if the jungle has any better prospects for Sashi or not, because it is technically their own map pick. And hey, let's look at the silver linings as well. It's their second best map in the pool out here. We realize Nuke was a bit of an unfortunate scenario that Paravision had it as their permaban, but out of all the other maps they could have gone on to, this is the best of 2 coins, best of 2 sides, I guess.
To be the downer, because you know every good point needs a bad point.
Sure.
They start T side and they didn't get around on T side on Dust 2. So that's going to be a bit tricky. It's also going to be one of those where it's going to be really intrusive. The map control taken by Paravision is going to be really intrusive. And this is where, actually, this is horrible because you never want to put a game on one player, but I feel like you need to in this scenario with Sashi, and it is Zyphon getting these entries out middle. Last time I watched Zyphon play Ancient on T side, he was so good at getting double openers and towards mid, running through that elbow smoke, dodging the flashbangs, and just being absolutely fantastic. And we're going to need a bit more of that. The issue you've got is Nota started powering up towards the end of that game. He's going to be a nuisance on this map. And also, Belchnok is going to be unbelievably good on this map. And we're not even talking about Jame, because it's going to be the riflers that are going to be doing a lot of the heavy lifting here on Ancient for Paravision. Travis as well is very good on this map, and you just look down the list and you can list off any single one of these players for Paravision and say, this player is very good at holding down his position. Kick it over towards Donut, for example, and Nota. Like that dynamic duo is going to be causing Sashi a lot of problems, and it's up to them to make sure that their game plan doesn't get overrun by what Paravision want to do. We can get into the game, we can jump into the action, but I am concerned.
For Sashi, yes. For Paravision, very much looking forward to the possibility of a fast game here for them. They played Aurora yesterday as well here on Ancient, and let me tell you what, Nota was a big nuisance over towards Donuts, so your point is even going to be doubled up, as he did power up towards the latter stage of that first map. But now it is going to be up to Belchnok to anchor A, Jame on mid, and the rest of Paravision stacking up on B. As to be expected out of a pistol round, usually we don't get to see too many defaults. Now Belchnok having to hold up here. Let's see how he's going to try to pre-fire this. Good crosshair placement. Doesn't find lucky though. P250 still catches him off guard. And Sashi, a bit of a faster round on the pistol. They will get the bomb down at the very least, but they're clearing out Donut. Hello, Iceberg. You've got the bomb. Get a plant at ASAP. Because already the rotate is here, and they're prepared for it. A smoke and a defuse kit onto Kickert. No flashes though, but still an opening kill out of Belchnok nonetheless.
There is, but there's a good trade, and they've got the donut space. That's the most important thing, and they are locking down Temple. Zyphon with another. Kicker drops the smoke on the bomb, creates a little bit of pressure here, and might even just start to try and stick it. Yeah, he taps it. He wants to try and get the further locations of these players. Travis is dueling with Lucky. Kicker now starts this stick.
Oh, yeah,
he's just going to hold it the entire time, and yeah, he's got it. He might go down at the end. In fact, they all might go down at the end. It doesn't matter, though. Paravision, yet again, with a pistol.
They do, and it's such an important one. 3 out of 3 on the pistol rounds here for Paravision, and it feels so stolen, right? Because Sashi just bide their time for too long there, but that was exactly the game plan that Kickert had in mind. So he took a gamble, and he just held it down. And I don't know, for me, on the T side of the previous map on Dust 2, it felt like Sashi were trying to mirror almost what Paravision were doing on their T side towards the end there. They were trying to see if what they did maybe works against them. And it didn't, right? So now they don't really have a backline to go back to, something they can resolve to, and they're just getting absolutely trashed on mid for it. Force buy coming through for Sashi, because of course it is. It was the bomb plan going down an Iceberg. Oh, he's bloodthirsty. Okay, Iceberg, if you pull off rounds like that, then yeah, you can take it away. And a force buy to go, please.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant round. That isn't even the factor of Paravision getting complacent. The only criticism you can have is the player that's over at Donut that just gets removed instantly because he peeks a little bit brazenly. And that was Jame, of all players.
Was it?
So
Wasn't it Belchnok?
No, yeah, you're right. Actually, it was Belgium. Yeah, James
Yeah.
was scared in heaven. Regardless, whoever it was didn't need to be peeking that, and they wanted to get the quick trade. It's very unparry vision-esque, and now Kickit is just saving his FAMAS in spawn. You're round, and again, this is exactly the way D2 started, where Sashi get the conversion and they look to build.
Okay, and if they build more, just like they did on D2 and keep it up, then it's brilliant, right? But remember, this is T-side Ancient. You're only going to get away with a round like this so many times before Parry Vision just continue playing their usual game of being passive and waiting for you to peek in. Oh, and now, do they check into T-spawn? They don't. So they don't lose out any more guns. It doesn't get more expensive than it has to. And Sashi, they're very happy with this. They managed to convert over their force buy. They will be getting the bonus. And Paravision just playing with the FAMAS here. They will be investing into the Eagles. Do you like or hate this?
First stage loss, they're gonna force a bit. So yeah, it's fine.
Yeah. I mean 1.9k on the last bonus, yeah.
By not going completely all in, I kind of like it a bit more because you're guaranteeing the AWP on your definite next investment.
But that next investment is going to come through in round number 5. Until then, Paravision just trying to find damage. And they definitely can. Ooh.
So yeah.
Bye-bye Travis. And bye-bye B-bomb site. It's empty now. Should be a quick round for Sashi.
Oh, James just got the same treatment.
With a nade to top it off as well. But
you might just save this. You might just save a smoke and a P250.
Surely it even hurts James's soul there a little bit to save only that. But
no, he loves it. It's in his DNA.
well, can't beat them, join them, I guess. We'll all be saving.
Sometimes I wish we had like a fast forward remote because it's like we know what the outcome will be now. Like we have to wait another 40 seconds for this.
We do. You know, usually when me and Hayes have to go through this, we just are still finding a name for our podcast, but we just start up like the most random topics just to pass the time.
That sounds fun.
Yeah. Do you have any weird topics that you've listened to and you're wanting to debate about, expand upon?
No, I'm a very boring person.
Aye. Don't believe that.
I don't know. My life is I wake up every day, just about, and then I watch Counter-Strike, and then I go to bed, and that is it. That is all I do.
There are some days where you play Counter-Strike.
Yeah, but ever since my last outing, which was I went to like a UK LAN, and it didn't. We had high expectations because the team I was going with, elo-wise, was very good, and yeah, unfortunately,
I see where this is going.
Pan out in the manner that we anticipated, and now I'm scared to ever play Counter-Strike again.
Okay, but you met all the other UK boys, right? You met Grimmy, you met was maybe Alan? I don't know if he was over at UK LAN there.
He wasn't there. Freddie was, yeah.
Yeah.
Freddie was coaching. If people don't know, Freddie coaches
Belfast Storm.
One of the best UK teams.
Oh yeah.
Great flash. Oh, kick it. Do it to
Go
him.
on.
And another one. Oh,
Oh.
not quite, but it is a dink. And it is, in essence, a chance. Difficulty is getting these rifles. I mean, Travis has got armor, but he's just nowhere near.
You know what I'd love to see out of Paravision now? They all move back CT, they move up middle, and they try to just scrape up these rifles from mid.
I specs out A.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Cabby? Back turn. Oh!
Uh-oh. That wasn't
That's
a low
nasty.
HP player either.
No. It's not like the round is won here for Paravision or anything. Neither for
No.
Sashi, but they can get so many guns here, they're just scared of peeking mid. And now comes in the question, right? Do they go for the Jane time? Do they find all those rifles, pick them up, and send it?
It's 4v3. You gotta go for this. You have to.
You don't have a defuse kit.
Yeah, but you got time.
Now, sure, but by the time they actually get to the rifles into mid, they won't. 'Cause look at how slow they're moving. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, time to save.
Game time!
You would have known that Lucky was dinked there though. That's the thing that's annoying here. It's like you know that one player is dinked. You had the player advantage. You can just run in towards mid and scoop up the guns. But no,
That's not parry vision, is it?
No,
That's
it's
not parry
not.
vision. Any other team, you'd be like, yeah, that would make sense. That's the logical thing. But it's parry vision. Come on.
Maybe I start my revival campaign of playing CS again after these best of threes.
Yeah, after like 10 VOD reviews of Jame time, of just Jame POV, maybe. You'll definitely find one or two hints to how to differently play your game if you do that.
I'm not an AWPer, so I watch
Doesn't even
Belchinok.
matter.
I watch Belchinok POV. Oh, he killed them. Oh, I can't do that.
Ah, well, maybe you can. Belchinok doesn't have bad individual positioning as well. Like, he's insane on the aim, but also how he sets it up is always nice.
James got this kill, dead to rights. Great free fire.
And the
that
second.
molly hasn't upset Kicker either. So this is just free.
Sashi
This was
are running
all
it.
the guns out, and you've achieved no kills. 0.
Sashi just ran into a wall. I mean, the flashes were there, sure, but just out of reach to actually be effective. That is going to be one hell of a fast round here for Parry Vision. And look at how they come back into the game. Like, the round Sashi took because Parry Vision were just on a FAMAS and pistols. The moment Jane gets the op here, are we running it back to D2? Are we seeing another one of those TT sides? It's very possible.
I felt like an eco.
It did. And now it might feel like another one, because Lucky is on the op. They might be playing this one differently, but Sashi, they're still headed in towards B. And a very fast peek out of lane. Okay. Cabby's down to half, and Lucky peeks Jame. Wow. Big balls on Lucky. He wins that duel, and Travis was just taking a nap. Was just fully blinded. Saw God for a second, for multiple seconds, actually. And now we're left in the 3v5. Nota up mid. If he takes out Zyphon here, maybe finds Iceberg too. The round is winnable, and of course he does, because it's Nota. And Belchinok keeps it going. Like, how? How the man advantage? You have lane control, you have round control. Sashi just taking those fights. I mean, sure, Nota, Kicker, they're down to low. The Belchinok's gonna repeat this.
Oh, that jump was so clever, because he just gets all the info. He saw both, he missed the AWP shot. Nota's already in A main. The bomb's in spawn.
He didn't see the bomb, though. That's one piece of info that Paravision don't have, so they still have to commit players to every single bomb site. And it doesn't even matter. Lucky just dies.
And Kicker's got this kill, because Nico is now going to go towards CT. He might kill Belchinok, but you're not killing Kicker. Brilliant round again. And it comes from the disengage out of middle. It's the double up that Nota gets, and then they just leave. And then Belchinok's able to get the Heaven player, but guess what? He's also left. And they jump for info. Nota's already reset from mid over to A main. Lucky's never ready for that. It's all just working in tandem for Parry Vision, and these are really well-coordinated rounds. And as you said, that's even after getting the opening kill on that T side.
Yeah. Now pistols. Do we first map 5-1 Sashi lose? Is this now 3-1 Sashi lose? There's no way, right? Surely they have more in the bank. Nades go out. Gonna reach a little bit, but the flash is better. Jame acting like Kickard instead. They swapped on over rolls, and well, Kickard is going to fall. Thing is, Jame knows he's fighting the Deagle, and he's still taking the fight there with the op. Headshot range. And it doesn't feel like the round is completely lost for Sashi's just by virtue of the fact that they're not stuck in lane. But, well, I just had to speak. I
like it. Maybe Nico can get the deke. Nice shot on Jame, but not the follow-up. Travis swings immediately, and it's wide. And Travis has already scooped the AWP up.
Okay. Well, at least it felt like an eco because it was an eco this time around. Now Sashi are going to have a little bit more to work with. Take down 2 guns. How's the cash looking for parry vision? Exquisite on 4 out of 5 players. Sashi, well, they lose this. Is the last bonus maxed out yet? Or only 2.9k? Probably 2.9k. Lost 3 in a row. Oh, Nota moves in through the Molotov, finds 1, and Travis gets away with 2. Traded out by the smoke, but it's just a dogfight. Out into mid. Everyone is just shooting in that general direction, and people are falling. But A's empty. An iceberg, how does he call this? Doesn't have any info. Yeah, he's going straight to kicker.
Smoke.
Straight to kicker. At least it's not James here. Kicker can still fall this. Oh, they passed. They passed. Brandon, this is a round that Sashi can now set up. But you know what the issue is? It's Kickert and James, last 2 standing. Ex-major winners. They've been here, done that so many times. I was even joking with Hayes, I'm pretty sure, last time around we got to see parry vision in the Partisan game. Every single clutch was down to James and Kickert. Just James and Kickert. And now finally, Kickert plays in front of James. Doesn't wait. Uncharacteristic of him as well. And it's up to James time. 1v2 and a huge belt of util there on Nico. No defuse kit on James. He's got to move and he doesn't like this.
He won't go for it. He hasn't seen anything.
No.
They've hit 2 big timings here. They hit the one on Kickert and they just hit one on James where they killed Kickert and they both rooted back through tempo. It was a really well-coordinated round out of Sashi. Even when things were looking a little bit dire, they had the effective trades. That's the most important thing. Travis gets 2 in towards middle, but gets traded by the Heaven player. And then Kicker is just playing in tandem with James in as far as they're both on B, so they give up mid. The timing's unfavourable. James never pushes the issue over towards B ramp until he feels like he absolutely has to, but by that point it's too late. Well worked, and because of all the hard work Sashi did early, they are still very much in this game. You spoke about the money previously. James saved that AWP as well, so he can now drop a rifle over, pay it forward.
The good
now
deeds
he
paid.
starts mid. So that's the difference now. You got the AWP in middle.
Combat upping James. Don't get to see it all the time, but when we do, it usually starts hitting quite scarily. Gabby down to half HP off the beginning of the round as well. And more nades can be sent that direction. Interesting move by Sashi here to move a little bit slower. James gets caught by it. And he is going to fall first. Surprised that Belchanok doesn't double him up. So now Belchanok, the only man on the A-bomb side here. Rotate from Kicker. Sees one in red room. Zyphon still pressing W. He's not going to stop here. Smoke on down. Kicker forcing the issue. Checking CT. Nota shuts him down though. I mean Travis. Because Nota finds something on the other side of the map. Oh, and look at that position from Belchanok. He does get cleared, but it gives just enough time for Kicker to get to the bomb site. 3v2, and Kicker just don't peek. You have no reason to here. Yeah, you're getting helped out by Travis, and he's going to keep it going. Well played out here for Parry Vision. Lucky last man standing, just needing to do a Jane time of his own.
Yeah, play that really well. All the intricate bits. And even though Belchanok dies there and doesn't get a kill, he wastes so much time with his util.
Yeah.
As he dropped the molly in towards Donut, he forced Zyphon to go in towards Red Room, which means he goes in towards Travis and Kicker. Then he puts down a nade, then he puts down a flash, and he gets into the one angle that needs to be hard cleared out of Donut. So he plays it perfectly. He buys so much time. Travis then goes over from CT with Kicker. And they play a nice little double up. Every time you think you might have the best of Parry Vision, they then answer back with an immediate round. And lucky, he will hold on to his AWP, which is brilliant. But it's also quite scary because now he doesn't have any money in case he falls in the next.
But the rest of his team is going to be in the same basket, right? They took out attack pause here. Zyphon immediately buys, and he might get talked out of it. Because if they go for the half investment here, maybe down to like 1.7k, the lost bonus is maxed out. Lucky just ends up playing on a Mac 10 or a Galil the next round, and they still do have something to work with. I don't know, because it's getting down the line. It's round number 10 already. We only have 3 remaining of this first half.
Now, their loss bonus is like double stage. They should
Oh.
not be. They shouldn't be buying here. But you feel like incentivized to buy to a certain extent because Lucky won't have any money because he saved the AWP. So it's like, okay, well, we've got the AWP in this round. Maybe if we buy into this and it works, that'd be brilliant. The money would then be frail for Parry Vision and potentially you could break them.
But what if the
think that
AWP doesn't do
yeah.
anything?
Well, that's the risk, but I actually think this is the correct decision here. I think buying here makes more sense for the overall landscape of the rest of the first half, because you win this, you then win the other one, which is going to be hard. Like, it's still hard, but it's doable. Then you could end this. You could end this half 7-5 if this round works. However, if it doesn't work, that's the gamble you're taking because it's going to be really disproportionate. But you're a map down.
Yeah.
Money is the way it is. Lucky's just saved his AWP. I feel like you have to force this.
You are in a position where you have to take this risk, and well, the risk is going to be taken, but it's going to start off with a nade hit on one, and the second's going to land as well. Oh, Cabby, down to half HP, he almost goes. Lucky feels the brunt of the first nade more, though. And Nota, this is smart, right? He holds himself up in towards Donuts. He's going to play slowly. He's playing a bit of a bait angle, but there's just an info jiggle peek out here from Belchanok. So they're just needing information. And as they're seeing all the smokes and flashes fall out of middle, here comes the peak and here comes Xiphon. It's an incendiary. They're trying to incentivize them to actually push in through to A right now. And with Iceberg's position as well on the Tech 9, they might just rush through. But the bomb? Well, the bomb's on ramp. It's on double doors right now, leaving out a spawn. And Sashi... Yeah, look at Xiphon. It all depends on these 2 kills. First one for Belchanok is going to go right, and now it's up to Nota. Can he get away with one? Of course he can. He can even find them both, and that's the round. Lucky, you gotta save, bro. Lucky. He's in the bomb site. Oh, he's just lost the op.
Oh, they lined up, but unfortunately he's on a Tech 9.
Yeah.
So Belchanok removes him. Great round out of the A pair. They collect all the kills, and the fact that Nota is able to throw another nade to soften them up and then isolates both these fights is just exceptional. Jame might die. I'll add that one to the tally. But he gets traded immediately.
Even then, James shouldn't have died. 2v4, and he's thinking in his own head, like, how would I play this? I would save. Unlucky maybe should have as well, because he saves this round, stays with the AWP, saves another one, and then in the last round of the first half, at least they'll have an op to play with. Now, Iceberg doing this again, faking presence in towards A with a Tech 9, but he doesn't do enough. He doesn't have a flash, no smoke, no nothing. Parry Vision never going to force to rotate out of this one. James still stays on middle. And Parry Vision, they're just playing utility game right now. They're just playing for information. Travis spots that one in towards Cave. He's in a scary spot because if he just goes back, he could get headshotted by that Deagle.
Yeah, they're trying to catch a time in here, and okay, Nico was C. Ooh. James now spotted the Heaven player and removes him instantly. Now spots even more in towards middle. James, his target selection is insane. And yeah, Nico might have got a dig. In fact, he's found another one. Maybe this round has got some shape to it, but then Travis steps in and cleans things up and collects the AWP. Never mind. Parry Vision. They're now advancing even further in the lead. That's a 7th knocked up for them. Potential to make it 8, and Sashi are in dire straits now after that force buy a few rounds ago didn't work out.
Perfectly that you pointed it out, right? So now we think back to that force buy gamble. And we think you're gambling away elimination here. You lose this map, it's all over into the EU19. And we don't even know if Sashi are in the list of teams going on over to EU20 yet, do we? So,
not yet.
To the Swiss stage.
Pretty sure they'll be fine.
Yeah, still. I mean, they're in Yala, they're in the close qualifier for PGL, for Bucharest. They're in Challenger League as well. It's not like they don't have games to play. Still, it's, the tournaments are slowly getting there. Let's see what's coming next for them. They also, it's been a while since they've won anything, Sashi.
Even a best of 3.
Yeah, fair.
Brilliant.
Oh, and it's not gonna change. Their fate isn't gonna change. You keep on going against Noto on Donut. It hasn't worked once, and they're still trying it. Finally, trade it out through the smoke, but it's gonna be a second right there. Belchanok turns back around. Oh, that timing.
Wow. I
And
would
where's
say
the
there's a
bomb?
chance here, but look at the bomb. Yeah, you're right. It's
Yeah.
in elbow. Iceberg, push in. But Travis, I think he knows.
Has to buy each other like ships in the night. Iceberg gets away with Jame again.
Yeah, I mean,
Kills
look
him.
at Kicker, though. Kicker's just gonna kill him right now.
Okay. That's funny.
And in
Just
theory,
getting
that was
recorded.
that Jame Kicker combo you were talking about.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe Kicker planned it. It just gives a little chuckle to Jame and says, you know what? What if you die, buddy? They'll never expect that.
That was a team ace.
Oh damn. Yeah, it was. 8-4, though. P-side for Paravision looking quite strong now. What do Sashi have to do to take away this map? To at least keep themselves alive? A good start would be the pistol round, sure. But away from that, Paravision have been very receptive to everything Sashi have been trying to do. It's felt like it's always been Paravision in the driver's seat.
They've also just been winning every pistol round as well.
Yeah. So this is very important. And it's a great timing on Iceberg. Trigger Discipline finds one, struggles on the second. If he didn't whiff the shot, maybe this round would have already been over, but they just traded back in from the catwalk players. Oh, God.
But I like this as well. Like, you're not actually going to run through Donut here. You're just going to try and engage Lucky. You now know he's on the boost. He's dropped off. He's made noise. You got to swing together.
Or change
you
directions.
Just escape. Yeah, but Nico's pushed. How aware are Paravision going to be that this is a possibility? I think with Nico's forward position right here, you're expecting maybe one in elbow. Oh my god.
Jame? No idea.
Doesn't consider it.
Nico? Okay. Even with the first shot, that's fine. Still takes down Jame. And now because Jame was looking towards middle... Ah, okay. Sashi find Noto as well. They haven't seen the bomb. It's a 1v3 for Kicker. He can still get off on the bomb plant if he just pulls knife out here. Which he is gonna do. There might just be enough time to actually get that bomb down.
You can get the bomb down.
That's the main idea now. Oh, low HP on Kabi. He might find him. Okay. He gets the bomb down. At the very least, that's something they can get away out of this map, out of this round, and be happy with. Kicker left in a 1v2. He gets double peeked, and there you have it. Lucky. Great round out of Lucky. He holds that A main position really damn nicely. And the way he just plays around the boost. Man, just to catch Paravision off guard. I'm surprised Paravision peek in 1-by-1 to him. But away from that, it's a nicely executed round by Sashi. And a pistol round at that.
There we go.
Yeah.
We got something here. Looks like they're forcing as well, Paravision. This will be an interesting one.
Okay. Well, it's Tech 9s and Mac 10s at a Paravision. A lot of Galils, sure, but first up on the entry, it is going to be those SMGs. Yes, I'm calling the Tech 9 an SMG at this point.
Yeah, fair. Oh, okay, so they're just basically going to put a lot of noise in towards mid, and they're going to try and hit a timing. Oh, that's a dink on your teammate.
It's a Galil, it doesn't deal damage. And the kill on Siphon.
And they know that Cabby's in Donut, uh-oh. And Kicker's in Reds. Every single kill has fallen in favour of Paravision. This will be a save, and they'll go up to 9.
And there's the Tech 9 SMG that I was talking about. It just runs him down. And so does the Mac 10 down on Donut. Travis just gets away with the free A1S. Kicker on a FAMAS. And that was a much simpler round at a Kicker that he calls here, surprisingly. I mean, in a buy like that, I'm definitely anticipating Paravision to go for their long holds, waiting for the timer to go down a little bit, confusing Sashi a little bit. But I think even Sashi weren't necessarily expecting for Paravision to pull a fast one over their eyes. Just go away. noise mid, like you said, and take the round. Well played. 9-5 now. And Sashi don't convert on that pistol round, so it basically means nothing.
That's actually worst case scenario for a CT side. You win.
Yeah.
You win pistol, you lose second. You then go all in again, but you've got like no money. Oh, this could just be it. To be honest, if Lucky and Nico don't find anything with these M4s, then you're struggling. I mean, the odds say it all, really.
Okay. Well.
Boost up, yeah, I like it. Good idea.
Yeah, but this could go down bad really quickly as well. We've seen Nota peek into those angles a lot of the time, and they're just gonna walk up through the smoke. Kicker is gonna make noise. Lucky needs to find something here bad. And James is going to be that found kill. Line up, and Travis still trades it back around. That's insane. The fact that Travis gets out with that kill. Mid player now peeking in as well.
Yeah, there's the other M4.
Iceberg
Maybe
heard
he's
here.
Gonna go B. You know that one rifle was in red, and you know that the other rifle was in A. So yeah, this is the correct call for Parry Vision. Just a straight exec.
Okay, Zyphan's gonna get a nade to the face. He gets turned back a little bit, but now the entire rotate is here. And Belchanok needs to deny them. Checks into Ninja, it's clear. Great flash out of Kicker. Again, he connects. Here's the deagle behind him. Belchanok doesn't even care. Checks into Cave instead. Iceberg might get caught off guard. Good flick. Belchanok connects, and that is the entry that they needed. Out of Belchanok, Parry Vision should have a clear way into double digits. And like you mentioned out here, Brandon, it doesn't even matter. They're saving away a single A1S. Even if they can find a second rifle, Zyphon's dead. They can't even do that. There is no buy. There is nothing here for Sashi. It's 11 almost secured here for Parry Vision 2.
I'll tell you what, we mentioned it in Dust 2, but that round, that execute really highlights it, how good that util is from just Kicker and Parry Vision. Because again, Belchanok's having the entry path in, but he's just facilitated by all the flashbangs. He's already scaling up the ramp up close, flashbang in the face of the default player, easy kill. And then he just has to rely on the fact that his team is going to cover bases for a short like smoke push or a long smoke push. He just holds cave. He knows that swing is coming, and he just takes it away on his terms. He's never sort of unfazed by that swing. So that was really great, again, from Parry Vision. And yeah, Cabby can hold on to an M4. They literally do not care, because everyone else is going to be on USPs. This is going to probably be an 11th round, and that means that Sashi are 2 rounds away, currently 3 rounds away from getting eliminated.
Okay, yeah, it's looking like the same situation out there from Dust 2, right? 3-1 up. It was 5-1 up before. And Sashi just can't seem to forge together anything after that. Like, that was their best momentum streak when Parry Vision kind of let them stay in the driver's seat because of the single FAMAS buy. And now 5-7 to hold. Gets one. Nico good for the first. Belchanok gonna trade. And Iceberg on that A1S is gonna fall with only one. 2v2 though, and Cabby is on a rifle as well. Jane didn't get caught off on the timing, and Lucky's just searching for a rifle to pick up. He finds the Galil. Now maybe this is attemptable, approachable. Oh, and I love this. Parry Vision.
Oh, no.
They just run. They just run. You won't even be able to find the timing. They're going to plan this wherever they want. They could go for a cheeky fake out as well. Plant it for main and stay up in temple. Yeah.
Yeah, James going to play like the close off angle. In fact, he actually jumps in. But they're both through CT. They will know that there's no kit in play either.
Yeah. They can tap this as much as they like. No one's going to peek. The fact is Jame and Nota too. Like, you're so scared to peek into them. And the fact that Jame peeks, what? Okay, just making sure that no one actually stuck it, just in case. And now Cabby's running away. 11th, easy on the board out here for Parry Vision. I say easy. It didn't really feel that easy at the beginning of the round, but after they just play it so well that it really does feel like that. 11-5, Parry Vision. Now they just need 2 more to close.
Can we talk about how insane that shot was from Jame? He didn't take a single point of damage, and he's just flicked up to the head.
Just shoulder peek. Yeah.
Unbelievable.
And again, it's Jame and Belchanok at the top of the server. Never mind that Travis and Nota are equal on the kills with Jame here, and Kicker isn't even that far away. Like, the entirety of Parry Vision is a problem. it's such a bittersweet farewell to Sashi as well, right? If they lose these 2 rounds. Because that's how they get eliminated. There you go.
Okay, it worked. Another boost kill. Finding success. This has to be the success story for Sashi now, but every single time you sort of lose a kill, it feels like Paravision are just reverting in towards this B take and exec. They've got so much util to the point where you can just flood the site.
Yeah.
You can beat that nade.
It feels like it's a setup by now.
Iceberg back. Yeah. Look, I mean, Iceberg's just trapped. Iceberg is so trapped, and that isolates Nico as the long player. You also just know that the player is in cave. He can't go anywhere. He cannot go anywhere. And they can just leave him in there.
They're letting him burn a little bit, letting him ruminate, as it is going to be Belchanok looking for another headshot, finds it. And see, these duels, it's these duels that shouldn't be won and still are by Paravision that make them so good. The individual prowess is just scary as much as it is the mastermind behind them. Pickard, along with James, pulling through such great setup rounds. Like, they have the play sheet ready and locked in. They lose a player, they go for that B exec. They don't, they play the slow round. They take up mid control. They use up that great utility that they do hold over, that they do preside over. And look at this, even Nota is searching for these kills on the exit, just knowing that he has to take them out. Lucky, good awareness, does manage to hold him for Donut early. But it's still not point for Paravision. They still do have 7 chances to close this.
Belchanok lived on 1 HP after the bomb explosion.
Because of course he did, right?
Yeah, that was really smart. They took the fact that you're able to double molly. You got the audio cue that Iceberg was in there, and it's like, okay, well, we can just molly inside a cave to the point where he can't peek us, and we just isolate Nico. Then you throw another molly in there. Well, you can't isolate. We can in essence just isolate him and keep him alive as a straggler, and then fight for long control. That was so beautiful. Out of Paravision, and this is Sashi's last stand. Fight for middle, swing out. Of course, it's Nota. At least there's a trade. At least there's something. But A is now vulnerable.
And no one's checked out here for Kickard. He's still a lone straggler. He's still trying to flank around. He's found the timing out there on the donut player. Actually, not spotted. He needs to check red room. Flashes on in. And it's going to be up to Belchanok. He's already into the bomb site. Cabby's got so many places that he needs to look forward to that he doesn't really know which site to hold, which angle to keep, and the off angle is not going to work. He gets taken down at the back of Donut. And now 3v4, you're already forced on the retake. The bomb's not even down, but Sashi already feel vulnerable. Let's see what that lineup is going to entail. It's probably a main smoke. No, it's a Donut smoke. And Lucky, that time he just kills them.
Flanking with an orb. Like, what are we doing here?
Maybe he would have gotten hurt from Red Room if he had to move. They would have lost time. I don't know. Right now, there's probably not too much order in the chaos, but he did spot the barrel into the bomb site. Iceberg, don't be blind, finds Belchanok, and it's last down to Travis. 1v2, and they're sticking the defuse, blowing up in the smoke, and he misses the nade, Travis! That's one way to keep Sashi in the game, I guess.
Yeah, I guess. Just some individual brilliance out of Iceberg to get these kills, and then Travis fumbles it a bit at the end. But, I mean, that was looking dead in the water. Up until Iceberg steps up for his team. Issue is, you've got to go about this the hard way. There's going to be no easy rounds now, because it's just going to be gun round after gun round. I don't know what this was from Lucky. But fortunately, Iceberg was here. Swaps to that AK, gets rid of Belchanok. And is then able to trade on Nico.
I think the one that misplayed that from Paravision's side was actually Belchanok in the bomb site. Like, he was holding in for CT for someone to push out, but he was completely baiting the player at the back of the bomb site, at the back of A. So the moment he sees him fall, I just expect him to kind of peek out and try to find the frag. At least the trade, they had the man advantage, but I guess he just wanted the glory, wanted all the kills, and couldn't find even a single one, sadly. But hey, you know what? At the end of the day, it's still 12-6. It's not like Paravision are in a hurry to close this game out. Well, they can do that. Sashi are on another buy, this time without a scope on Lucky. And Nico doesn't have the money to take out his AUG on Ancient here, Brandon.
Unlucky.
Truly a sad sight. Oh, this nade. Oh, it blows open. Cabby's flashed as well. And no way does Nota find them both. He does. God. These mid takes. Nota doesn't even have to try.
That went even cleaner. Now the A-hold needs to be a success story. Lucky finds the first and the second. Much better. Even swaps around for Nota, but no. No one can stop him. A 3 versus 2. The bomb now just about going down.
Oh, iceberg.
Oh, through the molly. It doesn't work. Nota's
Ace.
on for the ace.
Let him ace. Let him ace. Jame, you see where he is? Nico's gonna make steps here, surely, when he drops. No, he doesn't. Oh, it's just Jame on a crazy headshot. Okay. Well, that's how they end it. Parry Vision, 2 13-6s back-to-back. They make it look damn easy, and they show us that, yeah, they don't have a place in the 0-2 bracket. They shouldn't have been here, and Sashi, very unfortunate to meet them, but that is how they're gonna be sent out of EU19.
Yeah, that's a tough draw for Sashi, but unfortunately, we had some like okay moments in there for them, but otherwise, like Paravision were just far superior. It wasn't even about Sashi playing that awfully. I think fundamentally they did okay, but it was Paravision are just on another level. Sashi got to reevaluate what's going on, not just for obviously this tournament, but the ones that, as you mentioned, they've got coming up. Something's got to change fast. They are your first team eliminated here in EU Series 19. We've got another elimination game for you, unfortunately, in a little bit. BC Game versus Fireflux, 2 teams that, again, you'd argue they really deserve to be 0-2. No, but that's the reality they find themselves in, and I can't believe we have to lose another team.
Yeah, we'll have to, and we'll be talking way more about it when we get there. I can't wait to see that BO3 go through as well, because I have no idea who's going to fall. And at the very least for that one, I can definitely say that it should be closer than what we just got to see this early morning game. So at least that's going to be a tad bit more exciting. Maybe we're going to get to see Cypher back on the server. We're going to get to see Scrunk performances going up again out here from the IGL for Fireflux. It's going to be exciting. We're going to have a lot to talk about in that BO3 as well, Brandon. But before we get there, we're going to have actually quite a big break since Paravision decided to be this quick up against Sashi. We're going to have an hour and some minutes before we head on over to that second BO3. So if you guys want to go grab some grub, grab a drink, you know, stay comfy, we'll be back in an hour and we'll figure out how that second elimination game is going to go as well.
just want him to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
One best of three done and dusted, and it was quite quick. Now we've got another one here for myself and Atro. BC Game take on Fireflux in another elimination game that, to be honest, I don't think many of us would have down as another elimination game. But here we are. That's the reality. One of BC Game or Fireflux leave the competition at the end of this best of three.
And they live it in a really quick succession. I mean, again, no one really expected them to get here. But BC Game also drew kind of the short stick out with the seeds that they had. Maybe besides the Fnatic game that they had, the Monty choice in the 0-1 bracket was really tough to go up against. They got 2-0'd by that. And Fireflux too, they had easier quote-unquote opponents, but again, Sinners have been looking so good. Peppo has still been rising up through the ranks, and away from that, they went and lost against Gun 5, which Gun 5 are... it was a Gun 5 on a really good day, okay? So we know how strong Gun 5 on a good day can be, and it looks like Fireflux managed to find that out, whether they liked it or not. So this is going to be the last of the low matches here for the day, for round number 4. One of these two teams is going to be eliminated, just like Sashi, and I want to just jump straight into it, because there's a lot of talking points out here for both BC Game and Fireflux. Starting off with BC Game, though, how's your boy Cypher been looking out here, Brandon?
He's doing okay, to be fair to him. I think the interesting thing about this BC game team is just the level of experience they've got, not only playing together, but just in general. I think Cypher's numbers have been pretty okay. I mean, return to competition after a while, it's always going to take him a bit to get into the swing of things, but he's cut a lot of the silly mistakes he's been making out of his game, I think, under Nexa's tutelage, and that's been helping out a lot. You know what you're going to get out of JChem, you know what you're going to get out of Nuke, but what I've been impressed with the most, and myself and Lucy said this the other day, is just Nexa's individual level has really been rising, and that's such an important piece to rely on when you've got, obviously, the output of JChem and Nuke, but having Nexa top of the board, performing in a number of these games, it's been brilliant to watch. It's been great to see the resurgence of not only BC Game, but also Nexa.
It is very nice to see. Nexa has been definitely stepping up, but it's important to remember that it's not all about Nexa stepping up here. Other pieces of the puzzle have got to keep it together like they have before. Jacob needs to stay still in his role and still be a pillar out here, just like Nog has to kind of out here for BC Game. And Prime Taps, a lot of people were basing Prime Taps to be that, you know, that firepower role, that really big player that is going to come through. And even though he's been around the longest in the lobby out here in the 5-man team for BC Game, he's still expected to be one of the main riflers, one of the main guys to actually connect on their shots. And as of late, that still has been the case, but not to the same, I guess, overarching performance they're kind of expecting out of him. So definitely to keep an eye out for Prime Taps into this oncoming best of 3. As we swap on over to Fireflux, a team that I have gone to cast a little bit, and every single time I have, I've been finding myself asking, Sensei, where are you? Banjo, what's going on? Paz, hello? You know, like, it's just been Soulfly and Scrung trying to keep the team alive, because Fireflux have been having a bit of a down period, especially in that Gun 5 game, but also Iberian Soul, also Sinners. It seemed like the individual firepower was a little bit lacking, especially on the side of Banjo and Sensei a lot of the time, which is weird, because these are not two players you expect to see down towards the bottom side of the scoreboard a lot of the time.
I'll play devil's advocate here, because I've not seen Fireflux a whole bunch recently. I saw them right at the start of the year, and then I watched them play the day before yesterday, and the trio of Paz and Sensei were playing really well. Scrunk was holding it down, as you've been saying. It's actually been Soulfly. I think a lot of the moments where you sort of expect him to get more than one kill, he hasn't been, and that has been really under delivering in moments. I think his stats look good, but I actually worry about the impact he brings to the server in some of these games, especially in the high pressure moments where you need him to deliver, you need him to find a multi-kill from the angle he's in. He's set up to succeed, and he gets one, and then he just dies instantly. That's been the unfortunate thing for me when I've watched Fireflux personally. So I do worry about this team, because I do think it does lack depth when it comes to consistency in firepower. I am there with you, and I think what's really telling about that is you've highlighted different players to me where you said you need to get more out of them, and then in the games I've watched, we've actually got good things out of them, but then not out of the others. That's the ultimate thing with this team. It is finding consistency, especially when you're playing the amount of best of threes you are in tier 2, tier 3. Like, it is very easy to have a honeymoon period, then have some lows, and then have some highs, and have some lows again. And for Fireflux, they're hoping that they can turn the tides, but look, let's be real here. This is a really hard match to go into, because it isn't just the names on the other end, it's also the map veto. This is, again, very similar to the Sashi Paravision one, where the veto is really good for BC Game, and they can really take it anywhere, and it's hard for Fireflux to find weakness.
And just like that game, it is going to be Train that could bail Fireflux out if they do choose to peek into it. Dust 2 is a starter once more, so we're running it back out here, Brandon. We're going back to the usual, back to the basics, as Fireflux are going to choose on that, which isn't a bad choice. It's their best map right now, and while BC Game do look pretty damn good on it as well, it is one that they have chances on. Then we move up straight to Mirage. Very interesting to me that we actually do head on over to Mirage, but with how much Ancient and Anubis have been played for Fireflux, those aren't really viable choices. So Ancient is going to be left as a decider, and we don't get Train, right? BC Game insta-banned away, because of course they do, if Nuke is going to go out the bat from Fireflux's side. And yeah, I'm just maybe a little bit surprised that we get to see Mirage out instead of Inferno for for that sake. But again, Inferno 2, they've only played 7 times. So I guess this is the veto that kind of makes the most sense for both teams. And it's the middle of the bunch. There's nothing too wild thrown out here into the mix.
Yeah, I like the D2 pick, because even though BC Game statistically have looked good on it, when I watched them against Monty, they were really flat. That T side had no venom to it. I think they ended the half 9-3 down, tried to come back, and it didn't look amazing, and it looked unconvincing at best. And that was Nexa getting all the kills and no one else stepping up. We didn't see JKM, we didn't see Nuke, and that's the key factor for BC Game. Everyone needs to be firing on all cylinders, and exactly the same with Fireflux. We jump into the game, we get straight into Dust 2, and as you saw on the Vita graphic, BC Game, they start on that CT side, so at least they don't have to work things in on the T side, like that Monty game. But if they start off a little bit slow and sluggish, that's where questions can maybe start to be raised.
I will say, out of this best of 3, I do believe that Fireflux can take it if they throw it to like a very long affair on both maps, or on all 3 maps. If it goes the distance over to like round number 22 or even an overtime, something like that, then Fireflux do usually tend to take it because they're more dialed in, they're more focused into the game. If BC Game just start off really strong with the right foot and just kind of start rolling through Fireflux, I could see BC Game close it out in 2.
Well, they've already pushed tunnels here, and they went even deeper and had a little look into T-spawn, didn't see anything. Smoke comes over. In fact, one's whiffed for BC Game, but they've got all the rotates here in the right spot. And for Fireflux, they're hoping that by being patient, by dropping this smoke, it's giving over the allure of a fake, and that's what it's done. Look at this rotate. They're crunching back onto middle, BC Game. JKM is playing a very non-committed angle, which is really useful, but as Fireflux sits still, BC Game have now gained more info, and it feels like the rotates will now be here in time to go back to A.
Yeah, I feel like they sat still too long, right? They managed to find a little bit of a gap. They put the question marks on BC Game. Now they've just left Nuke to anchor down towards tunnel, so it's going to be a 4v5, but already it's a 4v4. Prime Tap's a 1-tap away and manages to find that one. Scrunk, it's a good outage there, but he's not really backed up by anyone, so Cypher's just allowed to find 3 frags down long, and now you turn back around, right, Fireflux? Now you think that, okay, with 25 seconds left, do we have time to go back to B? We don't. So we try to fake it out. We push some people up in mid, but still the round kind of unapproachable from this point on. No smokes to really cross down over here, and the flash doesn't land. It's Cypher to clean up, and it's BC Game to take pistol. Yeah, a slow approach, and I did highlight that I wanted to see a slower pace out of Fireflux, but not necessarily out here into the pistol. You know, they started off a little bit early, and because of that, BC Game allowed to take the first round away.
Yeah, that was, to be honest, a round that works if BC Game don't remain dynamic. They re-push. Nuke was in tunnels the whole time. They re-pushed in towards short, and you don't see anything. There's like 30 seconds left, so okay, like it has to be long.
Would that round have worked out a little bit better for Fireflux had they invested a player to actually try to fake towards the B-bomb site, you think? Sent it down towards tunnels?
They needed to go. They're really half committed about just taking the fight in long, because when that initial fight came in at long, you've got one player that was in that left-hand side as Nexus peeking now that swung, and then the rest of the team didn't swing. So yeah, I feel like it was more of like a comms and coordination issue than a overall strat-based level. Like, I think it was fine. Like, I like the idea of smoking, waiting, then going, but then when you decide to go, you should all go, and they didn't.
Yeah. They held on to that last flash as well for so long, it felt like it really had no impact by the time they threw it. So, yeah. Right now, clear Glock round. They're just searching for kills to make, and good damage onto Nuke. Scrunk, there you go. IGL fragger, apparently, today. Nuke finds one, but only one, as the MP9s do manage to salvage the rifles from behind, and even get a couple of kill bonuses along the way. Gonna be a clean 2-0 to start. And Fireflux now on the full buy. That's the thing about the D2 pick as well here for Fireflux, right? It doesn't really have that much depth into the map, and you highlighted this at the beginning. They as a team don't really have that much tactical depth when it comes down to what they can bring to the table up against a team like BC Game under the leadership of Nexa. So going on D2 is a definite good choice to be able to at least start off the best of 3, but you then start to wonder, are there Is their strat book going to be read into out here by Nexa? Are they going to be doing the same things over and over again, and BC Game are just going to be able to respond? Because so far we've get to see a very dynamic, a very, I guess, itchy BC Game to start off the fights. And look down on short, that's exactly what they're going to be doing. They're pushing up together, and they're going to be starting things off with a kill and half damage onto Soulfly, and that's the rest of it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Look at this. It's just brilliant. They take long control, they reset, they want to go into triple short. They don't even flash. They just dry swing, they lead with double HEs. Nexa is dodging every single bullet, but then decides not to fire back. So now you got the sort of mirage of, are they here? Are they not? Another resmoke, buying more time. A double flash. Sensei will go on the second one, and that catches off Nexa.
Looked like the first one didn't even...
He's being held for, but he still wins the fight on Paz.
That's tough. That first flash down on Nexa, it looked like it didn't even land on him. That was very interesting, even though it popped in the middle of the screen. Either way, 30 seconds, Fireflux, you gotta go somewhere. Setting up the execution. Here comes the elbow smoke. It's actually going to be the new box smoke, so it's not really going to work for too long. As Sensei does find Jacob on the jump. That's great. Looks for the first. Can he find a second? It's important here for Sensei to clear out long in due time, because Prime Taps is coming in through CT, and he could deny this. FAMAS picked up, and the bomb still goes down. Short player not spotted just yet. Soulfly takes Prime Taps down. It's a great overall convergence here from Fireflux to get that bomb down play around it and just find the timings on the CT players to take them all out.
That's weird from BC Game, because everything up to the point of Prime Taps getting the kill on Paz was perfect. And then it felt like there was some maybe miscoms here about where the round is ending up, because you've triple pushed short, you've got the kill, you've then smoked players off not once but twice in that choke point. Prime Taps has pushed tunnels and got the kill on Paz, and then they just disengage and don't sort of expect the A hit when you've got all of tunnels.
Yeah, maybe they were too worried about middle, but even in that instance, you still had the players up in A that could have still played onto the bomb site. It's the fact that Jacob falls first there, or flat out. He doesn't get to shoot back. Either way, we're into another round. It is a force buy here from the CT side. BC Game already losing Cypher out, but good damage onto Skrunk. If that nade landed onto him instead of Sensei, would have been an equal 4v4. Now you stay in wonder. This is going to be the game plan for Fireflux. They're pushing into mid. They do have the smoke ready for CT if need be. But Nexa and Jacob right now very far pushed up in towards short. They're waiting for the MP9 to activate late. And Jacob, sure he finds one, but it's up to Nuke to try to trade him out. And Soulfly, if he had the AK on hand rather than the nade there, maybe he could have traded out with Banjo. But look, when Fireflux just try to take fights, it just doesn't work.
No.
Left to Soulfly, 1v2. Wait, maybe I spoke too soon. Maybe I didn't.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, though, because it did look winnable. Because if he's able to catch Prime Taps there, Jacob is like 10 HP. And then it's one bullet versus one bullet. Interesting sort of round, because you've got Fireflux putting pressure in towards mid. BC Game meet it and apply pressure of their own, but they don't actually push the angles. They invite Fireflux into the space and then punish. Then Paz tries to get alert time in. Prime Taps is holding all this push the entire time. And now look, this is so aggressive. Counter flashbang is exceptional from Skrunk. He finds the first and gets out of dodge. Doesn't recover the rifle, because Nexa's holding in towards Catwalk, but you could see that round potentially formulating, and now they Scarper, escape, and try to scale long with pace. Jacob needs a flash, and he'll get one. Brilliant. Oh, maybe not.
Maybe not, because they're missing all their shots. Cypher at least manages to clean up on the low HP players, but this gets so much more interesting because of the fact BC Game squander around. Like, they struggle on the sprays down mid when Skrunk does find that pop flash in towards to deny the push. Sure, he does an amazing job. That flash connects, but he should have fallen the moment that flash went away and the short player peeks into him. But it just felt really all over the place from BC Game. The fact they still managed to win out the round, still lose 3 players though. Look, Nuke is going to stay on an MP9 now. I mean, I wouldn't be too happy with that round if I was BC Game. But still, for Fireflux, It is a round which doesn't really culminate into anything. They're forced into pistols now anyway, so in the grand scheme of things, I guess it doesn't really matter.
And now you've got Nuke farming up cash, which is essential to get his AWP out a little bit later. And to be honest with you, it's actually a shame because these rounds have been pretty close, but BC Game are just running away with them. And that can feel a little bit disheartening, especially on your map pick. JChem, we'll give over a rifle. There is one smoke for the cross at long, but you feel like you're subjected to make this play. There's no info for BC Game out top, middle, or long now that JChem's fallen. So they are going to shuffle into a 2-2 split. This round is doable.
Didn't that insta headshot from the Tech 9 look like a one-tap? Did he just one-tap him? Is the Tech 9 allowed to do that now?
I think it was double dink.
I think so, maybe, yeah. Would make a lot more sense, because if you're not allowed to do that. Oh, and you're not allowed to do that either, Banjo. Great headshot onto Cypher, not even allowing him to peek into that angle. Nexa now has got to hold on for dear life. Moving in through the Molotov, that's ambitious Soulfly, but he gets away with it. And 12 HP remaining onto Nog. Prime taps get Instinct. It's up to Scrunk and he's on an A1S. This is doable. Where's Nog?
Oh, he's really paranoid about this flank. 20 seconds, mate. You gotta go. The bomb's on site. Nuke is slowly creeping his way over.
If he just finds Prime
stuck
taps
in the corner. But there's no U2 and there's no time. That's the issue. But finding Nuke maybe gives a sense of realization of where this player could be. Scrunk searching but not securing neither's Prime taps. Scrunk, has he got time to plant the bomb? Yes,
he does.
Just. And he wide swings. Prime taps versus Scrunk. One bullet, the difference, and Scrunk wins it out. I said it was doable, but I did not think it would go down in that manner. Leading by example, Fireflux still one away.
A German 1v1, and it's the IGL to come out on top. Scrunk wins it out, and I'm sure Prime Taps is going to be a little mad at that, right? Because he takes the wide fight in towards long, and it's the Tech 9 to dink him. Not towards long, towards New Blocks. And it's the Tech 9 to dink him that makes him lose that. Because had he been full HP, gets that kill a little bit faster on Soulfly, he wins out that 1v2. It's unfortunate, but it is what happens. And now, Nok forces out the AWP from the MP9 kills, sure, but look at everybody else behind him. MP9s and 5.7s only. It's a desperate buy. BC Game wanting to deny economy here for Fireflux ASAP. Oh, look at Long, look at Long.
He's still alive.
He still takes the fight. He wins out the fight almost.
Way.
What?
Oh my gosh, how? Cypher just tucked in the corner, flashbang, brilliant. Soulfly doesn't peek. Soulfly delays. And that might cost him later down the line. Fortunately, the bomb is pushing over towards short, so the AWP is going to be completely isolated in this round for BC Game. But it's JChem just on the headshot angle. He deals with Soulfly. That's a high HP player. At least Paz catches Cypher. And maybe the round's still going to be okay. Where's Nexa? Just tucked in on default.
Oh!
Why would you expect Nexa? It's immediate deletion. It's a 3 versus 1. It's the AWP up close, but he can't get by the MP9. We spoke about in-game leaders leading by example, but this time it's Nexa.
Brilliant. My goodness, this entire round was Nexa. We got to see his, well, you got to see the other IGL win out before that, but it's such a nice entry in towards short as well. It's just Fireflux. They never expect Nexa to be here, and he's so clean with it. All headshots on the burst from that SMG, and he makes it look damn easy. That's how they win the round, and that's how BC Game get back up on the game. Because Fireflux now forced into the buy. They'll have to wake it, sure, but if they push down long again and they get shut down, this is going to turn into a 7-2 game for BC. And JChem even on that hold, he buys so much time because there was no util for BC Game in that round. Oh.
Now he buys no time.
Yeah.
He's dead.
Why did they back away? They had control. I guess they didn't have util. Okay. I forget the buy.
Yeah, they didn't have util, and also there was a counter smoke, a counter flash, and Cypher swinging on the angle. So the disengage prominent. I like the way Paz is playing this because he's going so deep just in case there's a reaction for BC game in towards tunnels. Instead, they want to play the longer range angles. They want to peek middle, and then maybe they can crunch lower or send prime taps back towards B. This is the round that Nuke is going to be tested.
If he even gets not one, he needs two here. Make it possible. He's dropping over an AWP if he dies, so he's got to be sure that he knows how to peek this. He finds the first on Soulfly. That's a big kill to find as well. Skrank has been feeling like a tactical nuke right now, dropped onto anyone that finds his way. And look at the flank down on Longhouse as well. They're all ready for the A intake, and it might just be past to be found out. Cypher checking in on his angle. In 25 seconds, Fireflux are going up short. It's going to be the long player to be tested. He needs to buy time. They've heard him down on short. Nexa connects on one, but is one enough? Drop down to CT and Prime Taps moves around. Great flank. There you have it. 15 seconds. Can you even get the bomb down?
They'll be able to get the bomb down, but it's just about whether they can get the kills. Fat flashes for Prime Taps actually not good enough. So Cypher is found out by Banjo. Molly is pushing these players away. They don't know about Banjo. They're so worried about Paz being on site, and then Prime Taps has seen him scale. This is winnable. This is doable. Paz swings out and gets both headshots. Another one of these rounds stolen away by Fireflux. But what is Prime Taps looking at? You saw this player move off site, and Cypher died to shore.
Again, miscommunication out of BC game. Really weird, because that's like one of the main points we have for this team. So if that falls apart, you're left with a couple of players feeling good, sure. But the round's still not necessarily being confidently taken out here by BC game. So it's going to be wild. That was a double AK round out of Fireflux on a force buy. So we're just seeing the force wars out here, Brandon. It's again two MP9s and two 5.7s. This time, though, you don't have an op on knock. You have a scout.
You got Nexus MP9.
True. And you have it on the bomb site.
Renegade smoke, or I guess it's the FlyQuest smoke now, being dropped in towards long.
Oof, yeah.
Becoming a lot more meta.
Rebranding. Oh, that timing.
That timing. It's
so
so bad.
Yeah, it's horrible. And that's knockout of the fight. So no more information. Players killed up ramp. It is going to be a kill on towards Prime Taps. You're looking for him. You haven't found him yet. The MP9 doesn't trade him. Peel away out here from Soulfly. And you're looking towards the bomb site. Sure, one gets found, but that doesn't mean a whole lot. It's Nexa on the bomb site again with the MP9, and they're all low. Actually, Nexa could do a lot here.
Oh, yeah, him and Cypher could. They've got to try and find common ground. Look at this. This is such a winnable round. It's actually scary how winnable this is.
But Nexa made noise.
Play tough. Yeah, he has, but... Oh, maybe he's baited in Cypher. Oh, he's done it. He's found two. That was on the high HP player as well. They're both one bullet out of this 5-7 away from death, and Cypher is spinning up into gear. A swing on Sensei. Cypher does it with the 5-7. It's a 1v4, and BC game answer back.
It's a wonder clutch out of the break. They were all down to low, and I guess that was the idea behind the MP9s, but no way. There's a double MP9, double 5-7 round workout twice for BC game. That's not allowed. Fireflux gets stuck on ramp. Like, you're waiting for so long here just because of that smoke. Nexa doesn't even get away with anything, but just his sheer presence and the fact he leaves one more player down low allows Cypher to pull this off. That is insane. And this last kill as well, Sensei just got wide peak. That is beautiful out of Cypher.
You take that pause. He needs 30 seconds just to chill out. Like, that is insane.
Oh my
out of
God.
Cypher. He'll be watching that one back.
Mm-hmm. I would be.
Hello, Kai.
Damn.
What a round. What a game. What a game this is. Just when you think one team is going to pull away, no, it's a half buy to get you back in.
It's a seesaw right now. They're pulling in and out, in and out. One team takes the one round, Fireflux Force, they take another. It's the same case for BC. And now what do you do, right? Because technically, out of the buy, if you didn't see the money, this is a hero AK, but it's actually going to be a forced invest. Did we see only like 2 full gun rounds out here for Fireflux? Surely. Don't think we got more. And it's up to Prime Tops again on the MP9 to deny this. Nex has got another too, but he's way too far away. It's Cypher left to defend this. Oh, the MP9 struggles, only good for one. Soulfly trades him out. And Cypher, he's not back on the bomb side. The Tech-9's running him down, but he's alone. That's going to be one of the rifles falling as well. Cypher gets away with another gray multi-frag. And he's still even alive.
That's my goat. That's ridiculous. The fact that he jumps up onto... was like the window and then gets out of dodge, stays alive, buys time for that rotate. And I love the way he plays it because he's been smoked off, or he's dropped that smoke himself and he just plays. And he's like, okay, I could just waste so much time here just if I stay alive. The rotations will all be here on the way. Even if he gets one, he's done his job. The fact he gets two, sickening shot out of Sensei. But Jakem's right behind him, and nearly for Sensei, but not quite. BC Game make no mistake. And they ensure that they're going to get that second round in a row. It's a double stage loss bonus. It's a timeout because Banjo's DC'd. Can the Tech-9s do it again for Fireflux?
Oh, did they even pull through the Tech-9s again, right? It's going to be the penultimate round of the first half. They want to have at least one good round on the bye, but their loss bonus is not really going to be helping them out maximum. Still, in that round, yeah, Cypher plays it very, very well. And again, he gets away with the 2K. But why was the Tech-9 pushing him alone when they knew there was a player backside? And that was the Tech-9 with the bomb as well. And he had utility. The moment Soulfly tries to use up that util to get him out, he gets spotted in front of the shadow, in front of the smoke. And Cypher finds two ends off the round. Like, just these micro plays that they get so worried about double doors from behind on tunnels that they don't really look ahead on the bomb site. Either way, yeah, it is going to be a full save coming through from Fireflux. They want to play for the last round with the maximum cash they can get their hands on. And it should just be Jakem getting away with more than one. That's an A1S that they can now get picked up, but Cypher on the op. Okay, this is a treat to watch.
Yeah, that's new.
It's going to be clean.
He's playing like it's DM. Sure.
I mean, it was. 5 Glocks, yeah, down mid. Still low, Brandon. 8-3. BC Game. They are... It didn't necessarily look like they were running away with this game, because every round was close. But they are kind of running away with it. On their enemy's map pick. Oh, what is this? Knock? Hello? Okay. Just W's you up mid, finds two and gets away with it.
Ow.
I would...
Ow.
Oh my god. Some more? Give us some more. Good jump up out here from Paz. Catches Jakem off, who has not been having a fun time in middle and short there. He's been dying almost every single round of that position. One and done. And a 3v3 now. Low HP onto Soulfly, half on Paz. And even in this game, I was expecting a lot more out of the Turkish duo. Either way, round not over yet. The fact Nuke just is allowed to get away with that too is just insane. Plays the angle on short now. DC. Probably going to be prime taps to be tested.
They are all isolated here. 30 seconds.
Nuke can just drop. But he's not going
to. Just lives.
Mm.
Or even gets
or
even gets a kill. That helps. Paz is so low. 2 versus 2 that of course you got to go for last round of the first half. But you put a lot of weight on Banjo staying alive here.
Can he even? That's the question. Nexa can always just go up window, go fast, pull off a simple. Nuke. Waiting to decide the push. There it is. Already next to drop to the bomb side. Here's for the AK. Sees him. And where's the help out from Paz? It comes in so late. He's left in a 1v2. Time is ticking away. And they do have defuse kits, but Paz is playing this well. P2K in hand. And is there time for Nexa? There should be. He wins it out on a pistol. And it's 9-3 to end off the half here, Brandon.
Tell you what, Paz nearly wins that. Look at the HP of Nexa.
Yeah.
NT from Paz. And yeah, he doesn't swing, but he wants to try and guarantee that round. If he can burn off the clock an extra few seconds, if the fights can come to him, and he can be ready for them, potentially, there's something. But instead, there's nothing. And it's 9-3. I don't think Fireflux won a gun round. I think the only rounds that they won were these half-buy, janky investments that somehow got completely out of hand for BC Game. But aside from that, they have been in cruise control this entire first half.
Truth be told, it's not like Fireflux had many full gun rounds to see. We got to see the maximum of 2 of them. And they didn't even win those, so... Just their choice of going for force buy after force buy kind of eluded that possibility from even becoming a thing. And now it's BC on their T side, 6 rounds up. If they take pistol, it's basically D2 over.
Oh, it's the same pistol, but this time they just add the pace. Scrug feeling a bit overwhelmed. Nade was good.
Oh, they showed them.
We'll remove. At least Paz is there for the trade. There's 2 players in short. There's 1 in CT.
Paz is on to over-peak this, though. He wants to realize that it is going to be the players coming to him again. Falls down to half. The bomb's still not dropped. I don't know what they're waiting for. They can always plan towards long. They're probably scared of CT, but they're all coming in through short. The bomb's still not planted, and players coming out of short now. Flash is in, and they're pushing this without the bomb going down. Still, Cypher manages to clean them up. What a weird round here from both BC Game and Fireflux, but I guess it works out for BC.
Yeah, tough, to be honest. I guess that's why BC Game were waiting. They anticipated that there would be a flash play coming in. Fireflux would try and fight to at least reclaim some of the space, because they were thinking, well, Fireflux needs to come and clear this, because if they don't see anyone, they're just going to rotate. So they waited patiently. They read right into what that play was going to be. It was great work from that T side. They take the pistol, and with it, assurances, they're probably taking the map pick quite dominantly.
Their enemy's map pick. Oh dear. Next map up is going to be Mirage, picked into by BC Game. So, Fireflux got to start sweating a little bit. It could be this force buy, though, to get them back. I feel like this is the last call, the last shot Fireflux have got on the CT side, and starts off very well with Soulfly and Paz connecting on short. And next, can he find Sensei? Yes, he can. Oh,
nearly.
He can't. Almost.
Nearly. But... oh. Prime taps can, but it comes at a cost of a tag. And now you've got Strunk pushing. You've also got Banjo in towards lowers. This should be the round locked in. Prime taps is going to be overwhelmed because he's not going to be ready for Banjo. So now Nuke is left completely alone. Yes, it is just against pistols. There's so many of them. And Soulfly is now peeking and getting the knowledge. Nuke is trying to isolate this fight. He can't do it. His other teammates are in short. This is now becoming a little bit difficult. So Nuke fights forward, but can't connect any of the kills. Fireflux, again, it's the 5-7s, the MP9s, and it works.
Okay, I guess another force buy to add to the tally here for Fireflux in this map. If these are the only rounds they're going to be able to win, just give us more of that, I guess. 2 AKs. Mac 10 saved away here. A reinvest is going to be great, but BC Game, they go for a force buy of their own. Of course they do. Loss bonus not really that good. And Knock back up on the scout. Have we seen Knock actually be able to connect anything on that scout yet? I think he's pulled it out a couple of rounds. Cypher doesn't attempt the mid-peak. No flash to really help him in. We've got 2 smokes to work with. Do they
They're just
try?
gonna try and pop. It looks like they're just going to try and pop mid to B.
Does look like that. Yet they haven't sent out the smoke yet. There it is. Okay, late. And he gets them in advanced position. Now it's just going to be up to a 5v2, basically, up into the B-bomb site. And Pass has got to start it. M4 forced back. Good incendiary, actually, to buy time. Checks into window, and... Ooh, 1-for-1 trades out here. They're going to take those. Good nade to try to break it open, and Nuke actually gets out as well. So AK and Galil retrieved. 3v3, all coming through doors.
Yeah, this is tough, because, yeah, you've got a smoke that will go in towards tunnels, and now you know, pretty much, if you BC game, these players have to be coming through the doorway, but... Soulfly, oh, he's just taking nades. That should be it. Nuke's only on a scout. He needs to hit every single shot, and he can't do it. Brilliant retake. Very decisive, very simple. What's good here about Fireflux is that they don't sort of overcook it. You just flash, you go. It's as simple as that. And they keep it simple, and it works perfectly. That was the bomb down. That was the force buy. You're going to get Tech 9s here if you BC game. But Fireflux can at least start to feel a little bit more stable here.
Yes, they can. And you put the dot on the I, right? It was the flash play in. That's what gets Soulfly those 2 kills. It was a great flash connecting on the car player, and the one in the boxes kind of peaked a little bit too late, knowing that there could be a second follow-up with that. So, just good entries out there from Soulfly, and that is how Fireflux get up to 5. Now, Brandon, they're 5 down. But there is a world in which they make this comeback. It is on their own map pick. It is on their CT side. BC game does just a weird miracle round breakthrough for them again. Is there just going to be like pistols one more time taking it away for the T side here? There is a possibility.
There is, especially with Cypher getting that first kill, but Soulfly steps in, and it's going to be okay now.
Yeah. Soulfly's still down to 32. It's not like the Tech 9 can't take him out. And then you have no CT presence besides Sensei. And Banjo, the only one on B. If there was a smoke here... Oof, if there was a smoke here. But again, we say that because we have X-ray. They don't.
As long as Sensei doesn't get bopped by Nuke's Deeg.
Or by that Tech 9 running and gunning. Who knows?
He's missed the first shot. That does allow space, and oh, he's got bopped by the Glock. So not the pistol that we anticipated at all. Scrunk keeps up close. Should be able to grab this kill, no problem. There is a trade here. Nexus found another one with the Glock, so this has got a little bit out of hand. There will be normality resumed by Soulfly, who gets 4 in the round, but that's expensive. That was a Deagle, a Tech 9. It was actually the Glock getting 2 kills, and that's a worrying sign.
Yeah,
you can defuse now. You're okay.
They were thinking between the AWP and the AK. On the AWP at the end. Still, what sort of bullets did Nexa put in that Glock? Because those were armor piercing. Those were just going on headshots only. Damn. And now because he gets all those kills, he gets to drop away the AWP as well to Nuke. That's amazing. Okay. 10-6 now. Only 4 rounds down. But it's BC Games' time to shine. How will they play this round? No boost for Nuke on Suicide. And a split. To try to find an entry. They've met each other once before on this boost in towards lower tunnels and short. Neither have seemed to have figured it out, though. And BC Games still all over the map, but no real presence taken. Only towards short do we have some movement. Sensei's not ready for it. If there was in a universe a world where Cypher just goes crazy and presses W and drops into CT, could have found the frag. But instead, it's looking like another B split out here, Brandon. For possibility.
Yeah, they've been doing this quite a lot.
Yeah,
Could easily throw it into a short exec if they wanted, but this would be probably ill-advised because there's 3 players in theory that are all here, but the interesting part about this is that no one's rotated, even with Skrunk having all of this space out long. No one rotated. Great nade to break the smoke and a collection of the kill. Soulfly will swing off the back of it. It's a good trade out of J-Chem, but there are still 2 players here. You need to get by Sensei's AWP.
Oh!
Who's just owned prime tabs.
That is amazing repositioning of the crosshair there for the AWP. It's going to be down to 7 seconds to plant away the bomb, and it's going to be J-Chem to buy at that time. 1v4, Nuke at least gets it down. But does it really matter when you're going to fall anyways? That's the force buy-in. That is Banjo. Order 66 activated. Yeah, it doesn't really matter because it's still 10-7. It is still Fireflux to be picking up these rounds piece by piece.
Yeah, I tell you what, they're doing a really good job of it. Sensei here was exceptional. This first shot's great, and the fact he's able to flick down right here onto prime taps is everything, because if he falls, the round might as well
Be approachable.
The good news is that BC Game will be getting the bomb down in a number of these situations. The bad news is they're losing rounds quite a lot. And this was the same T side that looked a little bit flat against Monty, rearing its ugly head here when they had such an advanced lead on CT.
Yeah. It is still a decent advantage here for BC, thinking that this is going to be a half investment. Nuke is going to get the AWP out again. And right now, they've got 2 main objectives. Either get the bomb down or get enough damage to actually get you across into the next buy too. The loss bonus is getting quite up there, and we're going back to basics. We're getting back to another B split. And still, Fireflux haven't really done anything to prepare against this. It's just going to be the usual hold, and it's going to be up to Banjo and Paz to do the most of it, and that's more than needed. That's more than enough. Paz, what a quad kill. They weren't even looking at him. And it's just flawless.
It starts to get a bit worrying now, you feel? If this buy doesn't net anything, if Nuke's AWP doesn't respond and do anything again, that's gonna be quite the worry.
This is realistically the last round BC game have got to make a mistake in. Because away from this, it's going to be 10-10. Fireflux can just run away with this.
A really good resolve here from Fireflux, and everyone's chipping in. That's the best part about this. It isn't just one guy getting a multi-kill. Soulfly's had his rounds. Paz just had that last round. Sensei's been really reliable on the AWP. Good space has been taken here by Cypher, and that nades the second one. To be fair, for 2 nades, that isn't much damage.
At least it's done nothing. Cypher still feels the brunt of it. But because of those double nades, now you're running out of damaging utility, really. Only Soulfly and Paz have got anything left to work with, so BC Game are kind of allowed to take up space and prepare for an execute. But look at the bomb. It's on Nexa, and there's a player pushing Longhouse. Skrunk needs to get this.
This is dependent so much on timing. Oh my gosh.
The IGL Mexican standoff,
this might be the move to go now, because you've just smoked off short.
Yeah, 30 seconds. You can always rush it back to B. There's another... That smoke kind of telegraphs it, doesn't it? You see, Paz calls it out. Skrunk starts to make his move, and up into double doors they are. Up into B they are. This time it's gonna happen again. No, Paz isn't here, and Sensei's the only man to stand, and he repositions the crosshair at the last second, 10 seconds, and the bomb goes down, turns it into 40. Skrunk still gets his kill with that flank, but it's down to the 3v3, and it's really up down to Jacob to try to find the lower tunnels players, because if he does, that's the round 1.
Good molly. Brilliant molly. There's no way you consider him.
Yeah.
After that molly comes in, J-Chem's now being affected by the molly, but it doesn't matter. Instant headshot on Soulfly. Skrunk is out of the round. He's just trying to hold on to an AWP. Scavenged off Nuke's body. It feels like he's going to have a difficult time trying to save this one, but Nexa is also trying to hold on to now Sensei's AWP to give over. So it will be a stalemate. And it will be that round for BC Game. Finally the breakthrough. It takes a 30-second left on the clock execute, mid to B, to get it over the line. But at least it is something. Plenty of money for Fireflux in the reserve, so they can keep buying and buying and buying.
And that was still the mistake of Fireflux there, because it came down to the individuals holding down that B-bomb site. Again, Sensei had the chance of taking out even more bodies with him, and even that first responder doesn't get away with anything, just gets immediately headshotted. Oh, Paz gets dinked through the wall there on the first entry in mid. And that's the first gun round that we get to see out of BC Game on this T side. The only other round they got on the T side was the pistol. So from 10-3... Fireflux do make it 10-8, but BC Game now have got a chance to close it out once and for all. Have they broken the streak? Is this enough? All questions we're about to find out after we get to see what the setup of this round is going to be. The sheer conditioning as well of that mid to B smoke on CT that Soulfly currently is in. You know, they will always have him on CT just in case. He's already made good work of it. Jake him out of the fight. And BC Game struggling to get results on either sides of the map. They're gonna reapproach this. They're gonna reattempt it.
Wow.
Nuke hits the leg. Soulfly's still alive. How is he still alive? Finally. Taken out. Another 30-second execute, and this time it's looking even worse off for Where. Scrunk not seen, but the bomb not seen either. And you gotta move on, BC Game. You don't have this time. Oh.
That's a really big catch. Now Banjo just tucks in the corner. Paz is at car as well. You can't.
It's
You
impossible.
can't make this manageable. They're just taking way too long here, BC Game. Nexa is trying his best, but he's being swarmed on from every single angle. Yeah, I don't know what this feels really limp. Again, you've got mid, you've got lower, you've got the first stage is short. Where's the long take in any of this? We haven't seen BC Game take long once outside of the pistol round.
They've been trying to fight mid so hard as well. Like, you're sending out that smoke, why not try to go into CT as well? Send in one player, send one down in from short to actually drop, take care of Soulfly. He's been in this position every single time. It's 9-11. They've brought it back from 10-3, as I mentioned before. And it feels like on this T side, I'm watching Parry Vision again. But not the one we got to see today. Maybe the one from a couple of days ago. Hey, at least lost bonus is maxed out, right? Tech 9s are gonna get you over the line. Maybe.
I doubt it.
Got to be a last chance fight. BC Game don't get themselves up to 12. They're gonna be hitting themselves over the head for this map. And into mid they go again. This time they actually do take the fight on CT. They see another one down long because the smoke comes in late. And at least they trade. Banjo, interesting choice to actually push out in front of double doors. But I don't think that loses them the round yet. Oh, this is great, Nexa.
But Nexa can. There's the first. I think they're aware of the second player. And look at Sensei. Sensei's being loud. J-Chem can hear this. And J-Chem punishes Sensei. Exceptional work. They just slowed things down. They had an additional lurk. And that was everything. Nice shot from Paz. And now you know he's in CT. J-Chem, you just run the bomb up to B, my friend. You just go immediately. You Nexa work. And he will strike. Beautiful. 2 kills on the Tech 9. It's that half buy. It's that moment of magic. It's enough for BC Game to make Fireflux feel unsettled and drag their way kicking and screaming to match point.
Beautiful. See, that wasn't that tough. Just one player out into short, leave him delayed a little bit, take the fight into middle. If you love pushing mid so much, at least have that contingency plan. And that's exactly what Nexa was there. And damn, did they need him. Beautifully executed. And I guess they found that winning formula. They tried it so long that they've managed to make the modifications for something to finally work out. Sensei, though, threw a full flash. Starts things off with Cypher, even though Banjo's been tagged towards B. Nuke is still holding up into middle, and Soulfly, if he peeks this and dies, Fireflux are going to be in a world of pain. Actually, if anyone out here for Fireflux peaks, it's going to be bad.
It's the first time we're again seeing some adaptations in terms of BC game taking long control. We've not yet seen this, so we're going to get another door smoke, a flash, but Paz has pushed. So with Paz pushing B, you can then get the AWP on this angle. Nex is going to be first to fall. And you got this pushing towards mid. This is really nice out of Fireflux, because why on earth would you expect these two players to be in mid alongside the long push? Now, Scrunk has been caught, but it might not matter. J-Chem is the last player standing. The bomb's dropped in top mid. He's got 35 seconds to work this out, but it's not happening.
Yeah, good luck, have fun, J-Chem. Going to be forced to pull through a save. And yeah, sure, Banjo and Soulfly are down low, but even if he had a minute to work with, Jacob would have been forced to stay in the same exact spot. So 12 to 10 now. BC game still in a point where they can close this game out, but Fireflux have made it so much tougher. And I feel like this is exactly what Fireflux needed to actually get a little bit of confidence moving into Mirage on the next map. No matter how this one turns out, even if BC game win it, or even if Fireflux take it away, even better. But at least they'll be confident enough to go into Mirage, holding their heads up high, knowing that they did fight for this map as well. If it was going to end off at like 13-3, how it was supposed to be, if Fireflux don't manage to actually win that pistol round conversion, that force buy in round number 14, then trust me, they would have gone into Mirage feeling way worse than they will now. Oof. You're not allowed to. You're not allowed to do that.
Okay. How do these keep working out? How do these low buys keep working for BC game? How many of them have they won now? This would be the fourth if they're able to get it over the line. AKs can be scooped up. The nade does incredible damage. But Scrunk is at least able to find Nuke. Reminder, bomb not down. Nexa lurking. And they've disengaged. If they find Nexa in
Nexa?
mid, this could be everything. Instead, Cypher now plunges in the digits just to fake things out. J-Chem is really hoping for a fight here. Another fake on the bomb. A minute still to play with. Another reswing in towards the doors. And Wally goes into window. And that's where you commit the digits. But Nex has been found out. Not in the way you anticipate, but it's a 2v3.
Okay, it's up to Cypher here. Jacob's gonna get traded always, but it's up to Cypher to find the first, and he does. Finds the second even! Cypher is amazing, and he's never gonna stop, man. This was his map to win. He pulls through such big individual moments, and now it's up to Soulfly. 1v2, he's been the better looking of the 5 players out there for Fireflux, but now he's got to do it all by himself. He pushes, finds the first, Jacob's out, and low bullets out here on the back for Cypher, but the back turned away, the hard clear committed, Soulfly's going to fall, and that's BC game on 13. They end off the map, D2 is theirs on their enemy's map pick, but Fireflux at least fought for it on that CT side.
What a mental map one. We had it all, really. We had the force buys going back and forth, and we still had BC game ending up with a 9-3 half. It was the tale of 2 CT sides, as you rightly said. But the breakthrough, it was the burden of BC game. It was the 5.7s, the Tech 9 AK rounds, and Cypher at the helm of all of it. A well-deserved map 1 win, but Fireflux, at least that they've spun themselves up into feeling a little bit more competitive in this series. It wasn't a complete blowout, but now they feel a little bit hard done by. Mirage coming up next. I don't know where this goes now, to be honest.
I don't know. I will still have that 1v4 5-7 replay in my head playing over and over again for Cypher. So hopefully he can pull off something like that on Mirage as well. We're going to see where it takes us after a 10-minute break, so don't go anywhere for that. Okay, and after that eventful first map, we move on into the second out here. From Dust 2, we head on over to Mirage. It's as basic as it gets, but it is also going to be very interesting because from a map that requires a lot of mechanical skill and pretty tactical dullness, now we move into a map where you've got a couple more options. Where again, the entries are going to be very important, and we're going to have to see if Soulfly can keep it up just like he has been before out here with this current lineup. As Nexa was actually on the top of the leaderboard out there for BC Game, but the entirety of that team really just pulled on ahead.
Yeah, Cypher was brilliant. Nexa's frags really just contribute. He was getting some really essential ones, especially towards the tail end of that game. The game's live. We can jump into Mirage, and for BC Game, they start T-side, which was a little bit of an issue for them on Dust 2. We'll have to see how it shapes up. There's a lot of utility that's been brought out by both Prime Taps and Cypher. So it'll be interesting to see where they end up.
Okay. Okay. So, well, let's see it. Another pistol round to go. And it is going to be an apartments hit. Going down here from BC Game. Onto their T side. Of course, they're going to start on that T side. And it's not a fast one out of apartments, but it is going to be a peek out of Banjo. And he's got to hold on for dear life here. Fireflux. Forcing out the rotate now. The bomb should go down. Banjo looking for a frag, but instead it's passed to find the first. And Banjo finding the rest. That is the pistol round over and out with. Not even a bomb plan. Fireflux, great to start off with.
Right. That's an interesting one.
Yeah.
Because you've got the smoke that goes in sight. You've got the smoke that lands for the right-hand side of arches. So the ideal pathway is that you go balcony and you wrap the left-hand side. You take markets control, you take back sight, and then you isolate the short player. Instead, BC Game just jumped all out the window and then enabled that crossfire completely. So that's a little bit of an awkward moment for BC Game. No bomb plant. Pure eco. And for this T side, you have to just hope that you can try and get one of these bomb plants. And it's not one of the forces. They're just going for a pure eco. They want the guns in the next round. And they are going to try and maybe hedge their bets over towards this B-bomb site once more. Banjo's just jumping. And P9 in hand, you've got aggressive ramp control set up by Skrunk. And look, these rotates are a little bit away, but that's exactly why he's jumping. Because you jump, you get the info, you drop your nade, you fall back, and then you get the activation of Paz in towards short. You've got Soulfly that can potentially handle underpass. They are stuck, and there is nowhere to go whatsoever if you're BC Game. Good luck. One more jump finally confirms it. Banjo and Paz combine yet again. It's these guys just getting all of the kills continuously. Sensei wants in on the fun. And the eco just chipped up to everyone staying alive for Fireflux. Prioritize the AK is quite a lot here, BC Game. So you've got what, a few mollies, and you got aggression out of Skrunk, and it goes straight into Cypher, and J-Chem follows up. Now you have got Sensei in Palace, but Prime Tabs, I think he's aware there's a player in here, back turned. Kill collected. That molly goes deep. Prime Tabs completely shrouded by it. That's a clean exec on towards the A site, isn't it? And Alpha Soulfly and Paz just going to do their best work in trying to save. You can't go for this. A quick exec, double ramp, double pressure being applied not only by Fireflux but also BC Game. They will earn this first round on the T side, a step in the right direction. Now all the guns are here and working the best with what they've got, a limited util. Looks like they will save, which is a blessing. But ultimately, that is 5 alive for BC game. That's the best case scenario going into the first round of play. Keeps your money stable. Puts Fireflux on the back foot just a little bit, despite how clean the pistol and the conversion were. And we haven't seen any mid control yet. It feels like we maybe get it here for BC game. Cypher was lining up smokes, then he cancelled it. So there's an insta window. There's a smoke being dropped on the floor, possibly for either top middle connector. And JChem looking to scale. Tug of war for mid. Trying to whittle down the util out of Fireflux. Cypher on this corner. Can't get by Soulfly. That's a really important kill because that keeps mid control in possession just for now of Fireflux. Molly not affecting prime taps could be an issue later down the line. You feel like this CT side, they don't need to go for extra map control, but they're a little bit clueless as to what's currently going on. Flash, here comes the swings, and the pre-aim is perfect out of Sensei. JChem gets one in towards top middle, and a second, and a third. JChem has just spun this round back in favor of BC game. Prime Taps has walked out A in the meanwhile. This is all going on. And Skrunk's now got to be careful. Prime Taps' lurk is everything. He doesn't know about CT. He doesn't know about jungle. He doesn't know what lies in connector. He's going to wait for his team. He doesn't want to overplay his hands. Skrunk's pushed top mid thinking, well, where are these players gone? They've got to be on a site somewhere. Doesn't hear anything now in towards A. But that's the kill that Prime Taps was hoping for. Banjo will at least trade, but that's confirmation to BC game where this last player is. Banjo going through the smoke, but to his death. JChem makes magic happen in towards mid, and BC game recover from what was otherwise looking to be a very competent round out of Fireflux. Now it's an eco. A stacking con. And a chance of BC game to take the lead. As soon as they ignored B, it started going a lot better for them. Fireflux's trades need to be a little bit better when they pull the guns out. Otherwise it's going to be a really tricky task. Unflash, unfortunately, doesn't result in anything, aside from JChem just getting kills. It's another round in which 5 players survive here for BC game. Banjo can drop the AWP over to Sensei. So he just goes M4, okay, so maybe it's going to be an aggressive take in towards mid. I wouldn't actually mind that. Scrum got a lot of control, even though he wasn't there. No, he gets the AWP, never mind. So many smokes being deployed early by this T side. Fake out of control, perhaps in towards middle. JChem's got all of the space yet again. 4 smokes used really early to gain deep control here for BC game. Paz. Oh, I think we've timed out. I do not think we're live. Yeah, Skrunk has DC'd. So we're going to run it all the way back and match medic things. That's a shame. But at least Fireflux didn't have any info, so you can run that round back if you'd like to. If your BC game, that wasn't anything like too out of the ordinary. It was just a lot of utility where JChem was able to scale and they didn't see anything here. Skrunk's back immediately, which feels really good. We'll have to match medic again to give him all his money. There we go. And now we get to see all the repurchase. And now we get to see whether BC Game are going to run exactly the same round as they did. Everyone's good? Yeah, everyone's good. Can we go Cypher POV? Is he lining up exactly the same smoke for top mid? I guess we'll see on the minimap in a minute. Right now. Yep, exactly the same. Exactly the same round. So you got these smokes, you got the top con smoke. No one knows anything. Back to business. But the difference you've got this time is that Cypher's actually starting out over towards B apps. Nex is now taking a more advanced line. Paz on the swing. Oh, does see Nexa and removes him. It comes at a very big cost. A bit of a dink. But Cypher's just out. And Banjo doesn't know. So Paz is removed. Cypher's now scaling even further. Flashbang, brilliant. Cypher's still alive. Can't get by Soulfly in the window. Banjo's still backside, who's now been dispatched off by Nuke. Where's J-Chem? Where's J-Chem in all of this? He's lurking outside middle. He catches Scrunk. And now Sensei last alone in a 1 versus 3. Bomb is all the way back in spawn, but it doesn't matter because Sensei walks into Nuke. Exactly the same round that BC Game wanted to run, and it works exactly the same as they would hope for. Great moves from Cypher here because he even just staying alive for a couple of extra seconds buys all the space, gets BC Game out on towards that site. And ever since the guns have come out, they have been completely in a league of their own. Pistols, a stack on A. A hope and a prayer for Fireflux that BC Game walk into their stack. But it's not going to happen. Taking their time. They know the money's bad. They saw an AWP out of Sensei. And Soulfly might... He's got a deagle in just a few moments if he peeks. Nex is even holding spawn just for a sec in case players have progressed further in towards Ramp and Palace. Mid to be on the horizon, exactly at the same rounds. I really like this call out of Nexa where you run one strategy on your gun round and you do exactly the same thing on the eco. It just creates further conditioning. This is what they were doing with these mid to B splits on Dust 2. They're making Fireflux just gamble so much. Flashbang is exceptional to get rid of J-Chem, but you know he's the mid lurk. They're just in B. If you're Soulfly, I feel like you just want to hold on to this AK and you just save everything else. 5v4, sure, but going for this feels a little bit tricky. It's a nice little retake smoke thrown over. The issue you've got is Nexa and Prime Taps and the nade. It's too much. There are just too many players. So far, I will grab that AK and say, you know what? I'm going to go now. That's a fifth. Already chalked up to BC Game. We're not entering the point of no return yet, but we are seeing a variation here for Soulfly. Aggressive flash, catches J-Chem. And Nexa dodges the second flash and just about gets Soulfly. That's a bit touch and go. The position in the read here for Fireflux is really good. It will be this A pop. Will be Cypher and Nuke at ramp. Prime taps over at Palace. Paz moves away in towards middle. He just wide swings it. There's no one here. So now you molly out everything. Skrunk's going to be feeling a lot of pressure here in at default. Sensei needs to apply that relief, and a missed shot in Palace. At least it confirms info. Cypher now entry pathing around the corner and gets rid of the AWP. Skrunk will trade, but Prime Taps then arrives from Palace. Different angle of elevation, different opportunity for BC Game. And Nexa can slide over just with the bomb. He fakes it out. It's Paz that moves forward. Potentially can disrupt things, but that molly is only going to disrupt him and Banjo. Another dink. This is winnable. A very winnable retake. They've got a smoke, they've got a flash, and they've got the kill on Nuke. Prime Taps has to be the one to stay alive. Nexa at least moves over into Sandwich. Next contact, you would hope, would take place off Nexa, but Prime Taps might just swing right about now to catch Banjo back turned. And even just start spamming in towards the stairs. He's baited in Nexa perfectly. Paz is so paranoid, and Nexa just hits the instant headshot. That's the closest it has come so far on the gun round, but it's still BC Game to overwhelm the odds. And Cypher, yeah, again, even though he only gets one kill, he generates so much space on his entry path in. The BC Game just can't hang. No, sorry, Fireflux. BC Game are the ones that are hanging. That's a good opener. JChem finally caught in towards the middle of the map. The issue you've got is a Banjo. Oh, no, it's fine. I was going to say drops a smoke, but doesn't quite work out the way he intended. But Cypher catches Soulfly, nades out. Oh, and is really fast in towards jungle. He now goes in towards the back lines. This timing is everything. It's up to Cypher where he wants to go with it. He's going to go in towards CT. When does the penny drop? Here for Sensei to turn around and check CT. Oh, they think it's mid to B. And it's not. Cypher, oh, he's walking right behind Sensei. He's going to get really close, and he'll shoot him when his teammates are Cypher. So Sensei's here. Holding for ramp. Oh, what? What on earth? I mean, Nexa is still opened up A, but look, Skrunk's on the flank. When do you consider this now? It is flanks on flanks. It is Nexa not securing the bomb, and now there's no time for Nuke. How on earth has Sensei not found that kill? Bomb planted, 1v1. And of course I meant Cypher on Sensei. But Banjo, oh, he's in CC, he reads him! And Nuke looks back and hits the shot anyway! It's fine! It's somehow still fine! After all of that madness! BC Game! I just don't believe it. I do not believe that Cypher has got the play. He then decides to jump up on ticket, hopefully to get a kill in con, and then find Sensei. Have we got a replay of that? What did Sensei see? What did he hear? Did he hear Cypher jump up? I don't know. Because this was insanely quick out of Cypher. No, we just see him get naded. Okay. I don't know. I don't know how they lose this. There is 10 seconds left when Nuke gets this kill. And then flicks back onto Banjo just about in CT. That is ridiculous. Actually ridiculous. Another advantage, another massive lead being adopted here by BC Games. 7 rounds to 2. And the money is once again just shot for Fireflux. They are being outclassed individually now. Another crazy moment in this best of 3. Kind of all at the helm of Cypher, but Nexa with those 2 kills. JChem dead again. Oh, and the follow-up. Hang on a sec. This will be a bomb plant. It's a 2v4. Cypher close to the market window. Where does he deploy his smoke? I feel like he has to deploy his smoke. No, he's just going to take the fights. Now he needs to kill everyone. There's the first for Cypher. And the second, Cypher is trying to make things happen, but he can't do it. It's the Deagles, it's the FAMAS, it's Fireflux getting a much-needed round on the board here. Craziness. Absolute craziness. That's a big nade as well. They've made noise. Banjo's doing some good spam damage, but Cypher's about to go through this smoke and potentially meet him. Look at Scrunk. If Scrunk peeks top mid right now, he might have a free kill on Nexa. Is there a flashbang? No, there's just a dry swing. And Nexa lives on a prayer. Another one of these mid to Bs, not quite working out. But everyone is still alive. And that is a disgusting shot. Why would you ever expect the AWP underpass? Nuke. Getting the smoke out of Sensei on ramp. Paz in towards ladder. Has a jiggle. Doesn't see Nuke. Nuke is now lurking in towards connector with the AWP. 35 seconds. Paz needs to move over. Banjo's on a great angle to spot heads. We'll find Cypher. This has to be the trade from JChem, but it doesn't happen. Banjo still alive. And Banjo still by himself. Prime Taps removes him and Paz. 15 seconds. Another round that goes right down to the wire. Nuke's already in apartments. The bomb's now planted for him. And this 3 versus 2 has got room to it for BC Game. No one's giving over a shot. I think Nuke had just spotted Sensei. He has. AWP on AWP violence. And then the second shot confirms the location of Scrunk in towards short. That angle from Prime Taps. It doesn't quite work out. But the re-swing after Nexa dies is a brilliant sequence of events for BC Game. Another one of these rounds that takes the clock right down to the last ditch seconds. And it's one in which another hero emerges, and it's not Banjo. Even though you think it is. It's not Paz. Even though he gets this kill on JChem, it's Prime Taps. For this first kill, and then this follow-up. Unreal. I'll try to play in this first half. It could be another 9-3. Cypher needs to clear. Oh, it goes overlooked, and Paz gets 2. Essential frags. Prime Taps will eventually trade. He's always the guy that trades. But this time is traded. And the essential and necessary round for Fireflux could be on the horizon here if this 4v2 doesn't go pear-shaped. And it shouldn't. Especially with Soulfly fighting Nexa. With Nuke not being able to pull the trigger. It's a smart shot. But finding any further success and purchasing the round feels very unlikely. He has got the bomb. That's the only happy thought you can add here. He's got the bomb, but Soulfly can hear him manoeuvring away and scampering in towards B. Soulfly should have Nuke dead to rights, and he does. That's the 4th round for Fireflux. After getting 2 out of the last 3, breaking that streak of 7 in a row for BC Game. Will it be enough? Will we see Fireflux get this comeback going again, like they tried to do on Dust 2? Quick push in towards mid for BC Game. Prime Taps just holding A by himself. J-Chem now starts to rotate over, sees the util coming in, spots the player in towards Palace as well. But Fireflux are in. There will be a late flank off of Cypher, but it doesn't matter because, look, Paz and Banjo have just found kills. And Skrunk's even holding for Cypher. And we'll claim him. Just. Good start on proceedings here for Fireflux. That's both pistols. That's both pistols being converted and they're still losing 8-5. Nexa, you've been brilliant, but you are not winning this 1v5. Banjo says you're not even getting past the first, mate. They're all forced into this. I mean, look, it did work previously with the MP9s. I mean, Nexa's got his favourite weapon. He's on B. The exec is coming A. At least there's 3 defenders in close proximity here. They're just going to go ahead of the molly, but it doesn't work. Paz, beautiful spray control. Prime Taps can't find anything. Round done and dusted. It's going to be a 1-round game. Even if Nuke pops off and gets 2 kills here, it's still not going to be enough. And Banjo should clear him. Great work. Next has now been spotted. They are just going to charge at him. Good luck, mate. I do not envy you in this position. Nearly, but not quite. In fact, he did 99 to Banjo. That's not even fair. Spoke about it, that was the force, this is the eco now. So it will be this one-round game.
Okay, there we go. Back into it. Thank you for covering over out here, Brandon. Had a couple of complications on my part. Back though. I did get to see some of the game. Goddamn, Sensei, it's that shot where he checked into CT still rings in my head. That's insane. The fact that he loses that round. I think that's what kept kind of BC game with the advantage here, right? Because if that didn't happen, this would have been a 7-5 split.
Yeah.
Maybe even better for Fireflux. So the fact they're bringing it out here back into their T side, 3 rounds in a row, it's great. It's amazing.
It was it actually bears a lot of similarity to D2 because you had a lot of these really close rounds, and again, BC game were just winning them out like they were in that first half of Dust 2. But fortunately, now this is proving to be a lot better for Fireflux. This happened last time. The conversion was claimed, then the guns came out, and that's where BC game just started winning. They went 7 rounds in a row.
But back on D2, it was a 9-3 advantage with Fireflux still climbed their way back into. So now that the half was a little bit closer, and again the rounds were ever so closer, now do we reckon that Fireflux can finally take the advantage? We're about to find out. It is going to be the bonus buy out of the T side. And out into A it appears that we'll go. It's a well-timed Molotov, but it's not like it's going to do too much to dampen the push out here, as Skrunk already gets himself into ladder, and he is going to fall into stairs, I meant. Soulfly tries it and primes it away, finds prime taps, and Banjo up in connector. Oh, he takes down 2, doesn't he? No, he doesn't. Nex is still alive on a sliver of HP, and Jacob, he's the one who needs to make this retake happen, but I think they're just pulling the plug. There's no need to. Yeah.
They can't. They cannot go for this. Nuke's got the AWP. Well, Nexa will have the AWP for Nuke if he's able to get out of there, and yeah, it looks like Fireflux aren't hunting them too actively. Sensei might fall here to Jacob, and if Jacob gets this kill, this I think stops the hunt from Paz. But no, it doesn't happen. And now you got to be worried if you're Nexa.
Or if you're Paz, yeah. There you go. Made a lot of noise. Sensei's not going to repeat that. It's the op saved away into the next. And 4 in a row here for Fireflux. Definitely a good looking T side so far. Attack pause at a BC. What will Cube be saying?
Along the lines of how has this gone so wrong? I mean, Fireflux are now just dictating a pace in a lot of these rounds, which has been the detriment to BC game. I feel like they've got to fight mid a bit more, get Nuke involved a lot more actively with the AWP. That should be the remedy to success here. Just allowing your sniper to choose where he wants to go and enable it.
Well, let's see. Because even if you do enable your opera, he still needs to connect on his shots. And, well, it's not like we haven't seen shots connecting out here for Nock, but for Sensei, that's a different story. Nexa doesn't go in front of the crosshair. A bit of a Furia buy out here. If we didn't have that saved AK, would have been an MP9 as well.
Yeah, so I like the Furia buys, but I like them when you do something with it. Like, if you're going to have these MP9s, let's try and
rush mid.
Go for something a bit faster. Yeah, rush mid, crunch into, like, B apps or something, because, again, you're just giving over a lot of space here to Fireflux.
Like, even at this point, I wouldn't have minded this buy if, for example, the player up into A right now, Prime Taps, just moves in through ramp, right?
It can work, because look, J-Chem's in short, you got 2 players, you got this nice little jump bait switch, Cypher and Nexa, so Nexa's going to be baited in perfectly. You're never clearing this. You shouldn't be clearing this. You shouldn't be.
They might be. They're still realizing there's a lot of utility going their way, so they think it's actually a force. Maybe they won't. They're all stuck into apartments right now. They're wasting so much time. Fireflux, you're literally lining yourselves up right now as the timer's ticking away. Cypher's checking behind. He gets scared. But this entire round is so reliant on Jacob. He needs to find a double, and he does into short. I think he just won them the round. Oh, Nexa doesn't get cleared, and he peeks out first. Beautiful out of Nexa, and Jacob is the first round on the CT side for BC game.
Yeah, and it's all because Cypher's doing that jump jiggle, and then they saw him at backside because he just gave it another jiggle. You know J-Chem's out short. You're right, J-Chem's kills are so essential, but that bait and switch just locks it in for BC game. Fair play. They let the time burn down. They didn't actually give Fireflux anything. They set the trap, and the T-side walked straight into it.
Sure, they set the trap, but again, Fireflux, they stopped in apartments. Like, yes, they did have information that there were players on the bomb site, and they could have been laid out in the trap that Nexa had laid for them. But at the same time, you get a good flash in, you use up the util that you already sent out of apartments, and you still had 3 players getting ready to actually entry up. Maybe the problem was that it was Sensei on the op there trying to be one in the front line. And they were thinking, okay, well, there's no way Sensei's actually going to be able to combat op in this scenario, so let's just wait a little bit until someone peeks out. And the moment Cypher goes and does that, it's a multifaceted, well-played execution by BC game.
Now you start to think, if you're the T side, right, what can we do? Because if they're going to, again, just not give us anything, we need to apply some sort of pressure to get their util out of them. Because if we can get the utility out, that's half the battle.
So far, we've seen Fireflux struggle to actually use all of their util, too. They've died with a lot on it, with a lot of it still not used. And so now they're setting up. It's a smoke for stairs.
Yeah, like, I don't know, like, this feels really rough. That nade is brutal.
They're sending out util at the perfect timing as well. Fireflux must realize they know they're here. You're rotating in a player through CT. You've got a lurker in the forms of Cypher there. The more time you're giving up onto this ramp push. And they're doing this again, Brandon. They're just waiting and holding on for dear life. They do take out Prime Taps, but Jacob just plays towards the back. Triple finally falls. And Cypher still got the lurker incoming. 20 seconds left to plant. And Knock needs to find something. Next needs to find something. Banjo the awareness takes down the flanker, and that wins them the round.
I mean, great round out of Fireflux, really, because you said that they weren't losing all their util. They waited right until the last dying embers of that bomb timer or round timer, I should say, to then go into A, and they used their util perfectly. One in sandwich, one in towards triple. They are able to isolate the fight on Prime Taps, I think it was, that was top balcony. Push J-Chem into the fight. Nuke fires off one shot and then backs off. Banjo's so aware there could be a lurk in play because you don't have control in towards mid. You've got nothing over towards B. And you're right, that one kill just wins them the entire round. That's calm, that's calculated, and that's assertive from Fireflux because the rounds that they were winning were dictated a lot on pace, a lot of them getting on the front foot, wanted to have these fights pretty proactively. As soon as BC Game removed that and added that restriction, they had to come up with new ideas, and that late take was perfect.
It was. They found out a strat that at least they know worked one time, didn't work another time. 50% win rate so far, not bad. Will they try it again though? It looks like this time they're trying something a bit more aggressive, a bit more assertive down mid. There's only information to be gained out of this. There's only going to be utility thrown out. And BC Game are temperate. They don't just throw everything down to the wall. They do have Jacob actually pushing him through that con smoke. But he goes back. And this could still be a 3-man stack on A. Cypher moves back around. Nexa kind of calls out, I got this, don't worry. Cypher thinks twice on it. Fireflux. They're setting up. And this time the util is going to be sent. Oh, but maybe too late. Prime Tap still out here, still not dead. Needs to find another before he falls. Runs out of bullets. That was the problem. Wish you would have had an M4A4 at that point, but the timer's still taking 55 seconds. More than enough to get to the bomb site. Scrunk moving quickly. Hand spotted out there from Palace. And Cypher still gets away with the kill.
Banjo,
Oh.
good response. Really good response out of Banjo. Now he's putting pressure on Nuke. Nuke has to hit this shot, and he does. Instantaneously, and Soulfly can only go 1 for 1 because there's so much pressure being applied on the pivot. Great round out of BC Game. Again, just fighting off this resistance. Cypher catching kills alongside J-Chem over the top of the smoke. It's another one of these rounds where BC Game actually just take a further step back and say, okay, you want to molly out all of these positions? Go for it. It's not going to work this time. And now Money is at breaking point. BC Game win this. They get it over the line. They get Mirage forward and they claim the series. They knock out Fireflux.
Banjo could have been such a pivotal player in that instance, though, because had he found the angle onto Knock, had he not taken the fights continuously, would have made him stuck into mid, would have forced out a 2v2, and they would have already known about Nexa and CT. So could have played that one differently, but again, you don't necessarily expect Knock to always hit that flick, so individual brilliance coming through and saving BC Game in that round. 10-9. Double digits out here for the CT side. And Fireflux, they lose this, no money. They're back against the wall. Remember, Brandon, this is an elimination game, so even more pressure out here to these two teams.
Yeah, this is such an important round because it actually pivots a lot on economies. It's worse for Fireflux than if BC Game drop the ball here because they can buy something. It's, what, a flash play into a run boost? Cool, but no one's home. As it's always been, no one home. 40 seconds. There's 40 seconds left. Where's the time gone?
Yeah, it's flying by. They only cleared out a little bit of apartments and out into Palace. That's all the info they've got. Middle being taken, and BC Game with a two-man setup onto Khan. They're going to blow open the smoke, searching for a frag. It's going to be Sensei with the first, and Jake can trace back, but only on one. The IGL falls, and look at Cypher, move to the Molotov. He's a madman, and he's still walking. He's still shooting. He's still once more. Cypher, a mad lad in making, but Paz taps away on that AK. Brilliant work, gunplay, but 7 seconds, you got to plant away. 5 now, and he's got it down. 2v1, and Cypher is going to pull the plug. He saves.
Cypher makes the hero move, and all BC Game need to do on A is live. That's all they need to do because the bomb's trapped in Con. And instead, they just give Paz these fights. Whoever was the jungle player... Tut tut tut.
Yeah.
Cypher does everything and more.
And
That's
Paz,
so
too.
heartbreaking.
There isn't a lot of work. Paz got double peeked into that angle, okay? So there's still a reason as to why the jungle player did go out for that, but Paz just goes in and one-taps him. Because again, if Paz gets traded there, that's round 2. After what
Yeah,
Cypher
that's
is
true.
able to pull off.
That is true. There's just so... The thing is, there's just so little time left. That's the thing.
Yeah.
You can still play retake, in theory. You can still hold a really deep line in jungle and watch the cross. Instead, none of these things happen. It's forward-facing. And the only one that needed to be forward-facing was Cypher when he made that play through the molly.
And it was perfect. Couldn't have gone better. Just wasn't the player that needed to pop off big, at least at that time. Still, though, we move into another round. Equal scoreline out here. BC Game Fireflux. And definitely this Mirage gets way, way closer. But this is how he kind of left it off on Mirage, on Dust 2 as well, right? It was, what, 10-10-2? Or was it 11-10? Something along those lines. And it was BC Game running away with it. So, this could still happen. Both BC Game and Fireflux could always just tuck tail and start running away with this game. All relies on 2 strung together rounds that they need to find here. And one way to start is again that mid pressure that Fireflux have been having every single round. But again, Brandon, 55 seconds on the clock. It's like it's passing away with Fireflux not really getting too much done. That's half the round timer already over with. It feels like
just
they're
not giving them anything.
it feels like they're shift walking entirely.
It's the same round. This is the same round where they're going to break open the con smoke. Maybe get Sensei on the peak, but J-Chems this time is just stuck in that corner. But the smoke reveals him. So that's a no opener. 25 seconds. Where are you going to go? It feels like mid to A.
Cypher again
has made the same play, but this time it's punished. So Prime Taps has to do everything alongside Nexa in default, but Paz, he's found him, but Nexa with the double burns out alive, and now Nuke just has to save again. It's exactly the same round, but this time it works out way better for Fireflux.
And again, they plant with 6 seconds remaining on the clock. It happens twice. Literally replayed. Cypher goes to the Molotov on short. The smoke actually reveals the kill out here for Fireflux. They entry on in. This time, though, they don't get stuck in connector. I mean, they kind of do. Nexa plays that one amazingly. Manages to take down 2. But even if he had found a third, that Molotov would have still taken him out, and the round would have played out the same way. So, it was Prime Taps falling into ramp, losing out his duel that makes it all fall apart there. Because again, BC Game go for this again because it's not a bad idea overall. I mean, if they're going to be winding down that timer so much, might as well play for the time. And try to trade each other out until there's not enough to actually get that bomb down. But Fireflux, hey, if they could do it twice in a row, then surely they can do it again if they really want to. And now it's bad for BC. What do they do now? They have to force invest. Brandon, they lose this one. And Fireflux could run away with it.
What a comeback this would be. Finally, you feel like Fireflux deserve at least one of these to go their way. Haven't been undone by 5-7s this map. There was an MP9 round that went a little bit tricky. And potentially, they're doing the same thing again. They're doing the jump for Cypher, the B pop, the bait and switch, but Paz can undo everything. Good clear. Nexa is cleared. Much better out of Fireflux. That's the round that has to be the save, and that's going to be map point.
See, you learn your lessons, and they just reward you, Fireflux. Well played. They check for the trap, they find the short player, really pushed up fast. And that's what BC Gang get if they don't have a mid player. Dedicated to the window, dedicated to the con peak. No one even out in towards short. Just so much space being given away for free. Gonna be landing into one of these fast-paced rounds at some point. And Paz and Banjo. Banjo you're kind of expecting, right? Because he has to pull through a big performance one way or another at some point. But for Paz, it's always felt so slow. It's always felt like it just couldn't happen. And yet here it is. A very much welcomed round to come through. And I was just about to say a flawless one for Fireflux as well, but... you know. An exit frag's an exit frag.
They've really powered up here. It's been brilliant to watch, especially Paz just getting these crucial kills every single time Fireflux needs him.
Yeah, I'd be calling out the last tag pause too if I was BC Game. What do you decide to do? Do you send over someone mid? Do you let Knock actually peek window? Fireflux could just send a fast B and it's over. If that happens. That's what they're aiming to do, look. Bomb already left towards spawn. They're not being quiet about this. And it's gonna be Sensei taking a fast peek, yeah.
Yeah, if they can get the AWP peek and they can just get rid of Nexa, that would help out a lot with the Cypher. Cypher's just jiggled in towards short. He's just dropped that incendiary. I thought he was going to get even more aggressive. Instead, he doesn't. J-Chem needs to preserve his life. J-Chem's been getting caught a lot in this mid-fight. And he needs to chill out. That's why he's just jiggling. Just waiting. There will be a resmoke for him, courtesy of Cypher. It's another one of these rounds that just grinds to a halt.
We're back to mid. Fireflux are back out here. And it's again the same setup. It's gonna be Jacob indeed to try to stay alive, but look at where Soulfly is right now, already behind enemy lines.
Oh yeah.
And could just find Nexa. This is an easy frag to take. He just needs a trigger discipline, just needs that instant headshot. Nexa doesn't check back. Oh, Soulfly, this is brilliant. Look at him.
He's got
He
both.
found Cypher, yeah.
Oh wait, he didn't.
Soulfly?
4x3. He didn't see Cypher.
No.
Oh no. Oh dear. It still should be fine because Scrunt gets this kill and he gets that kill and Paz just trades out Cypher immediately. So it's all okay in the end. The 4x3 doesn't matter. It's a great variation to this round out of Fireflux, and it's enough, or it should be enough, to get them over the line here.
Imagine. Believe for 1 millisecond as he gets his nade out and dies. Fireflux, 13-10. We don't end it off here, B-Dog. We don't end it off here. Fireflux, take it away. And it is going to be Mirage going their way. They picked them out for a reason, right? So if we get to see a 13-10... Actually, they didn't pick them out. They just traded out maps, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. 13-10, 13-10. Either way, they do manage to bring it back. They do show that from 10-10, it can go either way. So is Ancient going to be as close of a game, do you reckon?
It should be. It should be a very exciting decider. We need to figure out which team is getting eliminated between BC Game and Fireflux. To do that, though, first, we need to send it to a break. When we come back, it's Ancient.
And we are back into it. Third map decider. Very green out here on Ancient as we were going to be jumping into it. Went very close. Went down to the 10-10 both times. And now we're heading on over to Ancient where we're expecting it to be as close. Yet we don't fully know if that is going to be the case. Because at some points it did just look like BC Game could have ran away with the game. Both halves at the beginning started off with, what, 9-3s, 8-4s. So the fact that Fireflux were able to bring it back both times was already impressive enough. Can they do it a third time if it happens?
That's the difficulty, whether they can do it again. And look, they aren't amazing on this map here, Fireflux. It's been a sticking point for them, but BC Game have had their struggles recently as well. So it's going to be a spicy one. And with BC Game going towards A quite early, that means that Banjo is going to be met with all sorts of resistance, and he needs to at least stay alive for the rotates to come over.
Okay. Well, the bomb at least goes down. BC Game are quick about it. It looks like knife round was won by Fireflux, though. So as they start off onto the CT side, it is going to be... Ooh, Jacob and Cypher denying all of this. Okay, never mind. Oh, or... Has? Picks up a defuse kit, picks up the smoke. Still on the dualies, a 1v2, and yeah. Too good to be true.
Yeah, and look, JChem just pushes, and they just take the space BC Game. So that was expertly done. The fact that they can literally just take space beyond the bomb site. Banjo's trapped, he's waiting for support, and he just gets overwhelmed because of the sheer numbers just fighting in towards CT. Really difficult for Fireflux, and this is something different that we didn't get on Mirage, and that was BC Game actually winning a pistol. Now it's the MP9s, it's the Force Buy, and it was us too, where we got these consistent Force Buys just entering the equation. Flash out for mid, but there's going to be a crunch here from the CTs. Oh, never mind.
Or not. Or not. It's just Cypher finding a lineup. Could have found all three, genuinely. The bomb is still down in spawn. BC Game weren't even expecting Cypher to do that. I don't think Cypher was expecting to do that.
Very patient. And this keeps the defense feeling a little bit unsettled. Because you've got the opening kills in towards mid, and then there's been nothing. If you're Scrunk, you feel like you need to have a little peek in towards Red Room, see if you can see anything, but you're worried about that inevitability. So instead, they're going to go by Paz. Nexon needs to clear these corners, and he does so brilliantly. So that means the B-bomb site is just open. BC Game are going to get their second round on the board.
Okay, yeah. Goes pretty straightforward. Soulflight, question is, does he go up through middle with Scrunk to try to salvage some weapons? Because he is going to run into Knock. If he does so. This is what Knock is doing here. Kind of playing Overwatch over the fallen weaponry. There is going to be nothing found, nothing saved besides an MP9 and half armor. Well played out here from Knock and BC Game in general. It could have been a better save, yet it wasn't. 1 HP on Nexa. Could still fall. Grand Soulfly an extra 600. And I think that is bound to happen right now. There it is.
Yay, a flash.
Yay.
It's like 800 value. Not
It
bad,
is.
unfortunately. It's just going to be USPs in the next, so not ideal. At least Sensei has saved up his pennies to get an AWP in the next round. Good prioritization here for Fireflux. And this, we haven't really spoken about Sensei all that much. The thing you were saying about before the series started actually is reigning true. He's been not that impactful really on the sniper. So it'd be good to see him just get it out early and have a clear direction of what he wants to do.
Yeah, and I wish it would just be, just Sensei. But I know Banjo's had a good game. I know Soulfly's been keeping consistent. Even Paz has had his moments. Usually at this point, I'd be saying Skrunk has been doing a decent job, but in reality, as the IGL he has, as an individual player, he's been kind of lacking behind. That's kind of what we expect a lot of the time. But let me tell you what, I mean, Skrunk has definitely had a... Ooh, a nice dink there. Has definitely been having a up in performance in the last couple of days, especially in the last couple of weeks. And I thought we'd get to see that again. And it's not like we haven't. Like, we could have seen a definitely worse Skrunk than we have today. But still, overall, in the past 2 maps, he's 26 and 34. And he's only above Sensei when it comes to that number. Whereas for BC Game, it's the complete opposite. Next at the top of the scoreboard, right, as the IGL, over someone like Prime Taps, who currently has been finding himself towards the back of the leaderboard, but someone had to be there. Like, the majority of BC Game are playing like a unit here.
Where is this all? Okay, it's over on B. Issue is that BC Game have got mid. Big swing out for these riflers, but that just gives them all the more indication for BC Game just to swing this into an A hit. They've got to go quite quickly, though, because the rotations are on the way. Banjo's in a great spot behind default. Drops the molly, but Cypher is slightly ahead of it, but Banjo will isolate the kill. And now everyone is here. There's Sensei on that orb. There's no util really being deployed to get these players out of A. And they're stuck. BC Game are stuck.
Yes, they are. The bomb being there as well doesn't really help. So you just try to reposition mid and maybe go through red room, try to go as a 3-man squad right now. Just kind of going room clear. That's the only chance they've got, really. Here's what they're doing. As taken now, that's the first, and can next to pick up the M4. There we go.
It's getting that bomb though, that's the issue. Like, the bomb's just on A, so it's how do you,
they're not
how do
winning
you
the
navigate
round.
this? Yeah, you can't.
But at least getting some more damage in is the name of the game. Look at the money here for the CT side, and the fact they find 2 here.
Oh, wow.
5 seconds. Imagine if Nock had more Imagine if Nock had more bullets. This round would have been winnable, actually. Somehow. It's just Soulfly to stay alive from a 5v3. And now Fireflux don't really have money, huh?
Yeah, that's best case, worst case.
You
kill everyone bar 1, you don't win the round. That looked like it could have been winnable. Like, oh my god. That was actually really close considering what that setup was.
Yeah. The fact that the Galil finds 2. Like this. Crazy from Nock.
The attack pause, I don't blame them whatsoever, because that felt horrible. And you're in the depths of despair. No warp anymore for Sensei. He's on a FAMAS. MP9's out for Skrunk. A really important moment now for BC Game, because if they win this, they break the money again. It starts to feel a lot better.
Yeah. But in the same vein, Fireflux get away with this one. Starts to feel like they can get some momentum behind their sails. Some wind to let them catch up with BC Game.
This one's going to be tough.
Yes.
Good fight in mid. Good early control. Pre-fire on the boost that has been employed quite a lot.
Oh.
J-Chem now goes searching on Skrunk, timing everything here, and Skrunk falls. J-Chem's just going to take the space, and that will draw BC Game into taking more heaven threats. Paz in this smoke could be everything, but he's being watched for. He's being watched for by Nuke. Sensei's got no health. J-Chem's out A.
They saw the bomb. They're going back to A. They're overplaying this so much. Paz thought B was clear. Thought Paz lane was clear. Because a kill went on over towards Temple. The fact that Jacob finds another here, he's insane. 7-0 right now. Hasn't died once. Immortal, some would say. Can he be immortal with 8 kills? Making a lot of steps. Tomatis here just looking for frags, and they can't even find that. Jacob still untouched. And a flawless round here from BC Game. I mean, Jacob makes 75% of the round there, but still, the fact that Fireflux on a 4-spy don't get away with a single frag? Not good.
And that even goes worse for Fireflux because not a single player died. A single player died.
Yeah.
The BC game. Oh dear.
And now a pistol round. So 5-1. We're in the same case scenario. We're, again, BC Game running away with the first half. And then it's up to Fireflux to try to retake into the game.
Don't get E-code.
Not by the
They
USPs. Now you said it. Now you jinxed it.
No, look, they're going A. That's fine.
This is what you're hoping for. You just hope they get E-code. They can feel the malicious intent from over here.
Why would I do that to my boy Cypher?
Sure. It's entertaining, Brandon. Entertainment takes precedence overall.
True. It does. The good news for BC Game fans around the world is that they've gone around the world. Flux and Jacob says, "Yay, Ecos, my favourite." How many can he get?
Ooh.
That's the real entertainment of this round. He's currently found 1.
Let's get that KD up. Oh, even more. No, he's died.
And now Nexus here because he doesn't want you to have that AK. Great work out of Nexa, but not for long. Okay, maybe 2 AKs, no AKs.
No way.
Unlucko.
BC Game, on the other hand, are swimming in that cash. So many M4A4s. At this point, Fireflux are just begging to be able to spam through a smoke and connect on something. A nice little run boost. Doesn't see anything, though. Nexo, he's pushed up into Catwalk. He might be able to catch off Banjo.
Indeed.
Yeah.
And they're just walking out. Oh,
Aw.
Sensei. Oh, what?
Wow.
What?
Wow.
Oh, it's... I hate to say this, but it looks over. Like, that. What the hell was that from Nexa? He gets the first kill, I'm like, okay, cool. And then off screen, he gets 2 more.
Yeah.
How's he not traded there?
It's not
Has Scrunk got a kill yet?
I have no idea. Better off we don't know, I think.
Oh, no.
Another flawless round here for BC Game. Jacob's on 11k. No, Nuke is on 12k.
Oh, no, he hasn't.
Yeah. Cosplaying as Mr. Bond. Oof. And an 11-1 Jacob as well. The crazier part about the Nexa play there is that he was alone on lane. He gets through a smoke. He just blindsides it. And not even the first kill. Like, the first kill's okay. The second kill and the third... Like, they happened almost simultaneously. What do you even say if you're the Fireflux coach now? What do you say if you're hardstyle?
Well, let's try and aim for 5 rounds, boys. Ignore this eco, and then we go and we build. Sensei will have an AWP in the next round, and we go from there. The issue is that Sensei's got 1 kill.
Yeah. See, if this was any other game and not CS, a forfeit screen would already pop up on the top left.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Let's see.
It's
Maybe.
tough. Like the thing is, they've already tried different variations, right? They had that aggressive mid play, they had the aggressive push down B, they got into A main with Scrunk, they've been punished, like nothing is working at all.
Okay. Well, we've seen eco rounds work before. Maybe that's how they break through.
They've also been here before, right? They were here on Dust 2, down 9-3.
Yeah.
They were here on Mirage, they were down 8-4. So they've made things work with very minimal.
That's the thing. It's only been that T side that's been working. No, I'm back on D2 and Mirage. Wasn't it the CT side for Fireflux that they made that comeback on? Or am I tripping? I'll go check that real quick. Yeah, it was the T side.
Yeah, the CT side for D2 was okay.
That's how they made the comeback.
Mirage.
T side on Mirage.
They gotta give themselves something though, right? They can't. I just don't know how you can keep having this. This is a good example of maybe a round working out because there's 10 seconds left, and you might not know about PAS. You know about PAS. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Nearly.
I don't know. I mean, I really feel like BC Game, we're watching the previous game and we're saying, you know what? I really like what Parivision did. And that's what they're doing. Like, so many slow rounds coming to fruition, down the timer, down the clock. Just good entries, nice pathing, clear execute, but always getting very scary when that bomb needs to be planted. Clearly, Nexus had some inspiration.
J-Chem's had some motivation. Bro's 12-1.
Yeah.
They're going back to A again. This is the right call. And Nexa. Oh no, Nexa. Oh, he's through the smoke on them. Can we watch
Again,
Nexa POV?
again. He does it again.
Oh,
More than one? More than one. Oh my god, Nexa. He even had trigger discipline. Yeah, of course.
I pack it up.
Send it home.
Pack it up, honestly. Like, this is just ridiculous. Like, how has he got away with that twice?
Not only twice, how has he kept the trigger discipline there? Like, you see the first player looking away from you and you still decide to push through the smoke knowing there is the possibility of a second one jumping through. You could have heard him onto cave, for all you know.
Sensei, you ain't saving this all, little bro.
He's trying. He's trying. He killed Jacob for the second every time.
Oh.
Yeah. Nexa and Jacob. God damn. God diggity damn.
There's not a whole lot you can say, really, apart from the calls and the reads have been spot on. The individuals are just looking unbelievable. And these the biggest contrast between these first two maps and the third is that none of these rounds have been competitive at all.
True. Yeah, BC Game have just been steaming over them. Steamrolling them. They've been allowed to get away with so much pressure on the map, whether it's A main, whether it's mid, whether it's lane all the time, with Nexa pulling through those insane rounds. Like, it's felt like Fireflux have just been waiting for their demise in the middle of the bomb site. And that hasn't even been the case.
J-Kemp's in red.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it hasn't even been the case. They're trying to take these fights, but they're just losing them. Look at the kills. Skrunk is 0-9. And Soulfly and Banjo are at the top of the leaderboard with 4 kills each.
Alright, well look, there's an opener. And you got rid of J-Kem.
Sure. Next is still in the game, though.
He is, and they're just going to exec B. The read is correct, though. Fourth player comes over. I mean, Soulfly's just dropping off util, so maybe... it still could be okay. If Fireflux push... Oh, pushing.
Oh, yeah,
this is where it gets out of hand.
Oh, Skrunk with the incendiary.
HP, running through the molly. Oh, dear, okay. There we go, Skrunk.
That's a first. And the nade blown open the smoke. That's an easy frag for Prime Tap. They move on back towards ramp, and Nexa keeps it up. It's Nexa again, man, but good kill out of Soulfly. Good timing. Knock on the op. And Prime Taps is the one on low HP. Oh, he chucks that nade over. It connects fully on the Soulfly. Forces them back, and a peek out from the op. No way. Knock gets that. Oh. Why is he out in the open?
Oh, you got to go for this.
He's forced to, but
To be fair, isolating these fights can work, although it's a dink and not a kill, and Nuke just hits the shot anyway. It's 9-1.
Cypher's on 16k, Nex is on 16k, Knock is on 16k. I mean, it doesn't get more one-sided than this, does it, Brandon?
No, it doesn't.
I haven't seen one of these wipes in a while. After what was such a close map 1 and 2. And here's me biting my tongue, because then Fireflux, if they came back from 8-4, if they came back from 9-3, now they're just waiting to come back from 10-2 or something. I'm gonna show my trap.
They're on pistols again, so you already know what the outcome's going to be, don't you? Soulfly, good connect onto JChem at least. Cypher's low. We're trying to cope our way into these rounds. Flashbang forwards, but it's not working. It's not working. Paz is dead. Ready, 3, 2, 1. Missed. Tech 9, dead.
It has been a long time since I've seen 4 players that are 10-4, 13-4, 14-4, and 12-2.
Yeah, Nuke's pushing this Jame narrative to a new dimension.
Well, at least one map, right? At least one map.
Yeah.
Nock's been not having that fun of a time in this entire best of 3, so to have him here and now, amazing. Say, 3rd kill on the board. Woohoo! Might be your last though.
JChem's spotted Soulfly and is now doing the red room dance again. Prime Taps now works over with Cypher. They're going to take the control that they've got and disengage. A molly deep to bait JChem in more. You have to know that JChem's in here. And BC Gamer anticipating a push that hasn't actually come in.
Oh, Banjo's peeking into JChem. Wait, because Nex is there as well. He can always trade if things go south. Oh, and JChem doesn't even need trading. He just gets out. He finds them both.
He doesn't.
Oh, God.
So if Sensei double kills here in Cave, we've got an interesting round.
That's a big if, buddy.
If Sensei kills all of them, we've got an interesting round, but he's not ready for Prime Taps. That's 11. 11-1 to BC Game.
They brought back 8-4. They brought back 9-3. But they're not going to keeping it together for this one. There's no way, even if they take pistol. 11-1. And somehow, Tai Lu just upset Eternal Fire, so anything is possible, okay? Anything is possible.
That.
Yeah. I just found that out. Okay. Well, today's a loopy day. Interesting. But here we are. Off to another pistol. Indeed gonna be our last.
Yeah. If this goes south for Fireflux, it's... well, you know the rest. Well, it feels like we're about to know the rest, or maybe not. Soulfly has got a couple of kills. It is a 2 versus 2. Everyone's in mid, and you should know that. If you're both parties, recovering the bomb, though, is tricky for Scrunk. And now Nuke turns on a swivel. Needs to get rid of Soulfly. This is messy. This could get out of hand, but it doesn't. 12-1.
GG's.
Yeah.
GG's. Wow. So that's all that it really takes actually out here for BC Game to win a map is win your second pistol, and you'll do fine.
Or win a pistol.
Or win a pistol. Yeah, that's a fair one. God damn though, here we were, right, looking like clowns at the beginning of this map, being like, yeah, Ishin's gonna be very close.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, it's not
Unlucky.
it's not the first time we looked like clowns. It's okay.
Part of the job, I think.
Yeah, it really is.
Well, the thing with this is that at the end of the day, like, number one, who could have predicted this? Number two, we're not going to sit here and go, oh yeah, they're just going to get owned. Like, that's just that makes it so, like, unfun.
I know.
But also, like, how could you have predicted this?
I know a couple of people who could have gone just, oh no, they're gonna get wrecked, and they make it fun. So I guess that's just a thing for us, maybe, Brandon.
Maybe. Right. Can the pistols do anything? My hunch says no, but this is a good setup. Prime Tap's dead. Nuke also dead. Okay,
it's
not
MP9
bad,
though.
but Jakem's in mid, and Cypher's holding down B. This is now a 3 versus 2, in fact, making a 1 versus 3. Sensei, who has had a rough go of it all game long, is about to go into Cypher, and Cypher's now just playing with him to bait in Jakem to get the final kill. Unbelievable work from BC Game. They 13-1 Fireflux after having a good half at the start of every single one of these maps. Ancient, it felt like a no contest.
They literally farmed them. That was rating farming. That's all that was. And that's how Fireflux gets sent out of the CCT. That is... I think they're gonna get out of the server and think that they were in a fever dream just now, because that's just not how you're gonna be losing your elimination game. There's no way.
No, absolutely not. You come into that and you think, wait, what's just happened? Is the game started? Yeah, it has. It's done. It's over. There are the standings for you. Fireflux, to be updated, 0-3 out of there. BC Game moved to 1 and 2, where they've got to fight Parivision, potentially one of Zeus Nasty, Monty, Sinners, Guns, Spirit Academy, GTZ, Partisan, Iberian Soul. That's hard. It doesn't get any easier. Those are 2 games done for today. We can bring up the schedule and we can show you what's coming up, because we've got 2 more beautiful faces rotating out and covering us. As it's going to be what, Iberian Soul versus...
It's going to be Iberian Soul Partisan and Gun 5 Sinners. Yeah, there's the group stage. We're watching the middle matches, and we're going to be going in diagonal today. And some more beautiful faces out here on the casting list as well, because we're swapping the baton. We're handing it over to Vincent, another Romanian, right? So
yeah,
one native English speaker and a native Romanian speaker going on to the next 2, I guess.
Yeah, sounds good. Sounds great. Yeah. It will be GTZ versus Zerostasty. We're going to throw it to a short break, and when the broadcast comes back, there'll be 2 new faces to take you through. Take care, and we'll see you in a little bit. Thank you.
CCT Europe Series 19 continuing, and the Swiss stage. We're getting deeper into this thing. Round 3 is where we're at here today as we do a little switcheroo here on the desk. My name is Vincent, joined by Pop. And Pop, how are you doing today, my friend?
I'm very excited for those games. I was, for a second there, you said Series 19, and for the past 2 days I've been in Series 20, and I was like, wait, what is going on today? But yeah, it is Series 19. Interestingly enough, the second to last series of the second season. So, you know, it's not a lot left, and a lot of those teams need to get some points. And they're talking about those teams. Today already we saw Party Vision win 2-0 against Sashi, and then BC Game managing to 2-1 Fireflux. But up next, it is Zero Tenacity taking on GTZ, and later on, last game of the day will be Partizan against Iberian Soul. Now, what's interesting is that both of those matches are 1-1, right? So whoever wins here will not be qualifying for the playoffs, but they will be a little closer, as you can see on the standings right now.
Yeah, I mean, big surprise in Fireflux, I think, being one of the teams 0-3. Also, BC Game just do things the hard way. They for some reason cannot win games in clean fashion. It's some sort of curse. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's happening, but yeah, there's been exciting games across the board here. I actually had the privilege to cast the Navi Junior game against Spirit Academy that put Navi Junior up to the 2-0 spot as well. And Fnatic in a similar fashion to BC Game, not doing things in an easy fashion, but the fact that they continue winning in these Swiss stages is a little bit of it's a boost to what has otherwise been a bit of a troubling start to the year. But let's dive deeper. Let's talk about our matchup here, the one that we are going to get started with, and that being a GTZ team that I actually haven't had the privilege to watch all that much, but a GTZ team that has been, you know, has made a change coming into this one with Diaz in MS leaving about 2 weeks ago or so. This is a team that has kind of been kicking around and finding some upset victories, but the problem is, like, consistency is just so hard to find, and I'm not even putting that down to individuals. I just think that, you know, they're at a place right now where finding a way to beat all these teams in the Swiss stage is difficult.
Yeah, one of the main things is that this is a new GTZ roster, right? Because their whole roster went over, or the majority of their roster went over to Rhino, and now this is just a newer kind of picture of GTZ, right? They've been in this team, as you mentioned. Diaz joined 11 days ago, but they've had the four of Lenko, Nopej, Rafa, and Snappy for over a month. And so far, I mean, they haven't been doing all that bad, but not all that well either, right? It's a little bit of a hit or miss with the games that they're playing lately. They've got a couple, like 3 wins in a row against Jano, Kono, and Sashi, but they did lose to 500 very recently. And before that, they had a bunch of losses in a row. So they need kind of to stabilize here. And they're not up against an easy opponent because they're taking on Zero Tenacity, who maybe they slowed down a little bit from the form they were in before, right? Because Zero Tenacity, they're ranked 42nd in the world in terms of the HLTV ranking. But if you look at the Valve ranking, they are ranked 84th. So they've been a little bit of a hit or miss as well. But I think they're on their way to getting back up there.
Yeah, I mean, before I dive deep into those guys, I think it's funny because I think GTZ, their team went to Rhino, and that core that we just saw is Rhino's core, actually.
Yeah, a little
4 out of 5
switcheroo.
players. They actually just did the flip-flop, like a few days apart. I don't know how that happened. That's just a funny Counter-Strike moment. But yeah, I think the Zero Tenacity team, it's so hard to like have opinions about this team because they have such impressive like heights. Their ceiling, they can find wins seemingly out of nowhere, but it often comes down to, you know, how good Namana is on the day, you know, what sort of form you're going to see Brute Monster in, and the thing about that is that their floor is also relatively high compared to, you know, other teams that you would probably put at that level. They very rarely get upset themselves, but at the same time, I feel like it's just so reliant on those individuals, even though this isn't a team that necessarily has like crazy firepower. Normally you would talk about that with a team that has, you know, like a really strong individual that just dominates the game, but sometimes they're going to have an off game. It's not usually how it is, but that's why it's hard to kind of tell where Zero Tenacity is at the moment, because they may look like they're getting some good wins, but they also didn't even get through the play-in stage for Series 17 to Series 18. They finally, you know, made a bump through other means in order to get an invite to the Swiss here. So, like, I just am not sure where Zero Tenacity is at as a squad right this second.
Yeah, I think if we make a quick comparison, is Z10, they were where 500 are now, if that makes sense, right? 500 is an absolute powerhouse right now, and that's what happened with Z10 before. You know, we do remember all those times when whenever a team was playing Anubis against Z10, everyone would have said, okay, that's an easy map for Z10. We'll worry about the other two, right, if they're able to take those. But you were, funny, you were mentioning GTZ, right? They were invited via the VRS standings, but Rhino, they actually failed to qualify for both Series 19 and 20. So I don't know if that really works out all that well for Rhino, but we'll see. We'll see the veto as well, as we have Train banned out by GTZ, and I'm expecting an Ancient ban from Z10, as it is their permaban. There we go.
It gets interesting with this because both of these maps, right, Train, Ancient, they are each team's permaban, but they're also like one of the best maps for their opposition. So it's just like kind of worked out. They've done a little handshake and then moved on, which I think is kind of odd. They get lucky in that way in this one.
Oh yeah, for sure. We do have Inferno, which is percentage-wise at least the best one for GTZ. Not the most played. Most played, as you mentioned, Vincent, it is actually Ancient. And for the other side, I would assume we're gonna get to see a Nuke. I think that would be a perfect punish pick. Yes, there we go. It's a 50% win rate for Zero Tenacity with 14 maps played in the past 3 months. While for GTZ, they played it 8 times, but only won 25% out of those 8 times. And as for the decider, I would expect a Mirage, since us2 is actually banned out. No, it's actually Anubis. So it does make a little bit more sense, considering it was the choice of Z10. Just because we all remember the Anubis of Z10, so they're still very much confident in it. So with the maps being laid out like this, I am seeing here a potential for a 2-0, but only for Zero Tenacity. Otherwise, it should be a 2-1 for Zero Tenacity. Do we see any kind of angle where GTZ get away with this, Vincent?
Yeah, I mean, I think it goes back to what I was saying about, you know, who's performing there for Zero Tenacity on the day. But I think overall, I'm in agreement with that. I think GTZ get a fantastic opportunity to play into Inferno. You know, that's been a map that they have been able to get some wins on and find some consistency on, where, you know, across the rest of the pool, GTC haven't been able to do that. So by having this Inferno in there, I think it tosses a little bit of a wrench into things. But on paper, I agree. I think Zero Tenacity should be taking this. It's just dependent on whether they get it done on Inferno and can get that done in 2, or if it's going to take Anubis for us to reach that destination.
Well, the thing is, I think that Inferno is just going to be so very important to set the pace, right? Because if we do see a very strong performance out of GTZ, I think Z10 might be in a little bit of trouble. Not we Nuke necessarily, because it's just that big of a difference. But, you know, we are basing our analysis most of the time only on, you know, the numbers on HLTV. And those sometimes do not really align with the reality, right? Because even for GTZ, Nuke, you could call it their worst map in terms of win rate, right? That's the lowest win rate they have on any of the maps that they play. But at the same time, maybe they've had some very rough teams that he played against, right? Maybe they've had some very rough opponents. They actually won against 500 yesterday on Nuke. So even though I just said, you know, we're seeing a Z10 angle on this game, maybe GTZ do have something to say. But we are jumping into the game. We already had an initial duel because Brute Monster is already down to 23. As GTZ on the T side, they're looking to attack the A side, or at least they're set up here to try and deal some damage.
Yeah, I think this game for GTZ, if they can get somebody like Linko going, then, you know, they're going to have a lot better of a time. Rafix is going to be beheaded, though, to start. Jafo ensuring that, but it's a good trade. This is a lot of space, though, taken off the rip, and what a shot at a Brute Monster. Still, they fly into the A-bomb site, and we'll get the bomb down. GTZ setting up in the post.
Well, not an easy feat to try and retake the safe side, but in a pistol round, a lot can happen. Dualies for both Simke and Nemanja to try and push in. Pretty good setup for GTZ. Simke and Nemanja to each find one. Hang on, it's down to Diaz, but he's able to take down Nemanja, not Simke. There we go. There's the retake. Zero tenacity, even though it seemed like it should have been a lot more complicated for them to get those headshots. Well, apparently it wasn't a problem. Great job by both Simke and Nemanja.
It really comes down to Zero Tenacity showing a lot of patience there and waiting for GTZ to look for information. Unfortunately, the Pit player, I didn't see how the duel went exactly, but, you know, probably just trying to get info, you know, and overstepped a little bit. That's one opportunity that was given over for Brute Monster, and he takes advantage of it. That's where the entirety of that round turns on its head, because, you know, you set up that 1v1 or that 3v2 into a 2-on-2, and you can then play together a little bit more effectively. Stolen away. Zero Tenacity pull that pistol round. TZ not gonna give up the gambit just yet. They'll be in for the force buy off the back of their bomb plan.
Also, another thing that I wanted to mention about that player in Pit is just he was spotted very early on. He could have just, you know, stay hidden and wait for the contact of his teammate, right? Just because he was so crucial. It would have been one of the hardest positions to clear out. Anyway, focusing on the round at hand. Of course, the round that GTZ do force up into. Need to get a bomb planted. A couple of deals in the mix that can surely deal some damage, even though it's Linko's Mac 10 that gets spotted out first towards a site, and does get pushed back because of the util. GTZ, they are taking their time with this. Although, Jofo is forcing their hand, and that's Linko eliminated. Apartments for now cleared out. They are still split up, so they're still considering potentially a play towards B if they do find a kill there, but it is not going to be easy. They got Nemanja close up and Simke all the way towards Dark. It is very complicated for the Deagle and the Mac 10 to push in, but it seems like the Galils will be joining them.
Yeah, group back up at the 30-second mark, and we'll see Nemanja tested. That Molotov going to make life very difficult for him. He sits inside of it and will burn alive, but Simke's rifle, good for the double, and in the back of Dark is going to slip away. Rafix tries the same maneuver, but into CT spawn through their smoke. It won't even be a single kill for Rafix, and Zero Tenacity will make sure that that force buy goes about as poorly as possible. Only get one kill to GTZ. There's really even no conversation for a reinvestment there.
Well, they do get themselves some Deagles, right? Something to fire back with instead of the Glocks, but for Z10, should be a fairly easy round, as they do spot them towards mid. AVN, I would be against peeking into the Deagles in mid, and I think he is as well. Oh, a ding onto Diaz. Not necessarily heard all the way from Pop Banana, but it's still some damage dealt there, and Diaz should be an easier target to deal with. As GTZ are waiting here for Zero Tenacity's wrong move to try and be a little overly aggressive and try and get their heads into the crosshairs, but Z10, they know what that's about, and they're just going to take their time. They know that they forced in the previous round. This one isn't going to be a force. It's actually very unexpected that the fact that they actually invest into this many pistols. Usually you would just see Glocks and buying up comfortably into the next round. They are going to be potentially missing some util. Oh, snappy. Well, that's a way to start off a round with the Eagles. Great shot to take down Simke.
And Nemana's going to shepherd off that rifle back to the site. Try not to allow them to get anything more. Collect that. It's fine for Brute Monster, though. To complicate matters. Again, GTZ really slow on this approach. This Steve Fall with no utility is, I mean, them actually just searching for some sort of free duel with the Deagles. Diaz hits the deck. His low HP making it a little bit more difficult for him to weather Storm. Still, Eagles going to give this their best shot. Unfortunately, that's not good enough. 10 seconds left, and Linko is going to sprint back in. But he's already lost the round, and they could be... Oh, no. Oh, no. They've done it to him. They've waited till the time expires, and they've killed him after time.
Oof, that's going to be a problem for Linko.
I mean, they already didn't have great economy. How about not getting any money?
Yeah, that's not going to be great at all. I mean, they got an initial kill, but that was about it. And this was all about, you know, dealing damage, right? It was all about taking some weapons away from Zero to Nasty. They were able to only take one, and it actually might have opened up a way for Brute Monster to get his op. If they would have saved every single weapon, they probably wouldn't have it. So right now, Linko's only playing with a Tech 9. Thankfully, he had the, you know, the money over so that he can buy up some util. That is a very interesting approach. AVN pushes down mid. He spots no one, pushes through the smoke towards Banana. Now he is the Banana player, even though he usually wasn't. Big rotation from Nemanja to help out the A site, and AVN could be following suit just because there's a lot of control towards Banana, and Simke has plenty of util to delay the push if it happens from GTZ. Well, GTZ, they're still testing waters. They're still trying to find out which of the two sides is the one better to attack, but very solid crossfire towards long between Nemanja and Brood Monster. It's very hard for GTZ to play towards the A site, and, well, they decide to try and attack B. But for now... Oh, they're actually going to brute force their way through. Simke only good for one. Nemanja inside the smoke is going to push out, and he actually gets snappy through the smoke.
That's unfortunate. That's devastating for GTZ, because now they work at a disadvantage. 2-on-3. If they punch in the numbers, we'll have the opportunity to close this. Where is this rotation? It's so late. A little bit too late, to be honest with you. Finally, they're going to get moving. But Joffo is out of this round right now. He's got a sprint. Now he's seen, got to run. And, I mean, I guess Brute Monster can just handle it on his own. He's got the kit. And they won't be punished for it, but Joffo, get in the mix, dude.
Yeah, it was a weird rotation, but the fact that Brute Monster just takes that duel with USP, there was no reason to do that, right? He just had to wait for his teammate and then just play together. But no, he's like, no, I got this. Don't worry. The USP is enough.
I mean, time was expiring. I don't know if he had, like, the whole time to wait that out, if I'm going to be real.
It would have been a lot closer, that's for sure. But at the same time, you go down, I think that just seals the deal for the opponents to win the round. So, you know, if we're taking into account everything, was that the safest decision? Probably not. But did it work? It did. So we'll take that. Nemanja will also take this double kill and open things up in round 5 with that, which is not really all that good for GTZ, considering this is a buy round. They did invest everything into this round, and they already lost a couple of players, and sure, they got Simke down to 6 HP, but they're still down 2 players.
Yeah, Lico's having a nightmare start with the fact that he didn't get a bye last time, and now it's 3v5 to essentially begin round number 5. Just gonna set up to go for it. Don't know how confirmed that Simke damage is, but I'd imagine they know that he got him relatively low. It's still 3 towards A. So when GTZ do pull the pin on this B attack, it could be an effective one. Simke has an HE. Oh, he's going to invest it now. Just does a little bit of chip damage. Was going to say he might be able to leave the smoke open.
Oh, great shot by Linko, but Simke, the fact that he actually still gets a kill is impressive. That's going to keep the player advantage in favor of Z10. Rafa tagged through the smoke. This time, Jofo's joining his teammates through CT. The only problem is they only have an HE. That could be sent towards New Box. Although it's dropped over to Nemanja. They'll start checking corners. Rafa swings out, spotted by Joffo, and there's the nade. Down to half HP, it's Lenko, and Nemanja, he was locked into the angle. Zero Tenacity, even when they have to retake, they still do it cleanly. I mean, it's not the first time they come in for a retake, don't get me wrong, but they knew exactly what they had to do. Push together, play as a unit, check your corners, and clear them out, eliminate the opponents, and get around in the bag. Nicely done, and that's a 5th GTZ. They'll have yet another buy, full loss bonus plus the bomb plant. That's going to give them enough, but...
I'm just blown away that Zero Tenacity are so locked in on Nubox there. Like, they rooted him out so fast, considering they had no coffin control, no church control, no nothing. That is incredible work by Zero Tenacity. And how's that nade taste, Diaz? Start the round at 23. That's a tilter when you're struggling already to get on the board as a squad.
Well, maybe they were thinking about how they could set up, but yeah, I don't know. They read the situation perfectly. Smoke comes through. Oh, no pitch. That is a good start. Simke eliminated without getting anyone out of the round. Diaz, he's still very low HP, but still alive. That's one of the main points, although they have been split up. And Nemanja finds Snappy. That is not that good for GTZ. They had the player advantage. Now it's gone.
The problem is that even with that kill, I was about to say that if Nemanja doesn't get a kill through the smoke, then they're definitely saving. Even with the kill through the smoke, it looks like they're saving. So, unfortunately for Zero Tenacity, they gamble that they can leave Simke alone on the B bomb site and he can get something done, or if he doesn't, right, stay alive in order to maintain control. Okay, Rafux, nice shot onto Chapo. But yeah, this is a weird half measure that Zero Tenacity are taking. Never have Avian or Brute Monster moved here at A. Yet Nemanja sticking around, Joffo in the same boat. They have the money, so it's not a devastating loss, but why throw away that economy in the hope of getting a couple of exits?
Z10, even though they were up 5-0, one more round and it could be down into an eco.
It's all the more puzzling to, leave Joffo and Nemanja in that B side retake that was never gonna go.
Yeah. Maybe just a spur of the moment, but something that surely needs to, well, not happen again if they want to hang on to some more money, which is usually pretty useful.
I do like money.
Yeah, I'm never complaining that there's too much.
Yeah,
Only that is not enough. Ooh, Brute Monster a little bit too aggressive, and I'm saying that not because he missed a shot. It's not the end of the world. Those things do happen, but there was no way of anyone helping him out, right? And he was flashed as well, and he was behind the wooden planks. Those are easily spammable. So
I think it was a T side flash. So I think that it was some bad timing for him.
Yes, that was for sure. But he did take the chance. I mean, I think at some point you have to, right, to get some information on that. Nemanja, he's very close, and I think they just said, okay, we're gonna leave Nemanja here. If it's a B play, it is what it is. The round's over. We'll save, because he had nothing to work with, and he was so close to the enemy. Usually when you're left all by yourself, you usually just kind of play towards CT or something, and if they do come towards your site, you're just gonna abandon it, and it is what it is. But with that's GTZ with a second round on the board. And who's that in apartments? Linko. If he can take down one or two players even, that's gonna be a big blow to Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, I mean, just one player would be a significant blow to their purchase next round. Yeah, I also am a little bit confused at Zero Tenacity's game plan there when you're talking about leaving Nemanja on B. Okay, fair enough, right? Even though, you spotted like 2 or 3 players towards Banana early into the round, that doesn't really mean anything for the late round hit. But then Why is he just like jiggle and then walking out Nana? That seems a little bit silly, considering that if he goes down, the entire B site is gone, and there's no way for you to retake. And if the plan was, well, Namanha, go get information. If you get 2 kills, we win, and if you don't, we lose. Bad plan.
Well, thankfully, Zero Dynasty, with those 3 weapons saved, they will get another buy on the board.
The issue that I'm having right now with GTZ is I don't feel like they've won these rounds. I think Zero Tenacity have lost these rounds more than GTZ have taken the initiative to really define the map.
Yeah, that's very fair. That's one of the issues, right? Because if Zero Dynasty stop losing rounds, GTZ are gonna have a problem. That's a good double peak, though. That's overpowering Joffo. Push there from Nemanja, who did not really have any kind of information, and it's a dry peak like that. You know, you're thinking about the first 5 rounds where they play it so well, and then it's mistakes like this that just make them look silly. And this is kind of the weird thing, that's the weird vibe that we're getting around here, right? So we'll see what happens, but it's just, you know, you have no information in mid. They could be, from what you know, they could even be up close next to the wall. And it's a dry peak that doesn't really make a lot of sense, but at the same time, you know, during the game it might look a little different. We have a lot more information that they do have, of course, so they do set up towards B stack, but they chose the wrong site because GTZ, they're already pushing into A, and they'll get a bomb planted and get another round on the board.
I mean, it's thanks to Graphics, I think it is, who's throwing a very nice little fake over here. Which also seems like a weird decision for GTZ. Why is your Opera the one throwing this, like, B fake? But it's worked beautifully, as you highlighted, to your Tenacity bite and bite in hard. Not that they had too many choices. When you're down in a 3-on-5 on the CT side of Inferno, you really have to just play a bit of a gambly setup. You don't have enough information, and you know, trying to group up for a push when you're so split to begin with is nigh impossible. So I don't think it's a criticism there of Zero Tenacity, but GTZ finally winning a round of their own volition more than anything else. It was a good setup for Zero Tenacity in the apartments. The double swing dismantles it with ease.
Well, surely expected, you know, GTZ at one point to have something to say about it, but Z10, it just happened so quickly, so randomly, right? It didn't really happen the way we expected it to happen. Well, I guess that's what make these games exciting. You always got something surprising. But with the tactical applause,
I would take it with expectations met, you know, one time. Just to see how that feels.
I couldn't tell you. I've been so wrong on so many games that, you know, I'm just trying to give up a prediction about what is expected to happen, and because of the numbers and all that and the percentages, and it never works out.
A fool's errand, some would say. You may be the fools. They got guns out. Very much interested, rather than the B fight where they were getting bullied by utility early into the round. They've been just taking this apartment's control fast, and that's a missed shot from Brute Monster. Great trade. Joffo under pressure. A double kill for Joffo, and he's got an AK now as well. You know, oh, I don't think you want to fight that, Nopi. I don't want to myself.
Well, it seems like the tactical pause helped out a whole lot. Nopish and Rafa. What can they get done here? 55 seconds left on the clock. And we've seen our share of 2v4s. And Rafa trying to play towards B. Well, he's only got Simke here, and Simke has an M4. If Rafa finds a good angle, then we're gonna run on our hands. Rafa's low HP, that's the problem. Simke. Wallbang connects. And now for Nopage to win this one. It is technically a 1v2 if he goes towards A. Good timing.
Yeah, there's a big gap there that Joffo had no clue about. I think the hardest part of this is AVN is in apartments and it's just not going to be known. And they're scaling in fast. Wait a second, this is too fast. Zero Tenacity have given away another fight. They've got to regroup a little bit. Namana and Simke gonna play this together, I would presume. But they aren't. They're taking individual duels. It could have gone so wrong. Thankfully, Namana wins the duel. Oh my goodness, Zero Tenacity, I mean, doing their best to give GTZ a chance.
Yeah, that kind of checks out. Well, it's all up to, you know, GTZ when do they start taking those into account again and use that to their advantage. And
dislike how GTZ start that round when they get the pick. They try to move quickly and listen, they get punished for it. Joppo gets a triple, but I think that the attempt that they were making there to take advantage of that space that they had grabbed with the opening pick with the Brute Monster whiff, that was good. That was a good reaction.
Nades towards Banana, but not a lot of damage dealt there. Now, GTZ, they do have quite a lot of presence towards Banana, but from what we've seen so far, you know, they could be going there, they could be turning around, it's never set in stone. Just trying to, again, test the waters, see what the reaction from Zero Tenacity is. And they start rotating the third player from B onto A. GTZ. You could be walking into 3 players here, but at the same time, they do smoke up long. You could still take their long road around towards the B site, try and get a B split. And it seems like that's the idea, because the bomb was going back to Banana. Never mind, not anymore. This is confusing. I hope they know what they're doing.
I think GTZ a little bit confused, and I think they just missed the library smoke. No, okay. It's the waterfall one. Oh, that's unfortunate. Brute Monster not making a noise. Mini Pit falls, and so does Big Pit as well. That is slow burn from GTZ, but one that works out brilliantly.
Well, Z10 might have read it right, but it didn't work out. And GTZ take advantage of that. Even, you know, even with the confusion, even with all of those things where it seems like they didn't know what they were doing, apparently they did. And it worked out perfectly. Can they take down the last 2 players, though? Because that's going to be a pretty big deal there for Z10. Simke, great double. Nemanja taken down, and they should know where Simke is. Where it's dark, only 2 players left standing for GTZ, and there we go. That's Simke eliminated. Every single player on the side of Z10 goes down. Look at their money. That is a big problem. GTZ should be on their way to 5, potentially tying up this first half.
Yeah, I mean, 5 rounds straight, and the money finally broken. Zero Tenacity. You know, some errors along the way. I'm gonna be real. I feel like GTZ set up that A take pretty well, but also Zero Tenacity were all in like good spots to handle it. They just didn't play off of one another at all. Like, it was a pretty good crossfire. No, it doesn't help that the mini pit player goes down like instant that he picks up his head, but shout out GTZ, just hitting the must-win moments. Also, a big struggle for Brute Monster when he has had the op.
Well, surely they're gonna need a lot more. I mean, you look at the kills right now, right? And we're seeing some good things out of Nemanja, as we grew accustomed to. But you were mentioning about, you know, the individual performance of some of those players. Obviously, having Nemanja pop off and Simke here and there is not really enough, right? Because Simke, because the thing is with the kills from Simke, he did really well at first, but then he was mostly retakes towards A. He's got himself 3 kills in the last round while he was trying to survive. I think that's the first time I've seen that corner played by not by Brood Monster, by anyone. It's just such a tight corner. Get surprised a little bit. AVN? Zeus, maybe? Can we get a quick kill out of Zeus? Oh, starts moving in. No, he's gonna be denied. GTZ flawless round, and we're gonna find ourselves into round 12. Last round of the first half. Z10, can they deny GTZ the equalizer?
It's been a bit of a build up here, but GTZ have slowly but surely broken through into this one. 6th round would be the cherry on top. And I think the biggest adjustment for GTZ has been pressuring A early every single round to get Rafix into a good position where he gets a shot off. It is a miss, but quick reaction out of Zero Tenacity to elevate into the double porch.
Well, starting to make it a little awkward for Zero Tenacity, although AVN is boosted up into short. Oh, Lenko saw that. There's the flash. Lenko able to take down Brood Monster. Almost AVN as well, as he jumped over to safety. As GTZ are going to try and regroup soon enough. AVN with the flash takes a swing. There we go. There's the kill onto Lenko. That's a good play.
Looking to re-clear, maintain, and grab back some space. Joker J still here. Almost cleared out. I mean, great diligence for AVN. Now it's going to be up to the B players to hold this back. I say that, but GTZ have just backed away. They decided it's not worth their time. They think that kill has given them the bomb site, but they're wrong. Simke is still here, or Joffo, excuse me, still here. Ichi gonna tag him up, and he's gotta take the shot. Joffo ends up getting the kill. 1 for 1. GTZ heavily tagged up. The off on the right line, and with Rafix getting that one, Simke needs a miracle.
Well, that's not going to happen as Rafa lands the shot, and it's all tied up. I mean, GTZ, kudos to them to come back into this and make it equal. But Z10, I mean, they should have taken a lot more. I just think overall, if they played a lot of those situations better, they would have been up 8-4, 9-3.
I mean, I think there's definitely some criticism here for Zero Tenacity, but GTZ, what they did a good job here of is adjusting their game plan. They went from more banana-centric early rounds into pressuring on Bracket the entirety of the time when they started winning rounds, and really successful there too. I mean, Rawfix and Snappy, Lenko in that last round, they all had openers on Bracket, and it was good utility to set them up too. So I think that they recognized what was going wrong and adjusted pretty handedly.
Oh yeah, don't get me wrong. I mean, it's not all about, you know, the mess ups of Z10. GTZ also did a lot of good things that put them into this position, but now can they keep it up on the CT side? You have to remember, this is GTZ's map pick.
Well, on paper that means that GTZ should be loving going onto the CT side with a tied scoreline. And that, I mean, that's a good protocol right here. The cut, sound, Zero Tenacity, and GTC's instantly searching. Double push through Banana. Now they can get the third man rotated back over. Rafik's going to arrive on scene, hopefully in time, and Snappy gets the backstab. And he's got backup as well, so fighting this forward is more difficult. They're just going to take the site instead. Zero Tenacity. Going to end up breaking through.
Oh, great check. Snappy. That's the bomb towards Pit. Look at Snappy. Jumps around, gets the kill, and sprays and prays, and he's going to get answers. 4 kills from Snappy with those dualies. And that is a great way for GTZ to start off the second half. Just reading into things perfectly, getting those kills like that. Even after Zero Tenacity kind of secure their way into the site, they had to retrieve the bomb from Pit, and they didn't do it in time. The thing with the dualies, right, they're a little unreliable from time to time. You can see the spray here. It did connect in the end. But pushing up or pushing down Banana to the bottom of mid, seeing 4 players in front of you, you know you can't really tap all of them with those dualies. We saw that with the first headshot. It was not an instant kill. If he had an USP, maybe it would have been an easier time. But in the grand scheme of things, those dualies won out the round for GTZ. So with that, they get themselves in the lead. The flash doesn't really affect the 2 players, but the MP9 surely does, as Brood Monster and AVN, they're both taken down. Rough around the smoke. He's got a couple of players trying to push in, and it's actually going to be Nuke with the first contact through mid. Joffo, only that Glock. Not a lot of hopes out of this single Glock, but he's going to get a kill into Linko. That's very respectable. Oh, the burst fire. I don't know about that. Rafa will get that kill, and GTZ extend by 1 more. But now, it will be a full buyout of Zero Tenacity. Let's see what their answer is.
I think they, rather than have an answer, just need to, you know, get their game plan going. Start with what they want to do. See where that leads them. You know, GTZ already showing some good protocols here on the CT side. You know, Snappy's 4K and the dualies definitely helping him out, but it was the decision making to so proactively search down Banana when they cut sound. It's actually what wins them the round. Double nade. Oh, it's going to be a little bit painful. Unfortunately for DS, it goes both ways. Utility damage and then the finishing blow. Served up there by Simki.
Well, Z10. You know, there was 1 less player towards the B site, but they're not going to commit just yet. They're actually looking interested in an A play.
Some very disruptive incendiary.
That's going to delay them a lot.
Oh, and that allows for the play through the smoke, too. This is, again, a great protocol. Phenomenal protocol from GTZ. This is why they look to pick Inferno. That was lovely.
Well, do you still want to go towards A after, you know, you saw them aggress towards you and still knowing that it's only a single player towards the B side, or at least it was at one point? Seems like the answer is yes, as Rafa is right around the corner and he's got 3 players walking towards him. Oh, the flash is perfect. Actually saves his life. He will take down Nemanja, but gets traded right after. Headshot angle, although Joffo's right above him. That's an easy kill. Nuke can't really do anything about this, and it's up to Snappy to try and clutch it up once again. He has a molly for Pit, so he can flush out Joffo. There's the kill, and now into the 1v1. Keeps on spraying, but AVN was a little farther back, and it is AVN to get that kill. Zero Tenacity. They get around in the bag, but it was not easy at all. Snappy even in a 1v2 making it very, very complicated, right? Very scary. So Zero Tenacity, they can't really be comfortable with that. GTZ still able to get some more weapons and to get some damage done.
I think that Zero Tenacity should be comfortable with that, though, because they got a very fortunate early kill. That one isn't exactly something you can replicate, but you know, GTC made a lot of good plays and good decisions in that round, yet Zero Tenacity still were able to break through. they still traded really effectively, and that trading is why they won the round.
Push. No Pej, a second kill. Very impressive considering he was being picked by a couple of players. Still able to get a second kill just to keep the player advantage in his team's favor. And they know the Opper is towards the A site. Rafa took another swing, but he didn't have a chance to fire off another shot. He's going to back away. A third player getting himself towards the A site. But for now, for Z10, a single smoke was dropped towards short, and that is about it. And something that GTZ need to be careful about, not to leave a single player towards the B side to fend for himself. That's Diaz. He's getting himself towards new box, it seemed, as his teammate did come back, but the smokes can come through, and that could isolate Linko from his, or Snappy rather, from his teammate. Great timing on the smoke, though. That's going to delay them.
Yeah. I mean, GTZ just making good move after good move on the CT side. I'm really impressed thus far. They're on the right bomb site. Just going to nade open the smoke. 30 seconds left, so you really need to make the first maneuver. As the T side dink off, and now they're just going to play off of one another. Again, this is a phenomenal setup. GTZ are doing a great job on this CT side. Simke nearly makes that interesting, but I mean, GTZ have not made one single misstep on their CT side. I am so impressed.
Well, they are on their very way to win this map if they keep it up. Zero Tenacity struggling quite hard. And again,
how easy it is for Diaz to overstep there when he gets that dink.
Oh yeah, for sure. But he was very patient. I think the only thing that kind of gives us the wrong idea is that the HLTV ranking of GTZ is really high and for Z10 is really low. But for the Valve ranking, it's actually the other way around. I just realized GTZ, they're ranked 48th Valve ranking, and Zero Tenacity, they're ranked 84th.
I think that's because of officials and, like, actually the amount of games that have been played.
Oh, that's fair, but he's still having a lot more experience.
They have a lot of points from, I want to say, like, the end of last year, because they're struggling this year. They didn't make it through the play-in stage of either Series 17 or 18. Zero Tenacity, and they played them. Played both of them.
Yeah, that's gonna give. That's gonna be a big blow to your confidence when you finally make it through, and you meet a team that's usually making it through, and you know, getting some wins here and there.
Another good maneuver. This is no information today, so they're ready for the B play. Ready to throw flashbangs, but no, PJ just decides, you know, I can use my weapon as well. It is a solid hold. Three-man setup, only lose to Snappy in the process. Namana, I wasn't paying attention. Did Namana have like a hero rifle?
I think he had something, a hero. I didn't see. I don't remember a rifle.
He is big four.
Might have had a hero pistol.
Down 3 rounds. I don't want him to be the guy who has to go Tech 9.
It is. I'm gonna be honest. It is very surprising that he doesn't get a weapon dropped over to him when he did so well in the first half. Now he did slow down quite hard, right? But personally, if I'm AVN, I'm throwing the AK to him. No offense to AVN, but he's not having the greatest of games.
Yeah, it's been a struggle for him. GTZ, every gun around, they've had a different little setup, little maneuver where they can, you know, try and manufacture an opening advantage. This time it's forward position on porch side. Zero Tenacity just to walk out here and then running into the Lion's Den, a meat grinder. As they all swing out to one singular choke point. Or Brute Monster thought he had that kill, I'm pretty sure. Unfortunately for him, that dink isn't the victory he was hoping, and GTZ swiped them aside.
Well, Z10, they thought they were getting away with it. They thought they were going to surprise GTZ. But GTZ were ready. So the answer is, I think Z10, it might even be a little late for another tactical pause, but just to figure out how they can get through this defense of GTZ. Because they got through once, but that's about it. And all the rest around, GTZ did just very, very well. So this time around, they are a little quicker, but not as quick as in the previous. And they got themselves towards long Joffo. All those steps being heard. A fourth player rotating over, Snappy. Trying to make sure no one sneaked in. And there's Nemanja, but quickly dealt with. Simk taken down by Rafa. Now they just need to be careful of apartments. They take down those two players here. I don't know what Broodmonster can do all the way from bottom banana. And it still should be GTZ. Reach map point.
You can see the vision in this round from Zero Tenacity, though. They realized how much of a apartment/porch setup that was last round when they tried to react fast and just shuffle out or waterfall out the apartments. So they pressure instead to go towards arch side, and the hope is that they can pull the attention away, and then their apartment's attack is a lot more effective. Unfortunately, they didn't really set themselves up for any further success when it was so disjointed. Like the porch side or the apartment side players and the arch side players are just not moving together. Arch takes contact, and then apartments are just not ready to go.
Five chances here for GTZ. 5 chances to close it out, to send us over to Nuke. Maybe not their cup of tea, but they surely did a very good impression here. Rafa! Oh, the no-scopes through the smoke. Gonna take down both Simk and Nemanja. I mean, we're talking about, Z10. Maybe not the best decisions, but it's not really their day either to be going down to a couple of no-scopes through the smoke. That's insane. Diaz and Rafa, they did take some damage. Rafa, he's actually going to take another swing. Oh, God, that's perfect timing. Broodmonster actually got over the angle. He could swing a little more, but Broodmonster comes back in. There's the smoke to actually cover Banana. And, well, Z10, they'll try to regroup. Rafa, is there another no-scope through the smoke lined up? Probably not. Would be a little risky, but hey, at this point, might as well try it.
So many times Zero Tenacity have had to make this move, right? 3-on-5, try and recover what's been lost. On great hold out of Brute Monster. He's just looking for the reaction the GTZ have been showing they're willing to make every single time. Yes, is going to split. That one flashbang might accelerate Zero Tenacity and the B play, but they still got Rafix to deal with here. And I think they're just going to contact in. That's kind of what it looks like. So it's going to be a perfect way for this op to get involved once more in this round. There they go. Oh, it's almost the lineup, and it's about time for DS to rotate in. They're not going to be anticipating a rifler here. Can deny the bomb plant? No, that bomb will go down. So time no longer a factor. Zero Tenacity, it's the opposite, as Brute Monster finally is lighting up the scoreboard. A struggle on the CT side for him to hit these op shots, but looking for the reactions for GTZ, he finds victories.
Well, still for Z10, I mean, well, it was impressive to the fact that they were able to still turn around the situation. It's still not going to get any easier for Z10. It's 4 rounds that they still need to get. GTZ, they still have a very healthy buy and some more money behind that as well. Molly coming through, forcing Red Monster a little back, not allowing him to take a peek into the A site. Oh, but Nemanja finds Diaz through the smoke. That is yet another good opener. Rafa this time on the other side of the map could surely deal some damage, but is he going to get his chance? Because Z10, while they are lining up for a potential A play, maybe they can get a quick shot in. I mean, this is not the first time they get a kill towards B and then they still play towards A, even though quote unquote, it should be an easier way into the B site. And Nemanja realizes maybe it's time to kind of check towards B, although no pitch going down through the smoke here is going to be a big problem for GTZ.
Zero Tenacity, I mean, looking like a different beast right now. Got to get the trade, and Ivan does do just that. Ooh, it's a double kill. This is the round done and dusted. It's about how long Snappy can survive. Gonna have to fight his way out of this situation if he wants to. Jaffa waiting and watching from Library. And that's gonna be the end of that round. Zero Tenacity. Genuinely, it looks like we're watching a different team than we did at the beginning of this half. You know, good stuff with regard to, you know, being able to take bracket control methodically. But even beyond that, we're seeing Brute Monster involved and a lot more consistent. He's finally hitting some of those shots. Doesn't help that Naman is finding DS through a smoke at the beginning of that round at Banana. That's the second or third time that Zero Tenacity have found a kill through smoke on Banana to open the round.
Well, the thing is, they might have woken up, but is it too late? That's the biggest question, right? Just because GTZ, they're one round away from securing this first map, one mistake away from Z10 to end this first one, so this one shouldn't be it, right? It's pistols, it's the single MP9 for no pitch, so Z10 should be able to claim double digits. Well, I think you could make it a case GTZ could have forced up here, ecoed on 12-10 if they lost, and then buy up again on 12-11. Maybe they didn't really plan their economy accordingly, or they're just thinking, okay, we'll just win on the next buy round, which is fair. I mean, it has been going really well for them. Snappy could surprise with that Zeus. I mean, Zero Tenacity, they did tend to try and push through those smokes, but you know better than that against pistols to try and get aggressive. That wouldn't be too smart. Well, seems like Easy does it, but Snappy. Wow. I don't know how he missed a Zeus shot like that, but Snappy just did. DS will get one in return, but that is very awkward. I didn't even think that was possible, but here we go.
I don't even think that was close enough. I think
no, it was very far.
It was too far.
Oh, you think? Oh, even if he had a target on? Okay, maybe.
Yeah. I mean, he whiffed it too, but I mean, I guess there was good news there. All right, DS has reclaimed this AK. You know, so they got a little something out of that. This is a difficult fight, but only if you don't take those swings. Jonfo playing Overwatch coverage from the apartments, and now DS will have the AK and shepherd it away for the next round.
I'm just thinking that if he gets that kill with the Zeus, gets the AK, then maybe there could have been some, you know, some kind of a different situation. At the same time, Z10, they didn't really follow through. I mean, sure, they sent the player through towards the site, but didn't really get a chance to try and help him out or get the trade or anything. They did get their kills in return. Don't get me wrong; they still won the round. It's just for sure it could have been a lot worse for Z10. But they do get the double digits. They do get to 10. They need 2 more rounds to force out an overtime here against GTZ. GTZ will get the weapons out. There's an op as well for Rafa.
I'm going to let the bias show here. It'll be tragic if GTZ don't close this, because they deserve this map win. They deserve it for multiple reasons. Good CT side. I've really been impressed with some of their decision making on the CT side and their protocols. So, gonna have to be sooner rather than later, though, I think, if they want to do that. Another different look for GTZ. They got a forward position inside of Boiler. Graphics here once again. This wasn't spotted last gun round. So this could be in a very effective position for Graphics to be playing.
Good timing on the smoke. Gonna delay the Z10. GTZ, while playing behind the smoke, they're still, you know, they're still playing up close. But the thing is, Diaz, there's a couple of flashes coming through, and be as good as that. Look at the angle. They never expected a Diaz with a double. Doesn't land the third, but they're snappy to find his own double. And it's all down to Joffo. This is what I was talking about. A single mistake from Zero to Nasty, and that's going to be it. Pushing through the smoke. That is way too risky, and they find out exactly why. 30 seconds on the clock. No bomb in sight. And it's full of CTs all around him. Joffo. Well, at least he finds one more, but Rafa will take him down, and it will be GTZ to walk away with this first map.
Yeah, they pick out Inferno, and they show us exactly why it is a strong suit for them. I think that Zero Tenacity not only did not play a very good game of Counter-Strike as a whole, the first 5 rounds were good, but then we saw a ton of mistakes, and GTZ, I don't think they really made all that many. Their T side wasn't phenomenal. There was definitely some things they could have done better, but their CT side, I would call that a nearly flawless showing from them. You know, they lost some rounds, and they started to kind of lose the economy a little bit because of that. But most of those rounds were Zero Tenacity making either, you know, good decisions, a good play, or, you know, just hitting some shots. That also is good. You know, they made some good adjustments, Zero Tenacity, onto the T side themselves as we got deeper and deeper into that map. But as a whole, I'm very impressed with a GTZ team that I haven't seen all that much of, but that showed some of what they can do on the CT side in particular.
Oh, yeah, for sure. They were very strong, and all things considered, we did expect them to not look as strong as they did, but they certainly surprised us, and they surprised Zero Tenacity as well. And with that being said, Nuke is up next. That's the weakest map for GTZ, but then again, they just won against 500, so I am expecting them to actually look pretty good on this one. They are going to be starting on the CT side, considering Zero Tenacity picked into it, so it should make for a very interesting second map. We will be taking a break, and when we're back, we'll find out what happens on Nuke. And we are back. We're getting ready for the second map of the best of three here. And, well, so far, Zero Dynasty didn't look as good as expected. But, you know, let's take it like this. GTZ played a really solid first map. But Zero Dynasty, you know, this is kind of where they get in the groove, right? We remember those nukes, those Anubises. So I think they still got a fairly good chance at taking this one home.
I mean, the back half of the map pool looks good for them. There's no doubt about that. But listen, I think that there's a lot of details that GTZ got right there on Inferno that I do think could transfer over here onto Nuke, even though it's not a map that they get right very often. And that is, you know, Rafix, I think, you know, in the head-to-head, Brute Monster looked like downright bad for most of that map. He picked it up at the end, had a couple of impact rounds, but like as a whole, bro was missing and Rafix was not. He looked good. So like on a map where you move from Inferno, where that's not really an op map, to a Nuke where it is very much an op map, I think that head-to-head could be interesting if Brute Monster doesn't pick up the pace. And then second to that, starting out on the CT side is a huge relief, but in addition to starting on the CT side, I think that's where I was a big fan of what GTZ did on Inferno. If they have a lot of different, early game setups where, they're playing off of one another, playing to a bait setup of some sort, and then additionally, if they are as proactive in taking and re-clearing space as they were on Inferno, I think GTZ, the things they showed me there could definitely transfer to this nuke.
I can see that angle, right? I see what you're saying, but then again, I think Z10, they took those 10 minutes, and I think they realized something did go massively wrong on the first map, and we should fix that, and we'll see if they'll be able to fix it. I think one of the main things that GTZ has got going for them is that they have that win against 500, who's just an absolute powerhouse here at this point.
They don't play nuke. To be fair, 500 don't play nuke.
They don't play a lot of nuke, that's fair, but they're still just very good individually, right? Although, this push is interesting here from GTZ. Right, losing a couple of players. Lenko finds one, but that's the only one he will find as Brood Monster eliminates 3, and Simke takes down Snappy. That felt like a fairly easy piss around for Z10.
Well, that's because it was. Not really because GTZ are, dumb for making that play. I think that they're a team that's looking for an advantage any way they can get, and trying to take early contact and fighting for trophy and then fully through lobby. That can be one way to do so, especially if they are reading into Zero Tenacity and some of their tendencies. That being said, it looks so very silly when Zero Tenacity are just sitting there waiting for them, and they run into the Glocks. It's unfortunate that that's the way it goes down, but it's not going to stop here. It's the force buy-in. GTZ continue to push their way forward. Despite those losses, they get barely anything done on that pistol, and they're still going to be buying.
Well, I'm not the biggest fan of this kind of force buy, but if you're going to do it, you're going to do it at the start of the game, especially when it's not that punishing. Let's see what they can get done. I've seen way too many force buys that did succeed, especially on this map. Simke still hanging around here. Oh, he spotted Lenko. Look at the timing. Snappy. He never expected that. Lenko does get a kill in return, but Nemania's already pushed up through garage, and he's able to take down Rafa. And lose out on members here, GTZ, and they're not. It's not like they have a lot of weapons, but those they have, they are doing a very good job. It's a very long range duel for an MP9. Lenko, can you take that Brood Monster as well? That would be very important, but the bait from AVN is perfect. No pitch. He has to clutch it up 1v2. Oof, with that nade landing on his head, down to 34 HP.
Yeah, that makes this a lot more difficult than it already was, and it wasn't easy to begin with. Brood Monster tucking into hut side, so AVN's going to be the first contact. Well, diligent clear, but now with him spotted, as difficult as that fight is for AVN on the lower side, it's even more difficult for Nuke, and he'll have to just get out with the MP9. This force buy goes pretty well, all things considered, but Zero Tenacity taking advantage of the space that they do have. The pressure in yard, GTZ just don't have weapons to fight yard, and Zero Tenacity know that, so they get into strong positions in yard and win from there.
Now I have a very important question. Have I been saying his name completely wrong this whole time?
No, I have no clue either, but I think it's funny if it's Nuke. So,
because now that I look at it, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, well, and see, this doesn't give me any like confirmation, but that's how my other buddies like Mark and Tony have been calling him. But again, that's because we don't know, and I do think that kind of makes sense, but I don't have a clue how like what the language looks like, so I could just be being silly. Happy to be corrected. Send me a DM like on Twitter or somewhere if you do know, and stupid caster moment, let me know so I can get it right.
Yeah, that's
TLER, no, I don't think you're wrong. I just don't know what's right.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. It just feels a little easier, but of course it's not the right way probably. Nemania That's the right way to clear out main as he gets one. There's a lot of trades happening, and Snappy with the body shots. Ooh. That's a third kill. Brood Monster's all alone, but Snappy's ready for a fourth kill. And Brood Monster will deny, but Rafa gets the kill in return. And look at that. What a round from GTZ, and what a round from Snappy. Going for body shots instead of headshots. That's impressive.
It's an incredible round, but really because of the setup of it. Like, they just have all of the guys here on site, and it makes it very difficult. A crossfire that's set in stone, and then Snappy hitting the shots, obviously important. This is a wonderful trade from Rofix in the end. Makes it so that, you know, Zero Tenacity are going to be swinging into a two-man fight, no matter how you dice that one up. Great work out of GTZ. They don't win the force buy, but they do win the eco.
Well, that's certainly a way to get yourself back in the game now. Zero Tenacity. None of the greatest of buys. And it would actually be a very big problem if they lose out on this round.
It's rounds like that that give me some hope for GTZ.
Ooh. Pneumonia being very aware of the possibility of a push through the smoke, and that's exactly what happens. I mean, the Molly does deal a lot of damage. There's Jofo with one as well onto Diaz. And even though it's a lot of damage that's been dealt so far, no kills coming the way of GTC.
Rafa should get this one for free, surely.
Oh,
or not.
That's the op.
Yeah, I mean, round over. GTC go from a round where I'm so impressed with how well they play off of one another, what their setup looks like, and all of these details, to one where it all flies out the window, where they're taking individual moments. It's, you know, maybe Snappy feeling the adrenaline of that last victory and trying to get up ahead of himself, but a very one-dimensional play where, yeah, he's trying to use the surprise factor to get through that smoke, but he's swinging into what ultimately is three guys. He doesn't know that, but what he does know is that he's just not very favored, especially without, like, a good flashbang. So, you know, that happens. Same true for DS, who's trying to correct that with the unbreakable play. And, you know, Rofix is already in a difficult spot. Just gets caught out.
Oh, okay. Shot connecting through the wall. Out of the op. And no PJ is actually not going to get anything out of this. That's a crazy round from Zero Tenacity. The fact that he started off with 3 players on low HP.
I just think GTZ made so many mistakes here. Like, this is not a mistake from Rofix. He's got to, like, he knows somebody's dropped vent. He's got to start to clear it out. He can't just sit there and wait for them to, you know, all be in his face. But the first 2 fights are just a little silly.
Well, GTZ, we were singing our praises on the first map, but didn't really expect the mistakes like this. We'll see if those will keep on happening. Bad thing is, they managed to win the eco, and that would have propelled them. The previous round would have propelled them in the lead, actually. But now they're going to be trailing behind even more, as, or maybe not. Yes, that's a nice headshot. That's a weapon they can be retrieved. Unfortunately for them, there's no armor, so the Deagle still has a better chance than the M4 at getting that headshot. Just because it's a one-shot headshot, of course. They did rotate both the Deagle and the M4 towards the B site, and that is exactly where Zero Tenacity are heading. Rafa actually baiting a little more here, even if it does get a kill. It's still impressive. Linko found Simke. Diaz, he's still here. Brood Monster gets the trade, but no PJ is just hiding.
Have a clue.
Yeah, this is going to be denied of the ball. Oh, was close, but he gets the kill in the end. Now, how about Pneumonia? The 2v1.
So separated. Linko making an audio cue on the drop there. That's honestly a mistake that could have cost him the round, but now he can duo up, tag team onto the open, playing off of one each other well now, and GTZ win the round. Can't win gun rounds, but pistol rounds they've got.
Yeah, maybe they need to get those strategies from the pistol round into a buy round, see what happens. But of course, whenever you're playing with only the pistols, you're always going to be a little more aggressive because you've got not as much to lose. And again, another one of those situations where if GTZ win this round, they should be getting the lead because Z10 will have an eco. Let's see if they can do it this time. As Pneumonia is very quick on his feet with the AK, and Snappy has no idea, almost taking down Diaz as well. That would have been absolutely insane out of Pneumonia. Still a lot of damage. Nade comes through, missed shot from Rafa though. Spotted out at least a couple of players, so that gets information over to his teammates. And Z10, once more, they have 4 players towards the B site. No PJs already here. I'm gonna start swinging into him. That's bomb down. No PG, only good for 1. That could be a problem. Rafa's taking a lot of damage from the molly, so that confirms the position of the Opera, and they're gonna hear all of those rotations coming through.
Yeah, they might be aware of all 3. It's certainly 2 or more. It's here on ramp side. That smoke's also going to make life very difficult for the GTZ retake, and the HP even further complicates matters. And they've had time to slide into great post plants. This is a round that's over, and GTZ know it. 3 on 3, 0 tenacity. They just can get down to B so consistently. Seems like Yard is a big problem spot for GTZ's defense.
I mean, first thing first, the fact that Pneumonia is able to just run down from Silo on top of main, drop down, and still get a kill, almost a double. Even though the steps should have been heard, of course, a lot of chaos outside as that's happening. You know, flashes coming over, people repositioning, and all that. But he should never be allowed to do that. And not only that costs one of the players from the side of GTZ, but also, you know, some positioning, some maybe chances to shut down the push towards Secret with an earlier nade and better positioning of the op as well. So yeah, that just throws everything out the window for GTZ, and that puts them in a panic. Now,
yeah,
they still have a buy, they still have something to play with. It's not a piss around that we know that they're so good at, but look at that. What a shot from Simke. Perfect timing on the peak as well. Snappy will get one in return. There's information gained there by 0 tenacity. Rafa, good rotation, and Imania's eliminated. So they get a player advantage in their favor, GTZ.
Dude, it's swift rotations that GTZ showed on Inferno that I was a fan of. They do it there once again, getting Rafa into a good position. But here's the next steps that GTZ took on Inferno, right? 0 tenacity, cut sound and information away, starving the CT side of it. Is this where GTC start to step forward?
Could be at one point. It could be bound to happen, but the only kind of thing that could deter them from that is the fact that they have the player advantage. Not for long. Diaz eliminated. Rafa gets one in return. Snappy not able to catch anything, but Rafa, he's been doing really well in this round. A triple kill, and no PJ with the last kill. That is GTZ. They should be securing, you know, at least an equal score with that, because yet again for Z10, no economy behind them. I don't think they will have enough money for a clean buy. Well, maybe to go as far as to force buy once again. Because for Z10, it has been working out with a full clean buy, and even when it's not looking all that great. Although, we got a technical pause on our hands. Oh, not a long one. AVN is back. Thankfully, we don't really like those technical pauses.
I think that GTZ gonna need to deal with some of the issues they have in yard there. Like they're very much giving it up often, and I think that was the right decision in this round. They had such forward positioning at A. They could afford to do that. But it was only good trading that bails them out, and if Rafix doesn't win the hut fight, they lose that round. So, very good to be able to rely on him. Oh my goodness. Can't rely on him this round.
My god, Pneumonia! What is this? Crazy double kill with the Deagle. On top of Silo, then on top of Main. Third. Oh my god, Nemanya's on fire. And we were talking about how GTZ should be walking away with his anti-eco. Linko doing his best. The USP in hand. Oh, and he's hitting more and more. It's a triple kill. Nemanja taken down by no PJ. Great job by Linko to save the day here. That would have been a crazy round. Look at those shots from Nemanja. And, you know, the first two, okay, he's playing headshot angle. Third, that's insane. The fact that he gets a shot like that on the snappy. Thankfully, Linko is still around, still hitting his shots. Crazy headshot. The second one, this one with a USP on the Simk. You know, we were thinking about an easy round for GTZ. He did win it, but it was not easy by any means.
Yeah, it seems like easy is just not in the vocabulary for GTZ on some of these rounds. Also would have been the third eco round win on the map between these two squads, so I don't know if I could have handled that. Early fight, another good adjustment, different setup for GTZ. It's going to play a bit of a surprise factor for Zero Tenacity. They react accordingly. Back over into ramp side. No, BJ only going to get his one. He does a ton of damage on Simka, but unfortunately that win, that double kill, isn't going to be coming. Down to the B-bomb site, but already cut off via the Molotov. Zero Tenacity, they have a ton of space here.
Now GTZ have an extra player. Trying to use that their advantage. Linko eliminated by Nemanja. A second kill coming through from Nemanja, and that player advantage is gone. They need Rafa and Diaz to come in for the retake.
Oh, they're so slow about this too.
Oh, the nade.
That nade's gonna be perfect. That's dunked on Simka. Low HP gone. Nemana's gotta get a quad kill in order to clutch this out. There is a kit. Oh, but it's gone early on. Great trade. Gotta grab the kit. Gotta grab the kit, Diaz. Oh, it's close. Had to hop off the bomb in order to do that. I don't know. What is this replay?
Yeah, I think he might have gotten it. I guess we'll find out in a second. Oh, he didn't get it.
Okay.
Anticlimactic. Anticlimactic? There we go. That's the word.
You got it.
Yeah. Well, a lot unfortunate that he had to get off the bomb, but
yeah, it's just a matter of like understanding who had the kit there, and a little bit of better communication would have saved that round for GTZ. But I'm pinching at pennies there. Valiant effort, and Nemanja, I mean, as per usual, he is the definition for Zero Tenacity of firepower.
Nicely done by Simke as well to take down Rafa. Big rotation, but they got a couple of pistols and an M4 to try and shut them down. The thing is, you know, we saw that play from Snappy, the multi-kill with a Deagle. Well, we didn't really see a lot out of him apart from that, right? He's 5 and 9. And he was a very important piece of the puzzle on Inferno, but I think a lot more is needed out of him as well. Good shot with the Deagle. Yeah, he knows his way around the Deagle. A second kill coming through. Trying to fight Joffo as well. But he's going to fail that. He's got support though, or at least he would have gotten support fairly quickly. But the bomb will surely make it back into the A side. Nemanja cleared the angles and only know where the last two players are.
LPJ's got a little bit of an avenue here. Hold on. Linko making a lot of noise, so they might not be prepared if he slides up the vent, but it's not going to be that. He reroutes, and it looks to me like GTZ are actually saving from this point on. Linko's still moving forward, but this is not a real round anymore. GTZ have given up the gambit. I say that. I'm a little confused. I don't know why they're so split. The save, look to get the save. If not, you know, probably just get out. Mana very close to losing his life, even as far away as he was in the back of garage. I have a question for you, Pop. What do you call that spot in the back of garage? The back right from the T's perspective.
In the back of garage.
Yeah. CT garage, the one where you watch to mini.
Yeah, I think just in the back of garage. Like, not, I don't have a specific one. Is there a specific one?
Well, we were having a discussion the other day about a potential specific call. Been dropped. This one should be pretty pedestrian this round. Unless.
Oh.
Yeah, it's over. Yeah, so apparently a lot of people call it Nico.
Nico.
But I've also heard it be called like a liege as well. But to me, naming spots after players is bad, and we should stop doing that.
Well, I mean, if it's, you know, if we ever get cash back, Shroud is just Shroud, right?
Yeah, listen, I give Cash the pass for NBK and for Shroud because that's like what started it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I think it just needs, like, whenever you call something after their player, it needs to be an insane play, right?
Well, the thing is that for NBK, like, there isn't one insane play. He just plays there a lot.
Yeah, he was just very good at that corner. That's fair.
And there was the corner on B. I forget, was it Snacks who played there very often? I forget who it was, but a lot of people called the from the T's perspective, you walk out of B main and close right. There's another player name.
I remember that having a specific name, but I can't remember it right now. That's fair. Yeah, I think that had also a player name. Yeah.
Around.
Yeah. Well, you know, you can only hope you get as good as, you know, to have a spot on a map called after you, and I'm guilty of that. You know, they call Pop for a reason, not because it was Pop Dog. Certainly
because of you.
Yeah, because of me, of my very average play whenever I used to play Train. Yeah, no, it's Pop Dog, but I'll take it. You know, no one has to know.
No.
I'll know in my heart.
I believe. I'm a believer.
Do we believe in a 5th round from GTZ though? Maybe.
That one's smoke enough to send Zero Tenacity packing at least temporarily on the ramp plays. Those ideas going to be stalled out. That's a big kill. Nimana has been a menace all T half, and it's especially been effective for Zero Tenacity these last 4 rounds where they've been able to bring it back so heavily.
Oh, no, BJ has a good angle. But he has to back away. There's multiple players following him. Due to Zero Tenacity having a lot of plays towards B, GTZ put a player early into vent. Good couple of kills coming in from Zero Tenacity, and look at that, just the individual power from Zero Tenacity here to just shut down every single enemy player. GTZ, it's not like it had bad positioning or anything, they just died. As AVN will now, but Brute Monster, it's an easy kill for him. Low HP Linko. Zero Tenacity, that is a very, very good T-side half here on Nuke. On their own map pick, I'll give them that. But really didn't expect for them to make it look so easy, right? Because GTZ, out of the 4 rounds they have, 2 of them were ecos, which is very respectable, but they did lose the kind of conversion right after, which was kind of a big issue.
Yeah, I think that the biggest talking point for me out of that half is that Zero Tenacity really effectively put a stranglehold on the areas of the map that GTZ were struggling with. So Yard initially was that spot that they struggled with constantly, and Nimanha was still very effective lurking in that area in the later stages of the half, and then ramp side as well. You know, it was very difficult to hold ramp when GTZ when Zero Tenacity were consistently getting Yard control.
Maybe GTZ can take a page out of the book of Zero Tenacity, try and use that to their advantage. Although they're going for a fast A play, and Simke is looking to shut it down. AVN with him there to help him out. All of a sudden, though, Rafa and Snappy make it a 2v2. Pneumonia hiding in the main smoke. Snappy. They're shooting towards heaven. Pneumonia could take the chance, and he's going to swing. He's going to get both. And there's Pneumonia shutting down GTZ. 17-8. I think one of the biggest differences for this map as well compared to the first map is that Pneumonia had a very good first half, but he slowly fizzled out in the second one. Here, something tells me he's not going to slow down. He's only going to accelerate, and if he does, then for GTZ, it's just so complicated for them to try and get this one in the bag. Because it seems like GTZ do need a hero themselves as well, and Linko with only 11, he's not there yet.
No, he's not. He's not been bad. I think for Linko, like, you know, he needs to be the one to be able to take the initiative and win on these opening fights. And it's going to have to be somebody like, you know, Snappy or Rafa in the late round, more accurately. But either way, I agree with you. You know, Pneumonia has been a hero anytime that Zero Tenacity needed one. And they've needed one pretty often, but he's been available every time. So, you know, it can be a bit of a bitter pill to swallow if that's your win condition, and your win condition isn't showing up, but Pneumonia is absolutely showing up. It's a big gap. Not sure how Diaz is not, like, known about, but a good enough trade that it's really irrelevant. This is actually really... I've just realized how bad this is for GTZ, because they force buy here, and they're not even going to get a bomb plant, which means 10 rounds, likely 11 for Zero Tenacity, unless Snappy can 1v4.
Oh, he's got one, but it's going to be the double peak, and they will take him down. Z10. Looking to make quick work of GTZ here on their own map pick, and then send us over to Anubis, which technically should look a lot closer than this one, but it does send a message, right? Because when we finished off the first map, we knew that GTZ are looking pretty good, but Zero Tenacity, they were there. They got themselves 10 rounds. If this ends as a 13-4, this, I think this is a pretty loud message that Zero Tenacity, sure, they might not be their best on Inferno, but on Nuke, you got to be careful around them. Still, for GTZ, this is not one of their best. You could argue it's one of their worst maps. But to kind of be completely, more or less completely outplayed on the CT side is not a good sign, just because it is a CT-sided map, and that's where you'll get the majority of your rounds. Apparently not for Zero Tenacity, though.
And this is another force buy, by the way, Pop. It's just... I think GTZ has sort of accepted their fate. I can't believe we're not ecoing here. Like, this is such a honestly bad decision. I rarely take such a strong stance, but to not get a gun round on the T side is a little bit silly. They get a bomb plant, that could change. Formation on the jump will allow for Diaz to try and take advantage, but yeah, 3-round loss bonus. It's going to be another Galil buy. Oh, look at an AK. Maybe 2. I'm not a fan of GTZ and the way they handle this T side.
I'm not a fan either, but I think they're just thinking, I mean, I don't think there's any point where you should be like, okay, let's just focus on the third map. This one is already done, because you never know what could happen. But I think they did take a couple of unexpected decisions.
This is a decision for me that says GTZ don't have confidence that they could win out, that they could, like... this feels like they think they're going to lose this map, so let's just try for the force buys. That's what this decision feels like, but... You know, there is some threat here, with rifles on everybody, even though they're Galils, for the most part. Difficult when you don't have a ton of utility. Smokes start to fade, and that's where Pneumonia does some of his best work.
Ooh. Good shot from Lenko. Takes down Pneumonia. Still not gonna be easy to make it into the site, but for sure those skills are gonna help as Simke and Brut Monster are eliminated. Joffo and AVN will try to hang on. Oh, but they're going B. That's so smart.
Lovely. Dude, when I'm like fully out and mad at GTZ, that's when they do something cool. And I have to like walk back my frustrations. Because as much as this round looks like it's so meandering and a little bit lost from GTZ, it's really not. They have the presence at door, they're pressuring Mini. You know, that kill from Linko is the crucial kill that wins them the round. But more than anything else, GTZ understanding that what they need to do there, if they can get pressure onto Mini, if they can actually win that Mini fight, you know, then the A bomb site becomes a whole lot easier to attack, and especially when you've got NoPJ just sitting in door waiting for Simke to make the move, because that's the reaction that Zero Tenacity are going to make when they lose Mini, is to crunch, or at least to look in to take some hut or lobby or door control.
Well, can they replicate it like 8 more times?
That's the hard part.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy at all. They are taking a tactical pause over it. Now, to be completely honest with you, Vincent, I think the first tactical pause should have came in a lot earlier, but we'll see what they can decide, what they can find out, and if they can get back into this game. It is a fully uphill battle. I mean, you need 6 rounds only to tie up this game. And that taking into account that you don't mess up even once. And if you do mess up once, it is map point for the enemy team, and you're not playing for the map win yet, you're playing for overtime. So, also with the fact how Zero Tenacity have been playing so far, it is very hard to imagine that they're going to allow GTZ to get back into this game. But sometimes it's out of their control. Sometimes if GTZ have a good set of strategies, maybe there's still some hope. I'm always a fan of it's not over till it's over, so.
It's just so Pneumonia-centric. I think that's the biggest weakness that Zero Tenacity have, you know, potentially going. Oh my goodness. That is vision, clearly, that was gained by Snappy. TS is going to turn that around into an early lead, and it's going to be a double kill to open this one up. GTZ get a 5-on-3 advantage, and target is good. Pneumonia going down is a huge scalp.
No PJ. Smoke fades. It's putting out just anyone just yet. Simke. He is still on the safe side, but he's about to be overwhelmed by multiple players. Great shot onto No PJ, and he goes back to take down Rafa, but at the same time, Linko pushes into Hut. And with that, well, round's over. They're going to try to save. Those 2 weapons are going to be very important for the next round because they would be out of money. So the AWP and the M4 are going to be worth their weight in gold.
I swear, I know it sounds like I'm just like the president of the GTZ fan club right now, but I've never seen this team before today. That's not true. I saw them when they were Rhino, but that was a little bit of a different lineup, and it was mid last year that I got to see them there. But I really enjoyed when GTZ have like a game plan that they stick to. Man, is it good. I don't know who is the leader for this team either, but like impressive the way that they're getting that 5-on-3, and then even with such a massive advantage, they're pressuring pretty much everywhere around the map. They have yard, they're searching for re-aggression yard, they pressure towards both A and towards ramp at the same time. That's really only just to try and force Zero Tenacity into a forward play. You know, anyone who's there is going to feel like the walls are closing in around them and they have to make some sort of maneuver or just alternatively sit back on the site, but usually that's a losing play for the CT side. So I just appreciate what GTZ are doing on these gun rounds.
You know, you're talking about how their plan, whenever they have a good game plan, they're looking good, but it begs the question, what happened before those 2 rounds, right? What was going so wrong that they were unable, especially on the CT side, to get more than 4 rounds?
Well, I can tell you on the T side, they bought in a stupid fashion. They just bought.
Yeah, that's fair.
On the CT side, I think it's a lot more complicated. I think that, you know, Zero Tenacity did a lot right, and GTZ, they had good reactions, good adjustments in the mid game. But I mean, when you have 3 players on B and Zero Tenacity are still winning on the B attack, like, and it's not even like a full B execute, then, you know, I think you gotta just hats off and say Zero Tenacity deserved it.
Oh. Are they gonna deserve this round? It might be a little late to come in for the retake. Yeah,
I think too late.
But yeah, I also think that Z10 did really, really well whenever they were on the T side. They were just overpowering the defense, and right now GTZ, that's exactly what they're trying to do. And Rafa finds Simki, but he falls to the bomb explosion. Oh, there's a free upgrade for Pneumonia. Gets himself that AK. But they do lose 3 players, which means it's not going to be enough money for another buy. GTZ could close in with 1 more if they're careful and they deal with the weapons effectively. It's always
dealt with the op too.
Yeah, it's always funny how, you know, you see 11-4 and you're thinking to yourself, wow, that's a big gap. Now 11-7, you're like, oh, well, not that big. You know, 11-7 starts to look a little scary. You're not uncomfortable yet, but you're about to become, especially if, you know, if you lose the next round. This one, I think it's a given again with the pistols and with only the 2 weapons saved, which are kind of bound to already get to saving both Joffo and Pneumonia. But if they lose next round, it's 11-9, and then it gets a lot more interesting.
GTZ, just keep it simple. They know that there's not a ton to work with in this round for the CT side, and, you know, it's a pretty clean, like, a pop play. Like, 1 flash out the top, hut molly in, and from there, profit.
A pop thing. I like the sound of that.
You would, wouldn't you? Mania's got to escape here. I think Rafa's actually... Okay, never mind. I thought Rafa was like... Oh, he's going to do it anyway? That's massive. I thought Rafa was like big braining because maybe they knew that Nemanja was down B. I don't know how they would have known, but... As in, that's where, like, the only place he could actually save on B. So... I thought Rafa was just sitting there. I don't think he was sitting there to find Nemanja, though. We need a, like, collection of clips, like, big brain question mark, and then, like, thumbs down. Not actually. And that's, like, the thumbnail. I'm cooking it. I'll get there.
Oh, Bird Monster's also cooking, taking down Diaz. Opening up the round in favor of Zero Tenacity. Pneumonia outside as well, trying to deal some damage. I respect the boost here, though. Narrowly avoiding Brute Monster. Oh, he's the one who swings back, and it is Rafa to get that kill. Now, there's 3 players in towards the A site. Pneumonia already dropped down towards B. Avian follows suit. Wow, this timing is actually crazy.
Yeah, GTZ just playing off of an understandable reaction, right? Ramp player goes back to support towards Yard that just lost their AWP, and that's when they take ramp control. They're down. They're crossed into secret. This B attack is very real.
AVN just waiting to spot out anyone. Oh, and he spots an op shot, but Pneumonia around the corner, able to surprise too. A third onto no PG. And he's just trying to survive. Although the bomb is on the other side, Pneumonia deals some damage to himself. Nothing too scary, but Linko gets himself inside the vent. He's still gonna go towards the B side. Joffo, this is an easy kill. Ooh, a dink! If he gets that kill there, Linko, maybe there's a chance he gets the bomb planted, but no, Joffo will deny. And that is Zero Tenacity onto map point. GTZ, though, a lot closer than what we thought would be the score when Zero Tenacity get to 12. So 4 rounds in a row, that's for sure possible, what we've seen out of GTZ.
You can't understate the importance and the it factor that Nemanja is bringing on this map. Dude, GTZ, that was a round they set up to win. They should have won that round on paper. And Nemanja just gets a triple kill. Like, how do you stop him? You gotta trade better, I guess, but genuinely impressed that GTZ lose that round. And it's all thanks to Nemanja. That's been literally the most important factor to Zero Tenacity winning rounds all map long.
Good find on Nemanja. That's DS eliminated. GTZ taking their time. And with Snappy at 1 HP, it's going to make life even harder. I know AVN is low, but Rafa needs to deliver with his op. He needs to take down Nemanja. Oh god, what a shoulder peek out of Nemanja. Rafa narrowly avoiding that kill, or narrowly missing that kill. And this might be the straw that broke the camel's back. Although Lenko, that's a nice answer back. It might be a little too late though. It's a 2v4. And you don't have yourself a sight. But you're working towards one. No PJ. Good find on the Simkey. That is a site opened up. That is the site they can get a bomb plant in.
Quick return for Jaffa, though. He's in mini, and they're not going to anticipate that, but he goes around to the site, the backside of the site. That's a great move for GTZ. 2v4 that's now so much more winnable in a 2v3 stance. And OPJ has just the EWP to deal with. He's going to swing on the timing. 1 for 1. EVN low. Linko position known. He's making another forward move. This is going to be Brute Monster unsure of the fact that he's already on the site. Now he can lock in. Brute Monster swaps to the rifle instead. But at 1v1, it's all up to Linko, and he gets it done. GTZ stay alive in a 2v4, turn 1v2 clutch for Linko.
What a great success there for Linko. Again, those are the type of rounds that get you back into the game. That's going to secure 9 for GTZ. What a great round here. A 2v5. Linko and OPJ winning this round for their team. Crazy stuff. Also, imagine OPJ doesn't swing out that much and he stays alive. It would have made life a living hell for Z10.
I just think you need to realize that Nemanja got a triple kill in that round, and they lost.
Yeah, that is a little unfortunate for Nemanja, as he even took down the Opper with a very good shoulder peek, but could take down another AK. Seems like there's some pick issues once again. Hopefully nothing too serious. We saw this happening at kind of towards the start of the map as well. But for more information, we should be getting back underway fairly quickly. There we go. Timer running once again. Everyone dropping whatever they need to drop, getting their weapons once more because the round was reset, and we are back on their way. It's 3 chances to still close it out for Zero Tenacity. Mess up this one, and it could be 12-11. We could be going down to the very last round of regular.
Yeah, it's really 2 chances, not 3, because of that fact. So, even though Zero Tenacity are working with a little bit more limitations in this round, it's still high on the list of, rounds that they have chance to close on. High importance for them. Early days for GTZ as they get crossed into secret.
OPJ. He's got Simk right around the corner. Great pre-aim. And there's the headshot. This is the corner we were talking about, right?
Yes.
Yeah. We'll call him Nemanja.
Specifically. All right.
Even though I don't think he's going to see anyone. GTZ got themselves into the B site. Zero Tenacity, they're just trying to set up crossfires around the map.
So, it's going to sound weird, but this is the best case scenario, best way to lose this round for Zero Tenacity. If they hold on to all of these guns, and they've already lost one. But even still, you know, losing the round, not ideal. That's not what we were looking for. But if you're going to lose it, save as many guns as possible to turn what was, you know, two chances into as close to 3 chances. You know, we're probably, what, 2.5 chances now? Give yourself an opportunity to win this next round, even though otherwise it would be an eco.
No, yeah, that's completely fair. Just to have something to shoot back with. I think you need to decide now. I mean, you surely don't buy up here.
No, you can't.
Tactical pause called in, though.
I think this would be on the same level of GTZ buying like 4 rounds in a row to start this off. That same level of silliness if Zero Tenacity buy here.
Yeah, maybe they can invest a little bit just because of the loss bonus.
Yeah, I mean, you know, buy down so that you have a full buy next round. That's the limitation.
Yeah, they're on 3,400, so you can even get more than you usually get. Not to drop an M4 or Joffo, that's obvious, but maybe you can drop an MP9. Or the M4 to Nemanja, which, I mean, yeah, makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, probably want to also make sure you have enough to get the op next round, too.
Yeah, I think Brood Monster's got that covered. 34.
Sure.
Yeah.
Good point.
Oh, I mean, those rounds are usually the scariest because you're very much focused, especially if you're GTZ and Z10. You just try a random push and it might randomly work. So,
Boost at ramp right now for Zero Tenacity. My goodness, they have no idea.
oh,
Great frag too. NoPJ's actually been incredible on the like lobby hold slash hut lurk slash door lurk. He's been insane. His success rate on like getting the kill that he engages with is absurd.
okay. For a second there, I thought Snappy was on the other side of the wall and Nemanja didn't see him just because the smoke was so favorable. Nice shot from Rafa. It's a flawless round from GTZ. Not that it really matters because we're going towards round 24. Last round of regulation. Zero Tenacity last chance to close out the second map. Otherwise, GTZ send us to overtime. And with how well they have adapted, you were mentioning their adaptability here, Vincent, and with how well they did in the last few rounds, I wouldn't put it past them to actually convert into a map of their own.
Like, the good news is they haven't even had to adapt yet on this T side. Like plan A has gone right. What went wrong on the T side initially was just bad econ decisions.
Well, that's fair. If they didn't really go for those buys, it could have been a completely different scoreline right now.
Number one problem for GTZ's T side is Nemanja.
And he's down to 14. Worst at a position.
Look at the value they're getting out of these smokes. They just got to be so respectful of it, Zero Tenacity. Now they can split towards A. They pulled off 2 players now left onto the site, and seeing now is AVN. Brilliant to get a second one. Oh, but the trade, it doesn't come through. Joffo gets nada. Nothing gained, and Zero Tenacity on the outside looking in. It's 1. Oh, no. Rafa with a brutal whiff.
No, PJ has to get a kill to liberate that side of the map, and he does. It's all down to Brood Monster and Op in a 1v2. Not the best weapon you want, but it's gonna have to make do. Tries to swing out. There's a couple of players towards Squeaky. And he's going to walk into the crosshair. Snappy secures overtime for GTZ. And 24 rounds are not enough. GTZ, now they have the chance to win the map. 13 is not the magic number anymore. They're looking for 16. We're going back to classics, to MR15. 16 gets you the map. 15 gets you map point. GTZ. Well, the question is, can they keep it going? Usually, what happens here, Vincent? I've heard it's Hayes' law, but I don't know. You know, we'll just give it to him because he's a nice guy. Usually, the team that is unable to close out the map and gets forced into overtime, they win the first round of overtime.
It's liberating. You know, I think there's some real psychology behind that. It's liberating to, you know, no longer have that pressure of you know, the close. As funny as that sounds, even though it maybe feels counterintuitive, but I think that I'm down to give that to Hayes. I don't know that. I'm not aware of that law, so I do like Hayes though.
Yeah, he's a cool guy.
This is a difference. GTZ, they have not done anything like this. It's all been about getting yard control and then forcing them to respect the play down secret. Now they're ready for a just straight up A exec. They're tossing utility as if it's DS first to make the contact. Now they swing out. AVN uncontested. He gets a double, make it a triple, but no, DS is able to answer back. Oh my goodness. DS has struggled all map to have that multi-kill potential. And it's in the first round of OT where they can force Zero Tenacity back a lead for GTZ.
Law has been broken as well, but I want to argue that Diaz not missing that jump onto Mini would have not gotten in the kill necessarily. I think he misses that. He drops down in front of Mini. The player in garage, I don't think he has any idea that he's already down there. It was a big surprise, even though it seemed like, you know, it was a mistake that he missed the jump. But there we go. Due to that, Diaz is able to find the triple, and GTZ walk away with a round, which could have gone very wrong. I mean, AVN eliminated 3 players. If Diaz doesn't get that multi-kill, well, could have been the other way. The round could have swung. Now, 13-12. GTZ in the lead for what is first time in the map, yeah.
I hope the GTC don't get the wrong information or take away the wrong things from that round victory, though, because their A exec that they really put a lot of their eggs in, it wasn't actually that effective. DS just bails them out with the outside lurk. So get down again. It's the same respect being shown. Nemania's got to drop. Now Joffo under fire. Oh, he gets his one and then escapes. Out like a ghost in the night. And GTZ now walk wounded.
Oh, Diaz. Now he's feeling it. Another player right around the corner. It's Simk. Diaz won't get that one. Simk is actually able to get a double. Rafa gets dinked, but he's got the op. It's not the end of the world that he's at low HP. Although Nemanja, the nemesis of GTZ, is slowly creeping towards Mini. On planet. Rafa, he's locked in.
There's a nade, a molly, smoke, and 2 flashes. So much for Zero Tenacity to work back in here.
Can we get to the Squeaky? That's a crazy angle. Oh, well, missing that shot. You're not allowed to miss the one like that, and Brute Monster will find no PJ. There we go. Zero Tenacity finally finding 13. Way too late, but it will equalize the score.
It's 11 to 4.
Rafa gets that kill.
11 to 4 and then 12 to 7. Am I remembering correctly?
11 to 4, was it? I think it was. Well, yeah, it was 11 to 4.
Yeah, and then 8 to 7. That's what it was. Or 8 to 11. Pardon me. That is the monstrous comeback that GTZ have made. Brute Monster. Oh, it's a different look. Ah, yes. Vision acquired and deleted. Diaz gone. We've seen over the last 2 rounds how effective he's been able to be. And GTZ, they've got so much of their rounds on the T side by having so much actually put towards yard. Now they just have been putting DS there so they can go elsewhere.
Great cover by Jofo. A quick double. Rafa eliminated by Brute Monster, and it's all down to Snappy 1v5. I think we can safely say that first half of overtime goes the way of Z10. We do have to remember, though, GTZ... Oh, also, great awareness from Jofo. But we do have to remember that GTZ, their CT side, sucked. It was bad.
But I don't think it sucked because they're bad. I think it sucked because Zero Tenacity played really well.
I am willing to make that compromise, but if Zero Tenacity keep up the same level of play as they did in the first half, I don't know what GTZ can do to adapt to that, right? I think if somehow they are able to, you know, remember that Zero Tenacity did tend quite a lot to go towards B. They were sending a lot of players through Vent and all that, and they got in between your team and they kind of surprised you. So I'm curious to see what GTZ can do here, because they're confident right now, right? When you're losing round after round and you're down, you know, a lot of rounds, you're not going to be feeling all that confident. But look at this. Snappy gets a double with the help of the molly.
AVN had so much extra health. I don't know how he burned so fast. I wonder if that was actually like... I wonder if like there was a CT molly and then a T molly that flubbed and he was in 2 mollies. No, it would have gotten the assist. Never mind. I don't know, but that's devastating. Joffo on a heater now. Using your ramp player at this important juncture, just not something you can afford to do. But no PJ, he's filled in the gaps. He's done a lot of damage. That nade is just a little bit too early.
Z10 on rushing head first and things. They know that this is not an easy round. You want to go towards A. They've got Diaz looking towards heaven. And Diaz needs to deliver. It's not clean. He finds Jofo though. At least that's one. Nemanja taps the bomb. Diaz, you should know at this point that something's going on, and he gets spared for a second. Brute Monster drops the molly, takes down Diaz. Another player coming in from Squeaky Door. If Nemanja goes down, then that's a problem, because Brute Monster has to cover 2 angles. No PJ. Taking the long way around.
No.
Okay, he missed the jump. That should mean the end of the round, but look at this. Nemanja eliminated. Brute Monster throws the nade, but wins the duel against no PJ. And it is down to Linko. He doesn't have a defuse kit. It is the overtime, and he does not have a defuse kit. And he would have gotten the defuse. Brute Monster gets this kill and gets the round only because Linko didn't spend $400 on a defuse kit in overtime when you have plenty of money for absolutely everything.
Yeah, what are we doing? What are we doing? How is that? How is... Of course you do. Listen, if it was Rofix, I'd be willing to give him a break.
Yeah.
You know, the Opper money is of issue for your AWP player on the CT side. Understandable. But, I mean, these are just not the pennies we gotta pinch. Hey, bro, Snappy and DS, they don't have one either. Why? You just watched that and you thought, no, I don't need a defuse kit? I mean, the game's over. Like, there's no coming back from that. There's just no coming back from that. GTZ have done everything right until they don't.
Well, let's see, somehow we can survive this. Oh, as the smoke fades, there's another one. Snappy? For now, he's still safe, but Nemanja he's actually not gonna get to see him because Snappy backs away. Still hiding behind a double stack there. It is absolutely evil because he's gonna get a chance. No PG. Double kill and a lot of damage. AVN and Simke, they're both so low HP. Nemanja, the only reason why he's still full HP is because he's on the other side of the map, or the squeaky door at least. Snappy's still looking around, even though they spotted a lot of players. Nemanja eliminated by Snappy, and GTZ, they're somehow in a very good position to win this round. Snappy, shooting after 2 players, not able to get any of them. But surely the next player should get this. Lenko. Oh, it's Simke to actually clutch it up. It's a quad kill. And he's going to end it in favor of Zero to Nasty. 13 HP. And that is enough. An absolutely insane way to end this nail biter of a second map.
I feel like we got scammed. Zero Tenacity, phenomenal to finally close that out in overtime. But I think GTZ, as stupid as this sounds, they lost that map more than Zero Tenacity won it. And that's understanding that Zero Tenacity had a lead of 11-4 at one point. GTZ did everything right until they make one crucial mistake, and it's enough where they just pay the price. It's a phenomenal close there from Simka, but Zero Tenacity, you know, they make it so that they have to go to Anubis, and I think that, you know, they're going to be favored on Anubis.
Yeah, I think, you know, to still play at the top of your game after you lose a map like that, especially due to not spending $400 in overtime, it's just going to be heartbreaking for GTZ. If they're able to reset in the 10 minutes that they got in during the break, well, they need to use that to the max. If they somehow are able to come back and still play at 100%, that's going to be very impressive. But as you mentioned, Vincent, it is a third map needed. It is Anubis on the horizon, and I'm curious to see if we're getting another masterclass out of Zero to Nasty as we were used on Anubis, or GTZ have got something up their sleeve. We're gonna find out together. We're break. welcome back. A third map needed for this endeavor between GTZ and Zero Tenacity. And we were talking during the break that we were very mad that GTZ didn't complete the comeback because of that defuse kit. God damn it.
Yeah, I'm frustrated, not because, like, you know, Zero Tenacity won, you know, good for them. I just think that GTZ deserved that win, and they took it from themselves. Like, they denied themselves that comeback victory, and I think that they played a really good game of Counter-Strike only to like fail in the worst possible way. That's why I was so disappointed and frustrated, you know, on its face.
Yeah, no, that's I completely agree, but with this third map, maybe GTZ can redeem themselves. Now, the thing is, for GTZ, this is not a bad map, don't get me wrong. And, you know, they did play Anubis before. The only thing is, they have 2 wins and 2 losses, and they have played 10 less maps than Z10 have played so far in the past 3 months. We all know that at the start of last year, Z10, they were unbeatable on this map. So, I don't think it's going to be an easy feat for GTZ. I know we started off the analysis right in the pregame with me saying that it's probably going to be a 2-1 for Z10 or otherwise potentially a 2-0. It almost went 2-0 for GTZ, which, you know, that was completely surprising. But I don't know if they can take this one home. I'm going to be honest.
I mean, I think you've nailed it. I think Zero Tenacity is set up to win on this map. You know, it's the reps that they have. It's the fact that, I mean, they're even playing close against, you know, big teams like Heroic on this map in the Dallas qualifier. So I think that Zero Tenacity have set themselves up to win. That being said, you know, to play some devil's advocate myself, I think the GTZ's positives on this T side of Nuke was really good conditioning. Their CT side positives, even though they didn't actually win all that many rounds, but also on Inferno, was good utility and good protocols, early round setups. Again, Anubis lends itself to that in the same way that Inferno and Nuke both do. I think that, you know, there's those small things that could give GTZ an edge, could give them an advantage. But that being said, I just think that Zero Tenacity, after winning Nuke, I just don't think they're going to take their foot off the gas.
Yeah, I just think they're going to use that momentum as well to just fuel their third map. And, you know, they're surely remembering that first one, which could have gone a lot better for themselves. And they know, okay, Nuke, we did drop the ball pretty hard. I mean, we went into overtime from being up 11-4. So I think they're still going to go into this third map with a little, you know, the kind of thinking in the back of their heads, okay, we really need to be careful about this one, because maybe we thought that GTZ has got nothing on us. They apparently do. And actually, interestingly enough, GTZ did win the knife round, so they will choose where they want to start. I am expecting them to fully start on that T side, of course, the favorite side of the map. And if they have a good start, I mean, Zero Tenacity could get themselves into a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I think getting to start T side, definitely the big boon that GTC can latch onto. I don't know that will change the outcome, but one thing to talk about is that Zero Tenacity over-reliant on Pneumonia to a little bit of a concerning degree. Like, there was rounds, especially on the CT side, where Pneumonia had to get like 3 or more kills for them to win rounds. And, you know, that turned around at the end of overtime, but that can't be a continuing factor.
Oh, there we go. Simke starting things off with that headshot onto Lenko, but he gets quickly traded right after. Diaz gets that shot, and they are very deep towards CT, but oh, guess who's around the corner? It is Pneumonia. AVN with a great shot onto Snappy. There's still a player onto the side. It's Rafa just hiding in dark, but Brute Monster gets a quick headshot with a USP. And now there's no way to stop the defuse. Diaz. Flash coming over. They're still checking, and maybe he had a slight chance there, but Joffo just lands an instant headshot. Nicely done here by Z10. And while it was a good effort by GTZ, if Brute Monster gets in like that, just casually checks dark and gets a headshot instantly, that's not something you would expect to see.
That kill from AVN is actually the end-all be-all. That's where the round is lost more than anything else. Obviously, Brute Monster just hard clear onto dark is great, but AVN catching the mid lurker there. That was the only thing that could save him when Nemanja already had gotten the 1 kill on the street aggression. So GTC back to force buy, this time with the bomb plant in. Means that they're going to have a whole lot to work with. 3 rifles. Like the SMGs that they were trying to put to good use outside of their T side on Nuke.
Well, GTZ, interested in the B side one more time. Well, they did manage to get control of the B side in the previous round. Can they do it again? This time with the weapons, you should stand a better chance, especially with the 3 Galils that they have at the moment. But I guess they were waiting for Z10 to try and get something done, try and peek into them, and it's not something that they want to necessarily do. They're just holding on to their angles, and it's 3 players in B with 2 players in A, just a basic cover. There's no one really in mid per se. Simk, nice shot onto DS. AVN and Brute Monster, they're firing off. Simk will go down, but it's a lot of damage dealt by him before being eliminated. Snappy with a good answer back. He's gonna fight Brute Monster, gets another kill, and he's up to for the 1v2. He will get at least the bomb plant. With 20 seconds left, that's plenty of time, and gets the bomb down, but not a lot of HP. Taking the duel against Nemanja would be the smartest play because he has the MP9 and also a molly out. Oh, Snappy. Didn't expect him to whiff that hard, but Nemanja will be very happy about it, especially as he was caught with util being thrown out.
Feels like if Snappy has a deagle there, he wins that. That's the way Snappy's game has been going. A little bit more of a struggle on the rifles, but constantly good on the deagle. Winnable 1v3, but how could you expect him to win that? Probably not. He does get another bomb plant though, which means the force buys can continue. So Zero Tenacity, they are not going to get any easy rounds early into this map. But the fact that Zero Tenacity are getting these early rounds, oftentimes it's about, letting your CT side just get enough work done so that you can get onto the T side. 2 rounds early is phenomenal.
Great shot from Snappy. Working their way into the A site. Jofo's all by himself, and he's not on the site itself. He's in main, isolated by one of the smokes thrown by GTZ. Good find by Snappy. Very patient to expect that push through the smoke. Jofo's already trying to get out of here. And with that kill into Linko, he should be able to do it, but turns around, tries to get some more. Oh my! He actually blinded no PJ, but Snappy finds the kill into AVN, and no PJ will go down to the molly. That is a lot of damage dealt, even though the round was basically over. It does seem like Z10 are going to have to force up, considering AVN had 1400, so some more damage in store that needs to be done, but still, very nicely done overall, considering the circumstances.
I mean, Snappy just owned them. Like, he actually just dismantled them bit by bit, piece by piece. Tracking the spam, even though it was an A1S, you don't get the tracers, but still visualizing through the smoke, and then he just dominates the mid-fight. Oh, Monster, they knew about this. No PJ, not surprised by it, but still loses the battle. Isn't gonna get any further information. Nemanja's gonna press on to the issue. Snappy's in trouble. Snappy's dead. Another push through that smoke. His A play has to go well for GTZ, and it hasn't. Jofo gets one. The Molotov isn't going to be in place. Now it is. Bomb will be planted. Rafix onto a Galil, and Linko with the SMG.
Probably not going to connect through the smoke. There's no one on the other side, although AVN, a good swing and almost catching out Rafa as well. And Rafa will swing back out, but AVN gets the kill. And that is a very important round for Z10. We do have to remember, we were talking about that P side, right? As GTZ will start on the favorite side of the map, but Z10 walking away with a round like this, when losing it would have meant GTZ getting ahead, it is still just very good for the momentum of Z10. That's what I'm trying to say, right? Just trying to work on that momentum that they did win the previous map. It wasn't clean, but, you know, they won it, so that's the most important part. And try and put GTZ into an awkward position where they're getting scared, right? When they're thinking, oh, this is not going well. It is again a 1-on-1 game. Whoever wins here is not through into the playoffs, and whoever loses is not eliminated. They will still get another chance, but I'd much rather play from 2-1 than 1-2.
Just think Zero Tenacity do a great job last round of targeting GTZ and mid. Really aggressive play, and when they have so much space, they crunch B quickly. Good decision making. Big fan of how Zero Tenacity adjusted in the last round. Mid still of topic of conversation. Oh, it's a phenomenal flash too. Demanya so blinded. Nade misses the mark for the most part.
Oh, Simk, good find onto Rafa. If Rafa gets out onto the site, it just puts a lot of pressure onto Z10. Look at that, they start backing away, but now GTZ could be going towards A. Joffo kind of needs to find the kill onto Snappy. It is all about timing. Perfect by Snappy. They take control of the A site and now retaking 3v4. That's not going to be an easy fit. As the nades come flying through, it seems like Zero Tenacity already decided they're going to hang on to the weapons. GTZ, they get another round on the board. They do have this tendency of trading rounds. It happened on Nuke as well. Until one of the teams kind of understands more about the enemy than the enemy does about them. And then they start to rack up some rounds. But it's funny how the beginning is kind of the same.
I think it's more to do with the fact that the GTZ plays so reactionary, not in a bad way. You know, they look to make changes based on how Zero Tenacity are setting up the defense, and because of that, you know, it can be a little bit back and forth. I think this time Zero Tenacity doing a great job of themselves making adjustments very fast on the CT side. I think that's part of their problem on Nuke, is that they weren't fast enough to adjust. Also, GTZ gave them a ton of different visions of what was happening. Like they never let themselves become placated and fall back into a strategy where, you know, they're running the same thing multiple times. As per, we got Zero Tenacity getting a couple of saves and keeping their econ strong.
Oh, the aggression works out. Opening kill go the way of Zero Tenacity. I've seen a lot of rounds where the aggression is based on timings, and the timings of the T's work out a little better. Not this time. Although changing interest. Coming back to the B side here, GTZ. Simke's been hurt, but by the time they start pushing in, he could be anywhere. Still gonna be close by. AVN is ready with the smoke. And that molly signals the moment that the utility needs to be thrown. A third player very close by that he can help. It's Brood Monster that could come through Temple. The smoke is in place. He can still swing out. Now it would be a little late. Brood Monster, he finds the kill onto Diaz, but there's a couple of trades out of Lenko. With a 3v3, they need to come in for the retake. This time around, it seems like they are up for it. But Jofo, he's got to get through Lenko.
And now a double up as well in E-Box. Great decisions there for GTZ. They put themselves in the right spot and overwhelm. Now they have a massive post-plant scenario that's very difficult to break through. That's a crossfire with Nope J on the other end. Attempt on the spray transfer, but AVN will fall. And GTZ, they recover from a 5-on-4 disadvantage. Wonderful stuff. And it's all really up to the fact that Zero Tenacity, again, playing a game of fundamentals that I haven't yet seen from them this series. Like, fundamentally, their Anubis is way better than any other map we've seen tonight.
We're not getting away with a one-sided Anubis, are we, Vincent?
Nope, no chance.
Well, we wouldn't have it any other way. USBs trying to surprise here, Zero Tenacity, and GTZ, of course, are just going to take their time, not going to brute force their way into anything. Well, that's exactly what you want to see. If you're playing with, up against the USBs or potentially an eco, you don't want to rush headfirst into the pistols. And also, they will do that. They tend to do that at one point. Link only gets 1. DS able to get 3. But Brute Monster finds a second kill. For USP, full USP round, 3 kills at this point is not bad at all. No PJ and Rafa booking it towards the B site. Should be able to get the bomb planted. And the round itself shouldn't really be in a lot of danger, because Brute Monster has no armor. Drop into water, they're gonna hear it. Also, no PJ, he's very close to just P.
It looks like Brute Monster is actually gonna go for this. He might just sit outside of B to get exit frags, but he won't get the chance to start or set up anything. But I'm on the same page. Absolutely incredible for USPs to get 3 kills there. Well, thank you to Brute Monster. The GTZ will take a lead. Going back to the point I was making as well for Zero Tenacity, every single round they've lost, they've made a change that's been to target some of the difficulties that they had in the previous round. B aggression's been good. The mid play that they had where, it was the force by MP9, that was a great decision. I think Zero Tenacity looking at their best right now as a squad.
I think what we've seen from Zero Tenacity so far, not a lot of presence towards mid. GTZ have been pretty free of just running around however they want on that side of the map, and that opens up a lot of ways. Rafa, good find on the Simk as the smoke blooms, and they're just gonna push through it. For a second there, imagine Nemanja wants to push through that smoke, but that would have been very risky.
Wild plant. He's got it down.
Yeah, and they got a kill because of it.
I mean, that's absurd. Almost lose the entirety of the bomb site and the planter, but instead they get the bomb down and don't lose anyone. Get a kill instead. GTZ playing a tight game. As they walk that tightrope, it's a Zero Tenacity save. Oh my goodness, how has that turned?
Well, that's a crazy round, but GTZ, they'll take it. They'll be happy with it. And the thing is, GTZ, we're talking about how they only played this map 4 times. Out of the 4 times they played, 63% win rate on T side. That is very respectable. The one that I'm a little scared about is that 33 on CT. Although there is a very one-sided affair at one point against Apogee. And on the other side, again, Zero Tenacity, this has been their bread and butter. At this exact moment, or rather in the past 3 months, they have actually been a little better on the CT side, which is not something that you expect to see, but well, I guess you at one point start to understand how to counter the T side perfectly, and that's what helps you. Maybe not perfectly here, as GTZ are racking up some rounds with a little bit of an unexpected approaches, right? And you were mentioning that plan in kind of the open. Brute Monster taking a swing, and Rafa will take that any day of the week. So an opening kill going the way of GTZ fairly freely.
Swing and a miss on that one. Nemana, I think, is trying to get the gun there, but that is going to be irrecoverable, at least for the time being, not with the amount of pressure that's being applied. Oh, great flashbang. Nemana, oh my gosh, they're so blind, but he's out of bullets. Body shots is what he tried for at the end there. Should be fine. AVN going to be leveled, and it will mean that Zero Tenacity should have no hope at this round. Simka going to give it a go.
Oh, he had a chance there. Did expect no PJ towards heaven, but I think if he would have gotten that kill first, then he turns around and tries and hold towards heaven, but it didn't really work out as he expected it to be. Now, if GTZ get away with like 8 rounds, it's gonna be very good for them. I think it's gonna get them into a pretty good position. And
is it though? I think GTZ 8 rounds is like what they need to target. They need to target that. I think Zero Tenacity should be happy with 4.
Okay. So what would be? Well, more than 8, they can only get 9. So would 9 be where they can start feeling comfortable? Surely not, because that's the the base score where you can be feeling comfortable and they start
I don't
coming
think
back.
that there's a comfortable spot with Zero Tenacity already on 3 rounds.
Okay. See what the situation will be at the end of the first half. Brute Monster, great flick onto Diaz. Another crazy plan here from Linko, and that will be denied, but Rafa's hitting shots. No PJ. He kind of has to plan the bomb. Or Rafa comes down.
Time.
And he tries to do it. Yeah, they're actually pushing in. No PG. What a shot on Simke. And right now, AVN is the last one standing. This was a 2v4. Missed shot from the upper, but not another miss. And it's a triple kill from Rafa. What a crazy round to get. I mean, a 2v4 in a tough situation. I don't know. That 9-3 scoreline, it's starting to look a little scary to me, Vincent, because GTZ, they're playing out of their minds.
They're playing very well. I mean, good targets across the map. They are not being readable. Despite Zero Tenacity, all of the credit I was giving them in the beginning of this map, because they looked like they were making the best types of adjustments that they've had all series. Manya, despite peeking behind a smoke, actually lucky to be alive there. That was awful close. But yeah, GTC, lost round or not, that goes back in their favor. Is it bad that when Nemanja has the deagle here, I feel like somehow he's gonna get the kill, even though it's smoked?
From what we've seen so far, I think I get more kind of like that feeling from Snap. I think he was
That's a good point.
a lot crazier with the deagle than Nemanja. But I understand your point. Yeah, Nemanja usually tends to get those random kills. It's very good individually. Very gifted. But can he get some kills here for his team to help them out? There's 4 players on the same site. GTZ, they're making some moves onto B as well. Flash comes through. Rafa blinded up. Joffo, good for 2. That is bombed down. This is a big problem for GTZ.
How to escape? Well, combat opping, I guess that's one way. But only one. Single trade. You can just walk back in here. Oh, the utility's not great. GTZ have 1 flash and 1 nade to maneuver back in here. And Nemanja is on the higher health, so...
They have no time.
Yeah, you're right.
No, there's no time to get to B. Well...
Unfortunate.
So... It was kind of weird. So you don't send 2 players to fake B because they push into the site. So I think the general idea was they check B. If there's no one there, we move there. If there's someone there, we push A. But Zero Tenacity chose the perfect time to push in, take down 2 players with a 5-7, and then just basically secure it around because the bomb was dropped right there and there, right then and there.
Bomb security. I mean, it's a big deal, and we see exactly why it's such a big deal.
Well, nowhere 9 possible for GTZ right now. Still searching for that 8. Zero Tenacity this time around. They do have a pretty solid buy, something they can play as equals against GTZ. This time, though, they're split up all over the map. Portuguese squad just waiting for C10's wrong move. Maybe try and get a little too aggressive and then they can punish. Oh, and Brood Monster, well, doesn't necessarily get fully punished, but he's down to half HP. And a missed shot. There was a chance there for Snappy, but he didn't take it. Brood Monster will stay alive and he will get out of harm's way.
Staying alive is so valuable for Brute Monster there. Walls start to close in a little bit, but further chip damage onto Diaz. It's eventually going to be the B hit. They know that, GTZ, but it's about how they can maneuver into the site proper. Nade, because there's no molly for Simka. Add another one to the tally and the flashbang in. It's just going to be a duel. And one that no BJ wins. Still the back of the site. Nemanja gets 2. Absurd victory. And how can you turn this around? Another disadvantage, but a missed shot from Rafa. Gonna set them up for some success only for a moment. 2-on-2 now, even scenario. Wonderful flashbang as no BJ sets Rafa up for another. Brute Monster with a 1v1, and he's got another opera to contend with.
A battle of wits. Nice shot from Rafa, gets the Tech 9 out. It's not a stick. And he just realized it. There we go. Rafa hitting the pistol shot. And it's GTZ ending up onto 8. Very close one, but the fact that he saved the life of his teammate, I think that's what wins them the round. Also, this 1v1, of course.
Yeah, a little bump in the road there with the bomb security issue, not being able to convert that one into a win. But outside of that, GTZ play a very good T-half, and Zero Tenacity get more than the minimum. Which at this point in like Anubis, I am considering that a win for the CT side. If you get, I think the minimum is 3, and if you get more than that, I'm like, great.
Well, let's see if that's going to be enough. Snappy. Oh, 3 kills already. What a start to the pistol round. Brute Monster's there to answer back, and he could get a triple kill of himself. Down to 13, but that doesn't mean he cannot hit some headshots. Linko around the corner. Joffo looking to take him down, but he's the one actually who falls in the water. And Brute Monster just sticking around mid. Well, it's not an easy situation, but Brute Monster, he could technically do it. Needs to get a little closer to all the enemies. A couple of body shots and he's gone. Potentially even only one. Rafa behind the double doors. He's got Linko towards camera. Nice shot from Brute Monster. Oh, US Speed retrieved, but Linko. Perfect timing on the peak. And there's GTZ with a pistol round in the bag. It's 9 on the board for them. And they need to survive against what is going to be an eco. I don't think Zero Tenacity force up here. If they force up here, it's a very bad decision. And they like it. Yeah, I don't know about this one. It is very risky.
I think on the T side, it's a lot less risky, but yeah, as a whole, it can start you off into a bit of a free fall. Let GTC really get situated on the CT side and start the ball rolling for them on this map. You know, and there's just not a lot of time either with MR12. So the good news is they have the big gun on Nemanja, and that's the guy you want with it.
Only got the first kill. And they are just chilling around. They're not really forcing their way just yet, but they will do. As the smoke will be coming in. No PJ. Good timing on that molly. Gonna lay them even more. There's the push through mid, though. That could be the final nail in the coffin if they're fast enough, but it seems like they will not be as they start swinging in. Oh, there's the turnaround. Nemanja will find Diaz, but there's no PJ with a double. And it's all down to Joffo, who's on the other side of the map. It seems like they got there in time into main, especially taking down the player carrying the AK-47. That's exactly what they needed and who they needed to find first. Joffo.
Winnable.
Takes down OPJ. I don't know why GTZ are fighting right now. There's absolutely no reason to fight. And Joffo will run away because he's low HP. But if he doesn't lose as much as HP as he does in that one duel, I think he still goes for this.
I agree. I think you nailed that. You know what? GTZ though, they get so much time to react to Zero Tenacity. The early fight there, the win from Nemanja, that should be the time to get going. And I understand not getting hasty, right? Don't think Zero Tenacity needed to necessarily just sprint into the bomb site after that. But I think what they could have done is be a little bit quicker, a little swifter on their execution right behind it. Because GTZ, they had so much time to build up a strong defense.
Aggressive play from Simk. That's Linko eliminated. Quick trade out of Rafa. And Joffo could try and get the trade there, but Molly will force him back. Or maybe not. Looks like they are still fighting. Good try from Nemanja, but no PJ gets back towards the site just as on a perfect timing. AVN spots his teammate. A flash dropped over to Brood Monster. Try and help out maybe Joffo, who could move towards the A site. No PJ though will find AVN. There's the flash. And a kill on the Snappy. And a weapon retrieved. Hang on. Joffo has armor. This is not over just yet. Maybe with a nade it might be.
Yeah, especially when it's just jumping there to try and allow Joffo the trade, but he doesn't get it. No PJ with some really impactful kills in these last few rounds. Normally, like, these might go down as like eco kills if you were doing a stats page to look at, but it's really important how many of these that No PJ has picked up. 4 kills on that round. I think he got 2, but a critical double in the last round to hold off E-box control and maintain that space against Zero Tenacity's attack. And this is why you were calling it very risky to do what Zero Tenacity were doing. Because it's now that Zero Tenacity get their first gun round. And if they lose it,
yep,
GTZ have 12.
Risky jump back from Snappy, but he was kind of in a sacrificial position. 1-for-1, but some more information gained.
Wow.
Rafa? This is very ballsy. But if Simke gets this duel against Diaz, that opens up a way into the site. Molly to force no PJ out. I think a lot of this round is riding on that flank, and Rafa did find AVN, but he's been spotted. Now it's no surprise. Still a 3v3. I mean, it's not over already, but not gonna be easy. Especially with 2 players in B main. Rafa has a smoke, Linko has a smoke. This could turn ugly.
Wonderful flashbang, though. Gives Jaffa the advantage. Simka wins from Pizza.
Nice thinking.
Yeah. I was gonna say, the like, crucial error, not error, like, error's the wrong thing, but it's really difficult to know where to put your smoke if you're GTZ there. I've seen so many rounds where you smoke main, and, like, it lets you approach the site so much easier, But then it's like useless if you're trying to defuse the bomb. Then you want it on the bomb. But they didn't get that far, so it didn't matter. Great work on the utility as well from Zero Tenacity. They used what they had very efficiently. Speaking of what GTC have, though, it's so very little in this round. Their utility is very low.
This boost needs to work. And it's gonna work for Brood Monster. Can really use it for the second player. Rafastal's falling back. Snappy's firing off a lot of shots. Nemanja will surprise him. Oh, but guess what? There's a 5-7 right next to you. Linko will get the kill in return, and GTZ will have an extra player in this round alive. Ooh, moving down into mid. You should know there's only a single player here, but Linko with that AK it certainly deals some damage. AVN finds out the hard way. Joffo does the same. That's the bomb down. Simke 1v4 to deny GTZ map and series point. But he is, well, not surrounded, but he's got enemies left and right. Spots out Diaz. Great headshot, but not a second kill onto no PJ. GTZ. That is 12 on the board. And that is 7 chances to close out this best of 3.
We saw how much of a relief it is to win the CT pistol for Zero Tenacity. It gave them, essentially all the rounds they needed for what I consider a, good enough CT half. And GTZ do the same. Now in the gun rounds, they find similar success. Able to transition that into 7 straight attempts to close. Oh, but that's not the start. No PJ. We talked about the impact he's had. You won't be having any more in this round.
Well, Z10 still need to be careful. Even if they get the opening kill, that doesn't mean the round is already secured. I like the regression here from GTZ just because they don't really have a lot of space or information to play with, and they kind of have to try and get something back. Not a bad crossfire either. As Avian is waiting outside B. Brood Monster spots out Diaz. Oh, and a peek. Nade forces him forward. Snappy backs away towards the site. Linko in the meantime takes down Joffo. Snappy with a second. Although AVN, he made it to the site. That molly, I don't think it takes down Snappy, but it's going to force him out of position. Nemanja with the bomb. He was about to take the duel against 2 players.
Oh
my god!
Well, now Nemanja's actually going to have to turn around. There's 24 seconds, though. And Linko's in position. Linko's ready to take this duel, and Linko will go down. It's the reroute back to B, but Snappy's read him. He knows what's happening. Not out in front of the smoke. You can just creep out here. This fake, it might be the right move. Oh, he's not peeking. He's not peeking, but he gets there instead. Nemanja saves the day. Snappy made all the right decisions, all the right moves, and yet Nemanja will make it happen.
That has got to be one of the weirdest decisions I've ever seen in my life. Who fakes with 9 seconds left and then starts searching for the last player with literally no idea if he's even there or not? Absolutely crazy play. I mean,
I don't know. I don't know who does that.
I mean, Snappy's not there. You lost the game. What an insane decision. But hey, gets them to 6. And now they only need, 6 more to try and force out
they
overtime.
got the next one for relative free.
Yeah.
It's USPs. Yeah, I don't want to just glaze past that though. I don't understand I don't understand what Nemanya's actually doing. Like, I know he wins the round. They're supposed to say good job, but like he just loses that round if Snappy is committed to A or is Street, he's just lost. Or, is rotating B main. It's just a crazy thing to do, but
Brood Monster with the scout trying to take them all down. Although he gets dinged a couple of times, has to back away. Want to go down to the USPs. Nemanja rechecks, and that's Rafa going down. Another one on the Snappy. There's a trade out of Linko. Maybe one more kill, and they should be good. They are just dealing damage at this point, forcing people to reinvest. Also, this AK save would not be the worst thing in the world. Or get more kills with that AK. Oh, Juffo takes down Linko, and no PJ will try to either stay alive or deal as much damage as he can. Simk will take down no PJ. That is Z10 with another round on the board. But the buy comes through from GTZ.
yeah, don't need to be worried just yet for GTZ. One round loss sends them to Nico, and Zero Tenacity start their comeback. But it's just the beginning. Rafa gonna have an op that's uncontested by a scope on the other side as well. Where's Zero? Oh, that's not where that was meant to go. E-box smoke goes awry. They may not know it.
For now, they're not peeking into water, so didn't really matter in the end. But Monster, quick headshot onto Rafa, single bullet. I don't know how he finds that headshot. I didn't see Rafa's head at all.
PJ's recovered the op.
Swing. That's DS with a kill onto Simk. Trying to get aggressive here. If they're taking down Juffo, not only they get a lot of map control, but they get the player advantage. This could be a problem for Z10.
Ooh, they gotta go B, Zero Tenacity, but they've got Nemanja in a very good position. I said they've gotta go B. They could route through mid. Nemanja's still in a great spot, but now I think GCZ should be a little bit more questioning of what's going on. Yeah, 100%. This reroute is what gives Nemanja's position away, I think.
Well, Brute Monster, he found a kill. We're trying to get the bomb planted, but Linko's already coming in from water. AVN, what a shot onto no PJ. Lenko will get the kill onto AVN. And it's all down to the upper. Low HP Brute Monster, the double swing, and Snappy will win it. GTZ will claim the victory in the best of 3 and claim their spot in the 2-1 bracket. Z10 going down to 1 and 2. Not eliminated, but they will be facing elimination every single best of 3 they're playing from here on out in Series 19. A nail-biter of a game, even though this third map was a lot more one-sided. Some very interesting decisions from both sides, and in the end, it does lead to GTZ's win. And everything aside, I'm really impressed. I actually expected Z10 to walk away with this win, but GTZ, they played really well.
I too am actually really impressed with GTZ, especially because they probably should have / could have won all 3 of these maps, and they did it in such a fashion where they didn't need to be the best individuals in the server to do so. They played it because of team play. They won it because of team play, making really good fundamental decisions on the CT side as a whole. Like, all of these things are things that they can really build on. I didn't have any expectations coming into this, but I am absolutely impressed. Stunning work out of this GTC lineup. I think that, you know, they are showing that, you know, you can put your time into playing fundamental Counter-Strike and it be a good decision.
Well, I'm very excited to see what they can do going forward. Maybe you can even see them in the playoffs, because hey, they're one best of 3 away from making it into the playoffs, and you know, trying to take on a lot of the invited teams that are gonna be you know, invited into the playoffs, as obviously. But with that being said, that is the third best of 3 of the day done. We do have one more to go through. We can take another quick glance at the schedule for today so that we remember what happened. So far, Body Vision 2-0ing Sashi, BC Game 2-1 against Fireflux, GTZ 2-1 against Zero Tenacity, and we got Partizan taking on Iberian Soul. Up next, we will be taking a quick break, and we will be back just as soon as you blink. Well, maybe a little longer than when you can blink. If you can blink for 10 minutes, then there you go. We'll be back in a sec. Short break, and we're back. We're getting ready for the final best of 3 of the day. We did talk about all the best of 3s that happened so far, so let's focus on this one. It's Partizan taking on Iberian Soul, and I think we can already take a look at the roster because, you know, we did run a little late with that previous best of 3. It did go through for a little longer. Iberian Soul, the all Koi lineup. I'm actually thinking, you know, Vincent, they're not looking too bad. I think they're doing pretty well for themselves.
I mean, yes, but also like no. They're winning some games, but like I just think that the heights that this roster had to the depths of where they've plummeted is a bit devastating. Now, listen, return of Alex to this roster after a stint in NIP last year. You know, it wasn't like, I don't even think it was all that bad on NIP. But returns as, I assume, the leader of this team again. I think that the issue is that on an individual level, we've just not been seeing the best out of some of these individuals on Iberian Soul. But, you know, Soul has been consistently good. I think that, you know, Stododo's opping has left a little bit more to be desired. But, like, as a whole, I think the pieces are still here for this team to still be good. And I think they've been competitive, just not consistent.
You know, I did have the pleasure of seeing some of their games, and that's why I'm saying that they don't really look all that bad. I think they are on an upward trend, although it's not, you know, very steep. It's they're slowly getting there, and right now they're ranked 91st in the world in terms of HLTV, but 69 in terms of I don't know this. Are we trusting the ball ranking? Are we trusting
I think that the VRS is what matters, but if you want an accurate power ranking of what the team is at that moment in time, I think HLTV is far superior.
So basically, we still need to talk about both, which, is the one that matters for invites and all that. And since we're talking about mattering for invites, on the other side, Partizan, they're actually ranked 27th on VRS. And 55th in the world. So, you know, for a team that they have been together for 8 months, the core of them, without Vladen. Vladen had a stint lately with Bleed, and then, well, unfortunately, with the team being called unpaid. But love the love the photo of Vladen with that jersey, by the way. But Partizan, they're kind of like iNation, but reimagined, I would say. Also with the coach of Choiv, who Choiv was a player on iNation.
Also with like a far superior height than, you know, that iNation team ever had any opportunity to build up into, right? Like, this is a Partizan team that just a little while ago, Series 17, they go second place against that 500 roster, and then, you know, top 8 at the last CCT, lost to BC Game in the quarterfinal. I think those are good results, and, you know, I don't think there's any problem with losing to a BC Game. It's been Dragon, who's been very consistently good for this team, and I haven't had the privilege to watch them all that much, but I'm excited to get a peek under the hood and see what makes this Partizan team tick. With that being said, it is time to jump into this veto. It's a pretty easy ban there of Train. That's the perma, and Dust 2 is the same for Iberian Soul. The issue that they come into is where do they want to go? What's the best, most ideal map? And I think Inferno is like fine. It's definitely up there, but I just don't feel like they had a real home pick other than Inferno available.
Yeah, usually you would see Iberian Soul other than Inferno or Nuke. They're pretty comfortable in Nuke as well. Mirage picked up by Partizan here, even though if they wanted to get a punish pick, Anubis would have been, at least in terms of win rate, a lot more comfortable. I guess they're just very trusting on Mirage at this point. Anubis is banned out by Iberian Soul, obviously, and for the decider, we could be seeing a Nuke, although Partizan don't really have a lot. No, it's actually Ancient, because Partizan so far have never lost a Nuke. But Iberian Soul, they're pretty good at it. They're not as good as on Ancient. At the same time, Partizan, technically, it's their third worst, considering Dust 2 is their worst and Inferno is their second worst. So I don't know, this veto is not really looking all that great for Partizan. I mean, sure, Mirage could be in their corner, but Inferno and Ancient on the numbers that we're seeing on HLTV actually lean towards Iberian Soul. Another quick thing that I wanted to mention is that for Partizan, what's different from when they were iNation is that they have Emmy, who had a stint with Tai Lu at one point, and I say at one point towards the end of 2023 for a good part of 6 months, and I'm sure he got some more kind of, let's call it, experience with them. He played for a lot of teams before that as well. I mean, he played for FPX, for Contact, for Crazy, for Lions. I mean, you're gonna recognize all those names and some of the players that were featured on those rosters. So Emmy being on this team, I think, is gonna bring a lot to the table in terms of experience.
Yeah, I mean, having a bit of a journeyman in the conversation there, I think absolutely. You know, you get so much of that when you have so much time and such a long career as well. You see things and you see repeats of things, and you're able to recognize like what's happening ahead of time and usually get out ahead of that. So I'm with you. I think that's a big difference in what we've been seeing in the past. But we're going to jump into map number 1. We got Inferno into this action. Iberian Soul going to need to, I think, need to win on Inferno. I know that's like the obvious thing to say when they pick this map, but I think that this is the weakest map for Partizan. I think that's why it's a must-win for Iberian Soul.
I think also another interesting thing that we can mention, Partizan, I'm not entirely sure if there's a correlation. I guess with the logo it should be. Partizan is a pretty big name in the terms of sports in Serbia. Yeah, I think they've got a very good basketball team, if I remember correctly. I did
Okay.
see them from time to time. So maybe they're kind of related there. Anyway, surely trying to make a good impression here against Iberian Soul and also secure their spot in a 2-1 bracket. Vladen will be starting off with a kill onto Soul, while Iberian Soul, they're making their way through long and through short. Vladen, oh, he checks his left, and he's going to take the kill onto Stadodo. Finds another one onto Alex. Vladen is popping off in this pistol round. They still got 2 more players to down, and Dragon will take care of one and the last. Very nicely done here by Partizan, and Iberian Soul didn't really expect them to go down with, not really without a fight, but not much of a fight, right? They did deal a lot of damage. No kills for their side.
It's hard when, you know, you don't actually get a chance to start the round. Partizan, I mean, Vlad in particularly, just as they swing around the corner in long haul, make sure they don't get a chance to shoot back very much. And, you know, good coverage, understanding a little bit of what the gaps are in that defense, and then looking towards covering them off. But I'm really glad to see Vlad in again. I was actually a pretty big fan of what he did on that Bleed team. I know that you know, that project ended badly, but I don't think that was a bad project from like a, you know, setup perspective. I think there was a good job being done. You know, it just sucks that the organization was out, you know, basically scamming people like that. That's obviously awful. But I appreciated what Vladin brought to that team, so I'm glad to see him land on his feet.
Well, Iberian Soul making some noise towards the site, drop in the smoke to start to regroup, and they could be making their way towards B, and Emmy could be overwhelmed. Puts out a player. They were split up by that molly. That's why they're not up close and personal already. They're gonna take their time. Emmy drops the smoke, and Collins is there to help him out. But the smokes are getting readied. Flash lobbed over by Collins. And no kills out of him. Although Emmy finds one. Looking for that second is a ding, but it's not enough. And, well, the rotation might come through, but retaking that B site 3v4 and that late into the round is not going to be an easy feat there for Partizan. And I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, if they say, I wouldn't be surprised if they saved.
Yeah, I don't think you can even go for that anymore. Partizan caught a little flat-footed, and not, you know, very much the terminology there, flat-footed being what I mean, where, you know, they had a good setup on B, but it was just 2 guys, and Iberian Soul gets so much time to like prep that attack where nobody's poking and prodding, nobody's looking for information on the CT side for Partizan. So the B setup's fine. Like they don't trade great. It could have been better, but because Partizan are so set in where they're located and they're not searching for information, they can't get an early rotate and they lose out. You know, two smokes and one nicely placed flashbang is enough to break Partizan's B hold apart.
Well, that's not a good sign for Partizan. I was thinking that, you know, with that kind of a start, with a flawless pistol round, that says something, right? That says that you're ready, at least for the majority of the plays that could happen. And with just a couple of util and some Tech 9s to be able to secure the B side like that, it's not, again, not a good sign for Partizan, but we won't count them out just yet. It was just the second round. You know, we've seen way too many trades in the previous best of 3 as well, of rounds of pistols just winning and all that. So we'll see what goes on from here on out. Although it is a buy for Partizan, they do have a couple of M4s. Surely those can deal some damage, and MP9 for Vladin as well. They're missing quite a lot of util. That's kind of the biggest problem.
Yeah, I mean they had quite a bit. Like they actually have a lot of map control still for what util they had at the beginning of this round. I think it's been impressive. That being said, I think it's Collins, yeah, who's over here on the B bomb site. He just has the one smoke left, and he's just employed it. Same situation that I was saying before, where Partizan need to be looking to gather information. They just do that with the push into porch side. And Iberian Soul readied up for this attack. There's 30 seconds left.
Well, now they make their move as the util comes in. Vladin, he's burning alive.
To his teammates, Molly.
Yeah, that's not good, but you know. Got the EVG coming in from long, and they have no idea, but somehow they're repelling this attack, not for long. Salsol and Mopos eliminating the last of the defense on that A site. I would say still a very valiant effort, considering how much thought was put into the play here from Iberian Soul. Round's not over, though. Mopos.
Boy.
Oh, Collins.
Wow.
If he only took a swing, or not necessarily a swing, but a look towards Spoiler, would have spotted the back of Mopos. Salsol. Oh, Collins. Yeah, now he has no idea where Mopos is because he didn't spot him. And he thinks it's pit. Because why would Salsol leave his back opened up towards short, right? And he was just a little off the target. A little better with the timing. And he could have turned the round on its head. Still a very close round, all things considered. And it was a lot of chaos when Iberian Soul started pushing. I think either of those teams could have won all that endeavor right there when Iberian Soul started pushing. It wasn't necessarily Iberian Soul to win it. It was just, I think they got a couple of better timings than Partizan, but with a little more luck, they could have taken it away. It wasn't as solid as you would expect, right, from Iberian Soul with an execution like that, with that many util and everything.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's perfect.
That's a nasty nade. Yeah, I think credit to Mopaz and Soso there. They actually were able to thrive in the chaos. They clean out, the two players in the crossfire mini pit. I think it was Vladin and might have been Dragon who was on Cold Zero Box. There's another one named player positions, but positions named after players. There we go. Got it.
Is that Cold Zero Box?
Yeah. Well, I mean that's what I call it, and I think most people in NA call it that. The close box on the left side as you walk into the A bomb site.
Yeah, I can't say I really, well, I'm not really all brushed up on all the latest callouts, and that could be the case. But I do know that there's different callouts for NA and EU on some things.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I don't know if it's on that kind of a level as well, because at least for this is the only one I know for sure that's coming from an A. I know. So on Nuke, outside that box next to garage, right? In between the box and garage, I heard at one point Flom call it credit card.
Yeah, that's what
and
I
that's
notify.
Yeah, and that's what I call it. And no one has any, like, I tell people there's one credit card. No one has any idea what I mean, but they wouldn't know how to call that angle either. So
Oh, interesting. Okay. I was gonna ask what would they call it, but apparently.
yeah, there's no call out there.
Okay. Interesting. Double nade. Oh, that's gonna be nasty. Alex waves goodbye to this round. Hyperion Soul. They might lead the server, but they are down on the round. Ooh, gotta be careful here, actually. Able to escape. Excuse me, that's Emmy.
Well, Kidno's not doing too well either. Good shot from Vladin, though. Eliminating Sauceau. Flashes flying over from Iberian Soul. Gonna check close towards long and towards short. No one's there, but a nade comes in all the way from pit. Smoke for Moto. That doesn't mean that they're gonna split into B, and also that's a failed smoke. But they're gonna take their business elsewhere. Back to Banana. I think Partizan at one point they're gonna start checking towards mid, right? Because there's nothing happening. They need to, or at least in this situation, 5v3, maybe it's not mandatory to do it.
Yeah.
But Vladin will still do it, and yeah, he's gonna give away the information. He's gonna start rotating over, smoke for CT and towards B, confirms it as well. But Collins is in a good position with that MP9.
He is, and he's going to be left unchecked. Mompaz goes down, and even the smoke placed in the faces of Iberian Soul means that they're just going to save. I mean, unless they just, like, explode through the smoke, which I think is a little bit questionable, considering Sudodo's got an op. There's no flashes to support that. And indeed, they will hold on to what they've got. 5 survive, too. Could be fantastic. And 4 survive. Spoke maybe too soon, but Partizan, regardless, winning a couple of rounds now. Up to 2.
Very early tactical pause called in here by Iberian Soul.
I don't know. I don't know that there's like all that much to make adjustment wise from them. You know, that last round they lose mostly due to, you know, a double HE. Fair enough. You know, like don't be there forehead, but also what are you supposed to do? You know, just good target there for Partisan.
Just don't
so
explode.
I don't think. Yeah, just don't explode. It's really that simple. I'm sure you understand.
Yeah, I usually tend to not explode, but you know, I usually tend to stay away from grenades. I don't know if that's something that's unusual.
Hot take. I don't like exploding.
Yeah, it's probably not fun. I haven't tried it, but you know,
it's usually a one-time situation. You can only try it once.
Yeah,
Pretty
and
permanent outcome.
Yeah, I know it doesn't sound fun, but what sounds fun is this round. Well, I tried to make it sound interesting, but I don't think, like, I guess it sounds fun. Iberian Soul trying to work their way into the A site, and they're trying to overwhelm the defense, but the defense just got some reinforcements. A fourth player coming over to help out. Iberian Soul, they do seem pretty focused onto the site. Dragon finds a kill through the smoke, though. Keeps on spraying. Sadoda will not be walking into the spray.
Give Alex a break, man. Just this is phenomenal.
Wow.
Sadoda, he's got no idea. Great work from Dragon. He gets a freebie, and then he adds more. Another 3-on-5. Iberian Soul with only 30 seconds.
Yeah, they have to retrieve the bomb. I think Vladen can see the player who's gonna go for the retrieval. Yeah, damage to the AVG. Again, Dragon through the smoke. This time Mop is ready, but there was a slight chance there. Now they need to get into the site and plan with 12 seconds left and multiple players defending. There's no way. Iberian Soul, even if they knew where the enemies are, there was no way for them to win that round. It was way too little time. So with that, South Soul will survive, will hang on to the AK. Partizan will be getting another round on the board. And, you know, you're looking at Partizan, they're not really doing anything too complicated, but Dragon pushing through that smoke at first is a very good play, right? They don't really expect him to be there and to push like that after getting that kill. They would have expected him to go back to site. Pushing for a second time is crazy, but he also almost got another kill. So seeing that it works like that, they could implement that into their plays. Nice pick from Kendo. And he's going to take down Malpaw's early shot.
Ooh, a little bit of a whiff on that smoke. I think that last round, you know, definitely part of the reasons that I know Vladen got one kill, but part of the reason I liked watching him on that bleed team. Able to do a lot with very little there, and cool under pressure. Dragon definitely the turning point. That is a game changer though for Iberian Soul. Mopaw's down. What a good target. That HE gonna do a little bit more. Indo is repositioned though, and they put so much weight on his shoulders. B site now 3 strong, and Kendo is the one about to deal with the 3-man attack. Surely he's going to hit the first. No, misses the shot. Kendo got to fall back, got to fall away, and that's enough. Is that enough to force Iberian Soul back to B? They're clearing back. Partisan, oh my goodness, this is going to be perfect. Or maybe not. When do they turn around? When do they get the information? Collins is still here. He's elevated into position unchecked. Unchecked. How many? Getting lined up. A 2-piece. All 3. Collins. He saves the day. That re-clear from Partisan is immense. And now it's a 1v3 from Alex. Finally on the board. He gets to play the game, but it's in a near unwinnable clutch.
Yeah, it seems like play the game is an overstatement as Dragon and Vladen start closing in and they take him down. I love how on the new map it's just a new angle created in the corner there, you're not up against the sandbags, but not in the back. You're just in between. And we've seen that angle in the previous best of 3. We've seen the angle in this best of 3. It's probably not going to work for the remainder of the map, but it just needed to work now.
It's so effective because Iberian Soul were just there. Like, they just left. And in that 20-second window, Partisan re-clear it and get Collins into that position.
And good util damage. The AVG will find a kill onto Emmy, but both him and Mopos are very low. Alex, not too healthy either.
I'm gonna give you a quick look at Alex's first 5 rounds. He got instant on the pistol round in long haul, and then he got double naded, and then he got spammed through a smoke, and then he was in a 1v3. Alex is having a great time.
Yeah, maybe one of those days he's gonna be a-okay. Oh, well. Now he's been blocked by a teammate's Molly. Oh, hang on. Might be flashing him in. In the meantime, no one's flashing in. The players from apartment. Soulsoul wins the duel. A second kill from Soulsoul, but AVG goes down, and it is Soulsoul in the end to fall to Vlad and the double kill. Also, Alex did fall as well. Unfortunate for him. But the fact that he had flashes and they didn't really flash each other out of apartments, maybe not the brightest of decisions, as, you know, it could have gone a lot better.
Particularly when Partisan were in locations where those flashes would have been super effective.
Yeah.
I don't think Dragon even gets one there if he's blinded. Vladin probably struggles if there's a second phase of flashbangs. I think you nail it. Partisan though, bringing back, recovering after they win a pistol, lose the follow-up, and Iberian Soul take 3. We've now got 4 in a row on the CT side.
Wow.
Yuck. Oh, I'm disgusted.
Crazy stuff. The fact that he gets so panicked because of a potential flash and an easy triple out of Vladin. Dragon takes down Mopos. Oh, there's Alex. Nice double dink. Ooh, almost a second. It's another dink on Collins, but not a kill. Collins will be the one to take him down, and Partisan getting themselves another one up there. They're starting to rack up some rounds, and there's not a lot of movement from Iberian Soul in the right direction here, Vincent. This is what starts to make it a little scarier right now.
It's hard to attack A when Vladin's getting a multi every time you target that site.
That's fair. He's 12-3. I remember whenever he was swapped over to Bleed from iNation, I think I can't remember exactly, but I think they... Oh, nice shot from Stododo. Used him a little better. It looked like he was getting a lot more kills. He was having a lot more impact, so it seems like maybe he's using kind of the same positions in this team as well.
Well, he was on... I'm gonna, just ignore this round, because this round's over. Partisan's lost.
Yeah.
He was in information-heavy positions, like late mid lurker on Anubis on the T side, and on the CT side, he was, the supportive player leaning towards A oftentimes, but not the A player, like the A rotator. Which is definitely more star roles. Not, primary star, but better roles than just small side anchor or whatever. What I think is interesting here is that he is a anchor, and he's doing all of this with those positions. I'll have to I as I said in the pre-show, I haven't gotten the opportunity to watch Partisan all that much, but I am curious because he hasn't been at the same level of fragger that he was on Bleed statistically. Clearly still has the skill.
Yeah, he's not doing too bad here. 12-4. Very impressive performance so far out of him. But with a round like the previous, Partisan still need to be careful. Although it was kind of a crazy play as the Dodo straight up pushes through B apartments, gets himself into A apartments, and just shuts down Kindo instantly. Not something that you see every day, and of course not something that's going to work a second time around.
Partisan have been very, very interested in playing that long apps position aggressively, so I like that Sudodo's looking to punish that. Opaz gets a free haircut. I don't think he's very appreciative. 1 HP is what he's left with.
Yeah, usually after you get a haircut, you feel like 100 HP when it's fresh, and you know. But yeah, Mopo's not too happy. Maybe cut his ear or something.
That would be a devastatingly bad haircut.
It would be a pretty bad one.
Oh,
Dodo.
just...
Ooh, he was dodging the flash. That's smart. I mean, still getting away with one.
Yeah, that's the positive outlook. Is that it's a 1-for-1 and Mopo's is still low.
Oh, Dragon, he's so patient. I don't think they're going to expect the third player, but they would have just checked the corner here. Or not. Dragon takes down Stadodo. That's the bomb down. Up in the hands of Mopos, of course, because he's low HP. But Dragon takes the chance to swing. Mopos, good find. And he's going to get himself into the side because Kindo misses the shot. Another missed shot. Sauso going to take that opportunity to eliminate a player. And oh, there was no more time. I just realized it. Vladen. I was thinking, why is Vladen running away? He should know Mopos is 1 HP, but no, there was not enough time. Barely. He got it, and just barely.
You said the word patience there, and referring to Dragon in the back of the site, but I mean, patience until he needed to activate. He had like 3 bullets left, still swings, denies the planter, and, you know, makes himself hard to find, hard to get. Great awareness of the time by Vladen to win in the 1v2, courtesy of the clock. Iberian Soul taking their second tack timeout. Just a very long, drawn-out banana approach. You know, and it's not like Iberian Soul didn't have map control. They did. And Partisan were respecting that. I just think that, you know, Dragon does a phenomenal job of never overstepping in dark. They don't have enough utility to, like, get a dark molly.
Oh, Dragon. For a second there, I thought he was advancing, trying to get a more aggressive angle, but no. Gonna stay put.
I like that they pull out the double up. Like, they pick up a secondary here in the final round of the half when they have the extra money.
Yeah, I might as well try it. If it works out, it's an extra round for you. If it doesn't, well, they're not gonna use the double up setup. Though Kindo forced back. Does that damage force them to the B site? Because right now the bomb is going towards B. I don't know if it's necessarily because of the damage. It seemed like he was rotating before that. Mopos is ready for any kind of peeks coming over. Collins. Unfortunately for him, a lot of the smokes for CT that everyone is using is exactly that smoke that bounces over and blocks the vision of Collins as well.
You know, gonna play through the smoke though, and he doesn't escape. Still, there might be something to say. Double up can be hard on the retake, but Imi removed, and that's the extremity that you would have liked to have seen. Stay alive, but Collins still elevated. Can be a big surprise as that smoke starts to fade. Unfortunately for him, the rest of his team falls alongside it. We'll finally get off of that. Vladen gets his. A 2-on-2. But Stadodo in a strong position, but smoked off now. Alex has to win this duel. Now Stadodo as the walkthrough, but Alex handles the business. Iberian Soul breakthrough for an extra round. 5th on their T side.
There we go, Alex. He's got his moment. Now, with the first half ending like this, in 7-5, considering Partizan fell, they did feel a lot stronger than Iberian Soul, at least in the first half. We'll see what happens here as they swap sides. But I think Partizan are going to have a pretty good time on the attacking side. I do rate kind of every single player on their side individually as very strong. We saw what they did in the piston round. Let's see if they can get a repeat here. Get another flawless one. Molly comes in. Nade as well. P2K. Oh, fully blinded. That's Collins with 3. But one of them is his teammate. Davy G looking for 1. Kindo. Great headshot onto Davy G. And all of a sudden it's a 4v2. B site should be getting in control of Partizan any second now as the smoke comes through to block the vision from CT. Vladen will molly out new box. He also has the bomb. Needs to be careful not to go down here. He will be flanked in a second. Oh, Salsal. Stadodo finds Kindo. That's an impressive shot. And that's actually going to take attention away from Banana. So, Salsal.
Oh, boy.
This is surprise. Vladen, that's bombed down. This is a big problem for the Partizan. And that's even bigger. Salsal takes down Collins. And 2v4, Stadodo and Salsal are able to walk away with it.
Yeah, but it's Partizan that make the errors. It's Partizan that give that away. I just don't know why we're not walking into B when we get 2 kills there. Yeah, wait for the bomb, wait for the smoke even, but then go. Like, send it. Iberian Soul given so much time to rotate, and Salsal so much time to develop onto that one as well. Yeah, Iberian Soul just steal that one away, and it's thanks to Partizan's indecision, their unwillingness to be confident.
Well, a lot of noise made here with all those MP9s. They're up against Glock, so it's not really a problem. Just taking to dig them down ASAP. In all fairness, just overall, Partizan as a team with, want to double check, what was the win rate? 33% win rate out of 6 maps. I think they have been doing very, very well. But there are some mistakes that keep on happening, and hopefully nothing that's going to repeat. As Stadodo gets a kill towards second mid. They're grouped up in apartments here, and Davy G will see all of them, find one of the kills, and a second one as Stadodo gets himself a second as well. So Iberian Soul, flawless, anti-eco. Partizan are going to buy up right now, and if they don't win this one, it's Iberian Soul in the lead.
Yeah, got to keep in mind that Partizan's, not great win rate is also addended by the fact that they don't have a great T side either. It's their CT side that is better. That's true for most Inferno teams. It's not all that surprising. But that does mean that tight lead, often not going to be enough. Great fight, though. Dragon. And it's a great trade as well. I don't know that there's any reason for Salso to stick around for so long after he gets that trade.
Well, Partizan might have gotten the first 2. You have Kindo on low HP. They're moving slowly towards that B site. That's where Iberian Souls send all of their players. Flash over. There's a smoke coming in, and a smoke for CT. Oh, but it's only a fake. Well, I don't think Iberian Soul are ever expecting this. They might think they hit the jackpot, but...
Collins is taking the timing. He's through the smoke. If he doesn't take a step forward, though, Stadoto's going to get away. And he's still in a great spot. Wow. I thought so. Mopa's going to ensure that it doesn't go correctly. Honestly, Partizan's still way too slow about this. They're expecting to see somebody here, but... You know, nobody's on the site. Iberian Soul, though, with enough time to rotate, the fact that Collins doesn't get a kill out of that means that Iberian Soul are not out of this yet.
Retaking A site 3v3 is not easy. But Kindo's low HP. That molly actually forces him out of position, almost eliminates him. Oh, but Vlad, and that is just perfect. Lines 2 up. Stadoto wants nothing with this round. Run away, try and save the M4, and it is Partizan back in the lead. Not messing around. Might have lost those two, and it might have been a little hurtful at how they lost the piss around. Could have been a lot more ahead at this point, but you know, they'll take this one. There is enough money in the bank for Iberian Soul to buy up once again, and Stadoto to bring out the op. But it is a very important round.
It's that near perfect anti-eco that allows Iberian Soul this advantage. This is a turning point type of round. Well, great utility damage. Emmy's starting this round from 26 health. Not so great on that incendiary, but can't get them all.
Iberian Soul, not a lot of presence towards Banana. I mean, there's just smoke in place, right? But deep Banana can be taken by Partizan just by walking up. Now they want to re-aggress. And they do have Stadoto in the corner. Gonna find a kill onto Collins. But the corner, are they gonna check the corner? They used it to their advantage, and they do check it, but Mopos is still able to walk away with a kill.
No!
Dragon, that is absolutely insane. That is exactly what they needed. A crazy play like that to take down the Opper.
On the spam, it doesn't quite connect. That Molotov gonna force Alex back, keep him at bay, whilst the bomb goes down. No. Good for the plant. No opportunity to spam to play denial. Dragon grabs another one. Good trade. Emmy low, but Dragon is in the same boat. He's gotten a 4K already. Surely that's enough. All up to WG to define if that's the case or not. Emmy's damage unconfirmed. Out in the open. Dragon goes down, and Emmy's position unknown. So many places that he could be, and he's not checking close CT. Partizan putting together an incredible round, all off the back of Dragon and this spam.
To find a kill like that is absolutely insane. Just crazy stuff. And I mean, we were talking about Vladen for the majority of the first half. I think Dragon's in the spotlight right now. You were mentioning Dragon before we started, or as we started, rather. And no, everyone is proving their strengths. And for Kindo, you can't really blame them. It's not one of the best maps for opping. You mentioned in the first best, or the third best of 3 of the day, the first one that we did, that it's not necessarily. I'm used to seeing T-sided teams just play without an op even. Oh, Vladen. Hello. There's a lot of players around the corner. Mac 10. Mow them down. Get those extra money. They start backing away. You know, if you commit to taking someone down, might as well push with all their your players. But at the same time, you don't want to give too much away to a Mac 10. If it's an AK, that's even better. The kill bonus is not that big. Stadoto with only 20. Oh, there's Emmy with the second MAC-10. He would be very happy to find this one, and he will find it.
Yeah, I think they were getting run down either way. By stack, get an opportunity to overwhelm the T side, but it doesn't go down that way. Not quite how they drew it up. That is for sure. Imperial Soul losing a really critical round, but now they come in with another chance to correct the record. Talked about them needing to win this map. I think that stays true. Need to have some success here.
Pause. Playing with fire. He has no idea Amy's right around the wall. Oh, he spotted the barrel there as Collins was pushing out of the smoke. But he managed to back away.
Super lucky that went down in that fashion. Because I think Emmy's got no clue. That was a great bait setup. Iberian Soul wanted to get Partisan into fighting, only to reach Mopaz, who is on the wood wall.
Really want to play into this B site. Good trade. Only losing a MAC-10. Still a couple of players right around the corner. Trying to go for the double peek. Poor Alex. Oh, Collins out of bullets. Trying to help him out. But the smoke comes through. Stadodo in the meantime still paying attention to the A side. Hi, Vladen, you're not checking right.
Oh no. Davi G gets a spam through the smoke, and suddenly the advantage is gone. Partisan had a 4-on-3 a moment ago. Now it's just 2. Collins and Kendo. Well, resmoke to CT. That's a big one.
Oh.
Wow.
Drop was heard as well. Oh. Oh my god. I mean,
I don't think they have any clue.
They have no idea. And
Never mind.
He thought it's a fake. Now Stadodo's actually sticking, and Southall will take him down. I mean, if that smoke wasn't there, maybe. But the thing is, he actually believed that it was a fake when it's a 3v1. It was a fake, but... Or maybe he was counting the 5 seconds and then to try and get something done. Anyway, a good try, considering the situation. But a couple of very good kills coming in from Iberian Soul, especially that second to last one.
Nah, I think Iberian Soul is so freaking lucky to win that round. Actually unreal how lucky they get.
Yeah. No, I agree that's lucky, but it was still good.
Davi G spam. That one, there's more skill to that one. Stadodo just tracks him. He's peeking new box for such a limited time. That's unreal. Sometimes, it's better to be lucky. And this time it's anything but that. Collins with a swift trade. That is a good recovery of the situation. Could have fluttered out of Partisan's control quickly.
Alex re-clearing close mid. And indeed, no one is there. Vladen owned by South Soul in the meantime. Just around the corner, it is Dragon. But do you think I'll just swing into mid? Oh, hang on. Important find out of Alex. That makes it a lot easier for his teammates, even though he gets eliminated. Good flash from Salsol. Malpos finds Collins. And it's Dragon. We talked about him. Good individual, but 1v3 in this kind of a situation. I mean, you expect 2 players towards B, 1 towards A, but you're not gonna risk it.
Yeah, don't go for it. Twice in a row now that Vladen's been handled over on the apartments lurk without any impact. This last round, a little bit more of a trouble that he was having. And previously, Stododo just holding his line. Money is gone as well. Iberian Soul likely to equalize. These slow burns for Partizan starting to become a little bit readable. Iberian Soul able to re-clear effectively. Stall out the defense, or the offense, excuse me, over on B. The utility. I think next gun round, Partizan are probably going to try something faster. And I think it's going to be towards A.
Well, they did try that in the previous round, and it did go pretty well up until one point.
They got the trade. I mean, that was the goal, though. Was like, get one fight and then fall back and then play the numbers.
Oh, so you're saying just overall very quick round.
Yeah, that's my, I've been wrong many times.
No, I would rate that. I think they certainly need to change something, and that could certainly work. It's just, I think whenever they just play as a unit, works out best. And, of course, that would fall in the category of playing as a unit. Now, if they go towards B this round, Mopos is all by himself. That smoke is going to block their advance, though. And even when the smokes will come, Alex is here as well. And the third player is coming in. It's not really all that helpful. Oh, and that is the AK carrier. That is just so lucky for Alex. We clean up. Nothing really of note apart from that kill onto Alex. The trade, nicely done by Iberian Soul. Slowly but surely getting back into this game. We're all tied up. 10 apiece for those two teams, and Partizan will buy.
I want to continue the Alex sad train here because he got TK'd. It's been a struggle for him to play the game all series, or all map rather. And yeah, his teammates making it hard as well. LVG, come on, dude. Help your in-game leader out.
Nice find from Stododo. Opening kill going the way of Iberian Soul. Collins, he was tagged up in Banana as well, so it's not the start that Partizan were looking for.
It's actually Iberian Soul that makes the aggro play towards A that I was kind of hinting that I wanted to see Partizan make. Stododo's been really consistently at Porch. Never aggressive. He's never taking opening duels at all. And he changes that with a fight towards bedroom. Love that change.
Ooh, the double nade. Single one was enough to take down Emmy. Yeah, Partizan are just getting shut down wherever they're trying to go.
I think if they don't find a way to bring this round back, I don't think they find a way to win this map.
Yeah, considering the circumstances, it does feel like this is the make or break.
Money's going to be bad. 5-on-3. And again, Iberian Soul just never given up anything. Even with an advantage, they're re-clearing effectively in mid. Lovely work from WG.
Starts rotating over. It's a save. Not bad about it. As you mentioned, Vincent, they don't have any money in the next round, so the save makes a lot of sense. At the same time,
around it.
You think so? Are they? No, they're 29.
I think they buy around it.
They could. I mean, they could for sure. And right now, as they got to 34, if they get a bomb planted, they'll have a... Yeah, I think they do as well. Maybe that's why they call for a tactical pause to decide what they wanted to do. This is the first of this map, and of this best of 3-4 Partizan, of course. And it is kind of an awkward position to be in. Maybe even a little earlier could have been better. Maybe before previous round, but... Well, it's too late now.
I think that, taking tactical timeouts isn't about, the score line per se. I think it's about getting an opportunity to plan effectively for a round.
Oh, yeah.
Partisan, looking to plan effectively for this round, measured in their approach. This looks like a late decision, but I think they're drawing up the game plan because it's got to be something good. A lot of utility to shore up the fact that Collins and Kindo don't get any extra money. It's their 2 AKs and a whole lot of nades for the SMGs and Tech 9. Oh my gosh.
Good find. That small pause jumping a banana. Head taken cleanly off by Collins. One of the 3 defenders of the B site.
He barely even jiggled. What a shot from Stododo.
I don't think he even saw Stododo there.
No, he didn't. Dude, that's incredible. Stododo hitting some bangers.
Oh, yeah. He tried to bait the shot, actually. With the Mac 10, you're not shoulder peeking to then peek into the op, but he's just so quick with it. Big rotation as well. Got himself into short. Nice reaction. Dragon will take down Stododo, but Soulsoul is mowing him down. And Dragon with a take 9. Nice shot. Gonna get that kill.
And the bomb.
Should be able, to get the bomb planted. That gets them at least another buy, but now he's on for the clutch. Gets 30 bullets back in the mag. Or a fresh mag in, I should say. And he could isolate those duels. That's the problem for Iberian Soul right now. Dragon? Oh, good find.
He's not going to be anticipating this, though. Oh, he almost read it. He almost called his bluff. Alex, though. A big old clutch. And the op recovered. Dragon was the guy all map long that you want in those late round scenarios. He's created miracles often for Partisan, but he doesn't have another one in him. So quick.
Crazy stuff from Stododo, and from the side of Iberian Soul, just overall good try from Dragon. I could see him win that. He was so close. Two map points for Iberian Soul to try and close out their own map pick. Partisan valiant effort. It's not over, but not looking too good, especially with a start like that with Dragon on 16. Utility forcing Emmy actually back from Banana.
Emmy having a stinker, 4 and 14.
Yeah.
Kendo, I'm in agreement. You brought up the point that, it's not that big a deal, and also not that unlikely on a map like Inferno for your opera to struggle, but Emmy has no such excuse. But another one for Collins. That's twice in a row now that Mopos has been opened on at Banana.
Oh, Collins. He was so blind. Was so blinded for so long. So lines 2 up. Oh my, that is just perfect. It's exactly what a doctor ordered. Dragon with only 16. Just a flea on the wall. And it is all up to Emmy. Not gonna do anything. Davey G gets him through the smoke, and Iberian Soul will be getting themselves the first map in the best of 3. Will be winning out on their own map pick of Inferno. And while they did struggle from time to time, and Partisan looked like they had a lot more ready, Iberian Soul slowly coming back into the game and winning it.
Yeah, we called it must win, and I think it was. Iberian Soul, though, picking up a lot of those important rounds. Their CT side was where they did their best work. And beyond that, I think, two things that massively were the difference maker for Iberian Soul. First and foremost, Stododo being uncontested. Entirely uncontested. And really not making mistakes either. He didn't start that map really aggressively, but then as the map continued, as they kind of felt out what the defense, or well, more accurately, the T side was like in their default, then he was able to target them and find ways to get aggressive. We saw that in the last 3 rounds. Lovely for him to do so much work in that, and then get mobile as well. I think they did a great job there. And then Salsol was uncontested in the mid round. That's the other biggest factor for me. Salsol finding some very important moments. And Davichi had his as well, but like as a whole, Salsol was the id factor in the rifling department.
No, yeah, that's exactly why I was saying that Iberian Soul not looking too bad at this point. I mean, sure, it wasn't. I mean, Alex was on the lower side. He wasn't really getting all those things done. But hey, he got a clutch. He got some impact there. So that's all that matters. They got the win in the end, and they'll be focusing onto Mirage, as Partizan will, as it is our second map of the best of 3. It is the map pick of Partizan. The numbers are actually favoring their side, but we'll see if they'll be able to take it. We will be taking a short break, and when we're back, it is Mirage as our second map. Okay.
We'll bring in things back to a second map, and a second map where, look, I think we saw some good stuff out of Iberian Soul. They were able to pull off a win, tight as it was, but Partisan didn't look bad on a map that I think is their worst by far in this pool. I don't necessarily feel bad about Partisan going into Mirage.
Yeah, no, I mean, you know, on the first map, they had some moments of brilliance, but then it was Iberian Soul to start firing back, they started playing really well. And after that, you know, looking forward towards Mirage, where Partizan, they're of course feeling pretty comfortable about it. I mean, it's their second best in terms of win rate, and for Iberian Soul, it's not really one of their greatest. You could argue it's third worst. I am expecting Partizan to be looking good here. Iberian Soul, you were mentioning, Vincent, they kind of need something. I'm sure you're way better at explaining than I am, but it's just, I'm not that confident on a map like Mirage. If it was any other map, you know, any other map apart from Mirage and Dust 2, who was a little more favorable towards it, even if you play like a mix-ish style, then it's, you know, you get a pass. I think if it was anything else, I think I would have sided with Iberian Soul, but I think Partizan should have this one in the bag.
Yeah, I mean, it's really a just indicator of what I've had like issues with this Koi like core over the last like 6 months or so, and why I think they haven't looked so good. And it's because they did everything right on their CT side. They did a lot of fundamentally sound things, and it looked good doing it. Everything went perfectly for Stododo in those opening duels. But it takes like everybody playing well. Therefore, Iberian Soul, Stododo playing well, Celso playing well, Davi G playing well. In addition to that, though, and making good fundamental moves, they need somebody else to like have a bad game, and that's what happened to Emmy. You know, Emmy had a really rough game over on that first map. I think he had like 6 kills at the end of the map. So it's the issue where often Iberian Soul are not the architects of their own fate. They can put themselves into good positions, but often it's the opposing team that for me defines the series. So that's where I'm at going into this one. That's despite the fact that Iberian Soul are 1-0 in the series. We'll see if they can close in 2. I'll be very impressed if they can close this out on Mirage. I'm excited to see what they can bring when they have a lead here.
Well, of course, they'll be feeling confident, right? Especially with the map that they got in the bag. Even though this is not their map pick, it is still Mirage. But usually the Eastern European teams do tend to favor Mirage quite a lot and have some very interesting playstyles, while the Western European teams are not really all that fond of this map. So we'll see if that kind of applies to Partizan as well. I was looking over if they played this map potentially against Nexus. I know they played Inferno and played Mirage. They did lose a couple of times to 500, but you know, 500 they're very good at the map. So
yeah, it's a 500 home map.
Yeah. Oh, there's a little bit of team damage, but Dragon still gets the kill onto the AVG. Vladin eliminating Salsal. That's on the other side of the map, and that's actually where the bomb is. Iberian Soul, they've been fooled and also just eliminated more or less. Only got a couple more players to play with. Emmy will probably be dealt with here by Stododo. Oh, Emmy actually turned around, but now they know where he is. They can just run him down or just defend the site. That's also a very good option. It seems like Stododo doesn't really want to go for this round. Or he's just hanging around there.
I don't know that he has any business in this round. You know, 1v5, he's cut to 4. I don't think that's a very winnable situation. He's trying to escape is what he's trying to do. Dragon just waits for him to get a visual on the head to pump a bullet into the skull. Well, yeah, I don't think that Iberian Soul really got fooled. I think they just got beat more than anything. You know, everything goes right out A, and then it's a little bit of an investigation over on B. You know, the kills at A, it pulls Salsol out, but then he's ready to fight. Vladin just wins.
Oh, and I just remembered, since we're talking about 500 and also a little earlier about spots being called after a player, on the big door on the left side of the A site as you're coming in as a T, right? There's that big wooden door that you can play an off angle for ramp from. That's usually being called Victor.
For why?
Just because he was playing it very often, he was very good at just shutting down the pushes because no one was really playing that off angle, kind of like that. So
right. That's crazy. I'll tell you why. Because if we're gonna be stupid and name things after players, Rain deserves that call out.
Did he used to play that? I remember seeing Victor. I don't really remember seeing Rain there.
Rain plays that, played that a lot, I feel like. That was actually, I don't know. I've had multiple conversations with people where it's like, we're talking about that, and it's like, yeah, where Rain was at a lot. You're talking about on A site proper?
On A site, yeah, on the A site itself, there's a big wooden door in the wall. I'll point it out whenever we see it, because right now there's a couple of trades happening with Alex taking down Vladen. Emmy does get the kill. It's the one right behind him, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, spray down. Doesn't deny the bomb plant.
Molotov's gonna allow so much time to reposition. Emmy getting into CT here is huge because Collins can now tuck, and now they have two different diametrically opposed angles to contend against Iberian Soul in a very difficult spot now. And Partisan just really never have to peak. They never have to fully commit peak. As long as Collins doesn't go down on the first swing. And I mean, they haven't even tapped. They've lost the round. It's over.
Well, they got the kills, but for nothing.
Iberian Soul set themselves up to lose, unfortunately. Like they just never put the actual pressure on the bomb. They never make the T's take the next step.
Yeah, it's just, this time we can't really blame them that they didn't have a defuse kit. Not like in the previous best of 3.
Yeah, and also they're force buying,
Yeah. You're not really focusing on a defuse kit just because usually you either don't get as far or you already won the round by then. So anyway, an interesting round nonetheless. I mean, a lot of damage. Iberian Soul actually buying up once again off of that round. I'm not mad about it, just because a single player survived from Partisan, so that means their economy is not that great, and if they somehow win this round, it's Partisan on a force buy. I understand why they buy. It is a little risky, but then again, you might as well take those risks at the start of the game. Also, by the way, Dragon just crossed into kitchen in B site. I don't know how they let that slip.
Yeah, I don't know how they did either. I want to add to the point that you just made, though, as well. If you're going to make these types of decisions, I really like that Iberian Soul are doing this, not only early into the game, but also when they have a map advantage. This is not their map pick, so this is the time to take those types of risks because the upside is huge. Where the downside is real, but you're already not anticipating to necessarily win this map. So I think it's the perfect time to take some risks.
Yeah, that's fair, because also we were talking about it, Ancient as the third map, where Iberian Soul have a lot of experience in the past 3 months, and they will be feeling pretty comfortable on it. And even if this, I mean, they're not counting out this map at all, right? They're not getting into it just saying, okay, this one, we're just going to lose it. No, that's not really the case. It's just, it's not really that big of a surprise if they're better than us, and we might as well try some things, see what works, right?
I'm pretty sure that Mirage used to actually be maybe not the perma of the Koi team.
I think it was actually.
I'm gonna go fact check because I'm thinking about it. They played Vertigo, I recall, and they played Overpass. I'm pretty sure. So I think these map changes may have forced Iberian Soul to have this map in their pool. I'm gonna go fact check.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, I think it was Mirage, and then changed to Dust 2. They did play a Dust 2 in the past 3 months against Sinners. How did I go through? It's because they banned out Mirage. So yeah, I guess they changed it recently. Mopaz, good shot onto Vladen. Aggression pays off. As Partisan do have control over mid. slowly but surely taking control over Con. They need the bomb to come through as well, and that's what Collins is doing right now. Small pause in short. Ooh, pushing through the smoke could be risky. In the meantime, Kindo almost taking down Sawsol. More pause. It pays off to push through the smoke, it seems. And oh, look at that. Alex, perfect positioning to help out his teammate. It's Dragon all alone. A good nade. 3 players, low HP from the side of Iberian Soul. Technically, for Dragon, this round is still possible. He has got a bomb on his back. Takes down Sawsol. Fakes out a playthrough under. But he's got Stadodo right around the corner if he wants to go away with that Mag 7 in hand. I don't know if he's got that much information that still Malpos and Alex are both low HP. Yeah, he's going to save. It's the safer option right now for Dragon. So Iberian Soul, that's their first round on the board. I don't know if peeking right now is the best of ideas, but well, they have plenty of money, so might as well try it. Stadodo upgrading for the Max 7. And there we go. Iberian Soul winning their first round and getting a good buy right after.
Yeah, what a huge relief to win on a round like that where they've got so very little. I did the fact checking, by the way, and yeah, okay. pretty much that is accurate. What we were saying, they did play Vertigo. They had played Mirage the least amount of any map in. I went back to 2023 even just to check that because Overpass was removed in April of 2024. See what was
still
happening.
A big mistake.
Yeah.
I'll die on that hill.
Ooh, big mistake for Emmy overlooking. There is visual through the top of that smoke. Stadodo takes one out. Alex will go down, but bad news. Partisan really overlooking a lot of small details in this one, and they lose out big time.
Yeah, and by small details, you mean gaps in the smoke.
I mean, there is a version of that smoke that's a little bit deeper that covers. Maybe Emmy thought that was what was thrown. But yeah, I don't know. It wasn't a need to break it open or anything.
I like how Iberian Soul, they're not scared of the gunfights, right? It's not their map pick, but I think they've got that mentality in their minds where, yeah, let's just fight them. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? And I don't know about the worst, but the best is you win rounds. Very nicely done. And I mean, towards that B play, sure, Collins, instead of dying to the op, could have waited a second longer for the smoke to bloom, and maybe it could have impacted the round, but Iberian Soul, they'll be happy with it. It's the pistols right now for parties on a couple of flashes in the back pocket of Collins. Try and overwhelm the A defense. Los Stadodo's there with the op. Ooh, damage into Vladin. Stadodo not really blinded up. Get some help from Malpos as well. It takes down Emmy. Another one coming in from Malpos, and Stadodo will be taken down by the Deagle. Collins finding a second, but Alex trades. At least there's some damage done. I mean, the pistols do take down a couple of players, so a couple of weapons that need to be reinvested into.
Yeah, Collins out here, the body shot bandit, though, with the Deagle. But, yeah, getting it done at the end. That one's nice. That one's the one that gets a little bit silly. But yeah, like two guns removed. That's going to keep Iberian Soul at least a little bit honest. It's still cash flow positive, though, with 3 survivors. Vladin lacking in weaponry. Is on a Mac 10, but here's where I expect him to be a real threat to Stadodo. That was a big talking point for us over the course of Inferno, how Kindo just didn't have any impact on the op. Mostly because they didn't have ops.
Well, this is a map that's a little friendlier to an opper. Obviously from Stadodo. What a great shot to start things off. You do have Kindo towards the back of the entrance of apartments, and gonna get back to mid. Emmy will join him through under. Got his teammates are coming in right behind. time nade as Collins takes some damage from that. The molly to disperse them. I mean, Iberian Soul, they're doing a very good job at using the util here. Alex gets back just in time. Smoke is soon to expire. Emmy.
Oh, I saw him.
Yeah, he knows that there's still a couple of players close by. Davey G is still here. Good shot. Maybe his teammate can help. Or, actually, his teammate pushes into ramp. But he's just mowing him down. Maybe Mopos is not even needed. Davey G! Great quad kill. And Iberian Soul, they completely shut down the push from Partisan.
Well, that's something that was missing, I think, in general for Iberian Soul and Inferno, and they were still able to close. With some of those individual moments, you know, huge multi-frag efforts, that's what Partisan had in their back pocket, in their corner. WG, incredible. You know, trade off of the back of that, but still, headshots abounding on those first couple of kills, and Iberian Soul struggle early, but they're right back in business. They take a lead.
Fast play. Emmy trying to overwhelm the defense from Khan. In the meantime, Kindo eliminates Alex and Davey G. A good double. They're trying to get their way into the site. Vladen finds Mopos at the edge of the triple stack. And Iberian Soul, they might have accustomed themselves on how to deal with Partisan's pushes, but not when it's quick. It's also realizes that he doesn't have any more business with this round. Stadodo already knew that for this long time ago.
I'm just really impressed that Indo is able to get 2 on the Tech 9 up cat. And, you know, from then on out, it's just about Partisan taking advantage of those picks. They do so quite nicely, where we'll be looking at a tied game. Money is very strong, though. Iberian Soul, they have no problems continuing to buy. WG on 11k will have op money. Or that's not necessary.
I like the technical pause. Iberian Soul. You know, thinking that, okay, it's not that bad. I mean, the round that we just lost is pretty bad, but with how the game is going, and we're probably expecting Partizan to be a lot scarier, and they're not. They just need to get the right strategies in, and they could have a good first half. I do want to double check, though. I am expecting Partizan to be a little bit better at CT side. That's accurate. And kind of the same for Iberian Soul, but we're talking about under 50% win rate quite heavily. 47 on CT, 45 on C. So, not the greatest.
I would say we haven't seen all that much from Iberian Soul on this map in general. But we can definitely rely on Partisan having a better CT side as a general rule. Indo gets out. I mean, now it's just on his teammates to trade there. That's honestly not on him. Molotov nade finally gonna take him. That is a very slow rotation because everybody's coming from the flank, but I guess it's all good. Bomb recollected. Dragon should be able to get it down.
Oh?
Norden, okay, he does get the bomb plant.
Barely.
Iberian Soul taking a very odd approach to that retake. Like, how much time did WG and Salso buy for them not to have support?
I think maybe that's more of being used to the map itself. Although Iberian Soul, they have played it 13 times. I mean, sure, their win rate is not great, but they're no necessarily strangers to the map.
Yeah, I mean, they've had to play it, though. They don't have much of a choice.
Yeah, I don't think they really want to, but
especially when you permadust too. Train hasn't been great. Quite a bit of damage on a dragon just from the ticks of the Molotov.
Oh, well. That's just perfect timing. Oh my. Emmy. And on this one as well? Oh my god, Alex. He is absolutely cracked. Yeah, no, he's actually fairly lucky to be in the right place at the right time, but he'll take it. 5v3. With Kindo towards top mid, though. Ooh.
Oh, wow. Mopaz. Oh, and he's gonna know now with the audio cue. I think Alex, more than lucky there. Just good coordination. He sets the HE from his teammate to get into the smoke. That's just to get information, but reveals onto Imi. But the next move, that's fantastic. He just anticipates what Dragon's looking to do. Because that's a power position. Getting out on that smoke side. Reads him like a book. 2-on-5. Indo and Vladin. I mean, it's about survival now. I'm surprised to see Kendo still swinging. Well, now they know. There's 2 nades. Can they be coordinated?
Oh.
There's the one. They're running him down. Is there time? Ego's gone. Kendo falls.
Oof.
Oh, that's devastating. He's left at $200.
Yeah, that's not good at all. I think they took the technical pause for it as well, just to try and figure out a way to work things out. You wanna... I mean, there's not really a question if he forces up or not. He's got $200. He's gonna buy a flash. But does everyone else buy around it? I don't know.
Lost bonus is good. Lost bonus is good. I just think you have to buy here. You just have to. Because Dragon and Imi can both get guns. Collins can go to, a MAC-10 or Galil or a Tech. So, with only 2 rounds left in the half, there's no amount of saving that will get Kendo out of this spot.
Well, 2 more rounds left of this first half, and Partizan, even if they're better at the CT side, I don't think they'll be too comfortable ending this one as a 4-8, so something needs to work out. The fact that they force up here with a couple of deagles and, the weapons, that is going to require a bomb plan if this one goes south to at least have a buy into the next one. Otherwise, it might be, again, Galil's and maybe something even weaker. As they start swinging into mid, there's no one there to meet them. But the welcome party is not too far away.
In Iberian Soul, this has been their game plan the entire map, though. They've never really taken aggressive mid control. It's always been about maintaining the contain. And Salsol, Mopons, it's a dynamic duo there. Forced off of his position is Davi G. Great adjustment for Vlad and make it 2 for Vlad, and all 3 remaining Partisan members are looking to pressurize onto this A bomb site, but Davi G still here, still a factor. And Vladin has 2 already, but it's 2 pistols otherwise, and Kendo doesn't even have armor.
Oh, Davy G, great double. Spring towards the palace, and it's going to be Salsol. Actually gets that final kill. Iberian Soul. Even after a couple of tactical pauses from Partizan, they're still able to shut them down. Timings were good. Shots accurate. Vladin, while he had a good try here with this double, the fact that he overlooked the position of Davy G, well, that's going to cost them the round. Now the Galils with some util. Not a lot of util, which is interesting. I would have expected a lot more investments into util. Alex, aggressive play, and he's going to take down Emmy. A second maybe to find. He's on a roll here. 12 and 6. We were talking about Alex. Yeah, I think he was not happy with how we were talking about him in a previous map.
Hey, don't come at me. I was talking about how he was dealt a bad hand and how it was unlucky that he was struggling. I never said he was playing bad. Not once.
I mean, I said the same thing, just with different words.
Unlucky is how I described it.
Well, for the first few rounds, but after that, what happened?
We don't talk about that. Sometimes it's about how you start. More important how you end, but start can define where you're at and how you're feeling. Once again, Partizan get this mid control, but look how late in the round it is. 35 seconds. They're going to take a ton of damage to this nade as well. Collins is down low.
Well, he's going to find Alex. Stadoto with one. Can he get another before being flushed out? Oh, he can. It's a no-scope. Maybe a third. DVG's there to help out. I love the team play here. They were so quick to help out their opper. And there's Iberian Soul with an 8th round on the board.
That's a beautiful CT side.
Yeah.
I think Partizan really didn't understand what they needed to do about this like off mid hold. So many times they got mid and then were really unsure of how to move forward. And then when they did move forward, it was multi-frags for Iberian Soul. It's kind of what I feel like has been missing from them in a lot of games I've seen in the last while. But, Davi G, Alex, we saw from Stadoto there. Everybody getting theirs and some. Incredibly strong first half. Partizan onto their preferable side, though.
Moving into the B site. Oh, Kindo, great shot. Limiting Mopos before he hits the ground. Sossol. The kill onto Vladin, and that opens up the site, at least secures the bomb plant. 3 players in short, 1 player coming in from kitchen.
Strong post plans.
Disconnect.
IVG is the only one who's really like isolated here, and even that is at the cost of Collins' life.
Well, they got kitchen.
They got a visual on the last 2 members of Partizan trying to break through this. They're out of time already. The escape made. So a little bit of extra body armor is going to be in the mix next round. And a few extra dollars. Oh, no. I was going to say a few extra dollars if Dragon got that kill, but it's just Kindo to save. They do take everyone down with them.
P250 remaining in the hands of Kindo. He's going to get himself a scout. I really think, Vincent, that Partizan need to be very careful about what the next rounds have got in store for them. I am not too happy with this force buy from them. I'm going to be honest. Because this one goes south. You're ecoing into 11 for Iberian Soul. I know it's not their map pick and not their cup of tea. But they just need a couple of mistakes after that, and that's it.
Yeah. It doesn't give Partizan much rope to make errors, like you say, or even just, Iberian Soul winning some good rounds. this B stack, it's not going to be great because I think they're going to go A. You got mid control. Move through underpass. Iberian Soul might have the right target here. Be clear mid could be good, but I think it's just going to be their undoing. Mac 10 gets theirs. And he goes down as well. And I mean, now it's where do you want to go if you're Iberian Soul? You got all the options.
Fencing out angle from Kendo to make sure no one's sneaking in behind him or Vladen. I mean, he could still deal some damage. Also, Vladen finding Sol. That was low HP player. Kendo. Oh, that's a collat. That is a good amount of damage onto 2 players. Davy G, the only full HP player, gets stacked up as well. He will take down Kendo. Now, Vladen has an AK. I don't think he risks this, though.
Yeah, like confirmation on at least 2 of these tags, so... Oh, but, I mean, Alex is actually playing a really impressive game here, but additionally, the fact that, you know, he's been so active there in ladder room and mid, I think makes it difficult for Vladen to even start the conversation about trying to go for this, because there's so much space that he would have to clear. There's no safe positions. Partisan don't know it, but Vladen's getting run down. I don't know that he will survive necessarily. They've got the trade frag available. And they wait to the very last minute as well. No AK save for Vladen.
No AK, no armor. Yeah, if Iberian Soul play their card right, they should be up to 11 after this round ends. I don't think Partizan... I don't think they should invest into too much. I mean, Kindo's the only one that actually hangs on to a lot of money, of course, with him being the opper. I know their loss bonus is not as low as it was, right? I think they got some more. Oh, hey, Collins, nice shot. But still, they are going to need everything that they can get their hands on for the following buy round, because the following buy round decides if they keep staying in this game or if Iberian Soul get to 12 and, you know, very closing the game. The Eagles can still deal damage. We saw that from Collins. Dragon will try to do the same, but the Mac 10 of Sadodo doesn't really wait around for anyone. AK's clearing out the back of sight as well. Vladen and Kendo probably gonna try to stay alive while I give away some more money to the Mac 10. It's better just to walk away.
Yeah, walk away they will. I'm gonna be real. I thought Collins should have had a collat there with the Deagle at the beginning of this round.
I think it was a little off.
Yeah, I mean, it was. It looked very close, though.
Yeah, for sure.
Listen, I'm just trying to give collats out, you know? Because I'm kind.
They're fun. With the Eagle as well, that's even more rare.
Here we go. Partisan have indeed backed themselves into a corner, as you highlighted. Purchasing decisions. Okay. I thought for a moment it was a missmoke there, but no. Full set of mid utility is in all 3 smokes. Con, top, mid, and window.
Oh. Dragon. Could have the initial duel. Davy G. The apartment's gonna take down... Going to be taken down by Dragon, and Stadodo does get the trade. With the Mac 10 as well, but that was the bomb.
This is a lot to do for Vladen. You know, here's where we talked about him and his performances in Pit on Inferno. He's got to channel that energy here and now.
Ooh, important find, but Molly in hand. Collins! Good for the double. Stadodo needs this kill instantly, and he gets dinged. Oh my, he's still alive. He's basing a lot on his teammate. Coming back from the A side. Good flash. Forces Kindo off, and he's actually going to get away. Oh my god, now he can book it into the A site. And they have no idea that Mopos is right around the corner. Or do they?
I mean, they got to know something's up. They have to know something's up. But he's not going to be cleared. Both of them? Might get them both. Kindo's low. That Molotov going to force him off, and now Mopaz can actually just get out and get back away. Kindo's on for the save. Oh my goodness, Iberian Soul. 12 rounds a guarantee.
That's a crazy end to the round. Kudos to Stadodo to staying alive like that, to walking away from that situation.
Wow. Was only almost made irrelevant in this round. Well, the fact that Collins gets that double kill, but a stunning trade, Stadodo had to hit that. And as you said, he just gets out, maneuvers away. That flashbang, I don't even think it went where he intended. But it's enough to blind up his opposition, allow him the escape.
Or, yeah, I don't think he necessarily intended it for it to land there, but it works out. That's all that matters.
That's right.
8 chances. 8 match points for Iberian Soul to get themselves in the 2-1 bracket. Send Partizan down into 1 and 2s. Indo with the op this time, looking in towards mid. But a lot of flashes coming in from the Iberian side. I always want to call them Spanish side, but I remember Stadodo's Portuguese, so...
Yeah. Say, majority Spanish?
Yeah.
It's accurate.
Oh, no contact in mid, although, look at Partizan. They're getting aggressive in ramp. And guess who's waiting around the corner? It's Salsol. And I'm sorry for him, but his picture on the minimap looks so creepy.
Bro's just got a wide smile, you know? He's just cheesing. Vladin, very elevated. That flashbang's going to give away the gambit, though. Davichi now knows something's up. But Vladin still wins. Massive from Vladin. Stadodo can't take the line fast enough. Going to be a B split once again.
Ooh. Indo barely still alive. Making their move towards the B site. There's the molly coming through. Vladin is still around. And Stadodo has no idea. It's a triple kill from Vladin. Salsol and Alex. They're going to find a couple. The thing is, the bomb is down in apartments and there's no more time. No more time at all. 4 seconds left. That's it. That's the round. But if this happened 10 seconds earlier, I would have 100% believed in the 2v2. Round on the board for Partizan. 7 more needed. It is a fully uphill battle right now for Partizan to try and get back into this game.
I mean, we asked about Vladin last round, kind of heralding back to what we saw in Pit in Inferno and how effective he was. It was 1 round off, but that is exactly the type of performance we've been talking about from him. Aggressive, gets the flash from his teammate initially to get the opener and to survive, sticks around for a double kill. He'll eventually go down with 3, but Partizan continue the winning ways into the next round. Iberian Soul look to pressure mid and find that they are not out the better. Ooh, this is interesting. Reclear of mid. Looks like they wanted to go there with 3 in connector, but Iberian Soul are grouped up A. If they go fast enough on this, they're going to get a bomb plant and potentially time to step into post plants. I don't think they're going to pull the trigger in quick enough succession.
Oh, I don't think Mopo spotted Emmy. The thing is, he was crouched down. He could never have been spotted. There's the smokes coming in. No smoke for stairs, though. And Collins will take that chance. He's going to take down Mopos. It's a deep jungle and con smoke. Salsol, nice shot. There's another player right next to them. Oh, that nade. Gonna be the downfall of Vladin, but Emmy gets that kill. Stadodo all the way from the site. He's going to be taken down by Dragon. And Iberian Soul, they will fall to this as well, but they're taking a lot of risks. Instead of just smoking up jungle and stairs, they smoked deep jungle and con, which, well, it didn't really work out all that well, especially with a player down. I think that's one of the main points.
Yeah, I think if I'm playing devil's advocate there, they're doing that because they need control of something, right? So they got to, if they just take the site and if there's no trade, if they just get the bomb planted, they're not in a position to win. So they need to take CT or jungle or connector, one of those three. And I think that's why they go for those smokes, so that they can fight for stairs and then fight for jungle or connector.
Yeah, but he didn't smoke CT either. Oh, this boost though. It's a hero Galil. That gets them the opening kill. Also going down to 9 is a little unfortunate there for Iberian Soul. Surely that weapon that was dropped could be used by him, but still anyone else can use it. It's just a matter of the aim punch.
Listen, Bob, I have a lot of answers. I don't have answers for everything.
There you go. Oh.
Wow, that's
Surely not. Okay, so what is okay? That's even more unexpected. DVG takes down Emmy though. Missed shot from Kendo. He's down to half HP, but Alex takes the duel and fails. Stadodo just jumping around. They're still basing a lot on DVG. He's still an under. Bomb?
Bomb about to be denied.
DVG got another kill.
Well, they know where he's at. They know what's up. And it's planted for him in technicality. Oh my gosh. Are you kidding me? Not like this.
No
There's
way.
a kit for Dragon. He's just going to hold onto the defuse, running out of ammunition. It's Davi G, and it's not enough for him to spam through that smoke. Dragon gets away, holding that defuse. Davi G almost makes him pay.
Well, sure. Partizan, or rather Iberian Soul, not able to close it out just yet, but they're getting closer and closer. That was a Hero Galil and Eco in rest. So, tactical pause called in by Iberian Soul to try and decide what the best course of action is. Everyone kind of stepping up from Iberian Soul. Not everyone heavily, but they're all doing fairly well. They just need one more.
Speaking of individuals, though, it's still a struggle right now for Emmy. Got to look to him to potentially, keep that alive. Find some big impact moments. Oh my goodness! Double up from Kendo. The collateral comes through, and Amy's right behind him. Well, that last round, it might have been great for an eco. But this one's not an eco. This one's for the real deal. The whole thing. And it starts with Iberian Soul losing the round in the first 20 seconds.
The whole shebang, as they call it. Why is that saying? Oh, guess I'll never find out. Now, skill gained by Mawpaws, but a lot more needed. Another deep smoke and ramp.
Hope he saw him. We got the visual.
Yeah, he's on the feet, right? Oh, Collins. Even through the smoke, absolutely no issue. Mawpaws, do you want to stay alive here?
Well, I mean, I guess so.
Yeah, but it would also benefit quite a lot from loss bonus.
It's 3-round loss bonus right now. If I'm not mistaken.
Yes, because we were on 12 to 4.
Right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, right now I think still preferable. but I don't think he's going to get a chance. I think he's going to go down after the time as well. Dragon's going to... Oh, okay. Big win. Nobody else is close enough. Would have been so annoying to go down at the last moment. 4 rounds straight, Partisan on the comeback trail, and it seems like each step is more confident from the CTs.